looking forward. Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are Agri-Bees Without Borders Limited, an agro-service company. We're here to change the landscape of the agricultural sector, providing sustainable solutions, and we're passionate about agri-businesses, giving them unwavering support. My name is Missy Adeshino, the CEO, founder, and lead strategist of Agri-Bees Without Borders Limited. We're here this morning to ask for the sum of $500,000 in exchange for 10% equity. I will go back to why we're going to need that $500,000. Through our research, we realized that there's integrity and trust issues in the agri sector between investors and those that are players in the agri sector. And this has actually limited the expanse, the way the agri sector would have grown over the years. We also observed that there are limits sector that grants you access to those that are playing in the entire agri value chain. We also found out that there's limited access to the international markets. And this was why my team and I decided to come up with a solution. Right now, we have a solution of an online digital platform. It's going to be a B2B trade platform in conjunction with a service provision platform. This is actually the first that will be here in Nigeria because it's a combination of an e-commerce and a service delivery platform. What this platform is going to do is it's going to be providing for producers, it's going to be providing for sellers and buyers, and also leading you to players in the agri sector, leading you to consultants, leading you to the logistics, leading you to trade finance companies, leading you to cooperatives, leading you to people that work in the entire value chain. Now, the access to professional service providers means that you have access to the people that have the quality that you need. No longer referrals. On the platform, you are able to make informed decisions. When you look at the consultants, you look at their history, you look at what they have done, what their track record is, you can decide to go with a consultant, you can decide to go with a service provider. And then this also saves you in costs. Why? Because you directly relate to the people that are working in the value chain. You don't have to go through an intermediary or a middleman. You go directly to the people that are involved. And then we also have flexible payment options on that platform. You can have escrow services. You can have gateway payment options as well. So this platform gives you a choice. It gives you choices that you can make to get the best of the value in the agri sector. Okay, so for those that will be investing with us, they'll be asking us how are we going to make the income? So our income generation is going to come from subscriptions to the platform. Buyers will subscribe, and other people interested in the platform will subscribe. We're also going to be having verification of vendors, which means that the vendors on that platform are going to have different levels. The ones that have been verified, knowing that they've been verified in their location, their accessibility, and and what they put out to be will be verified. Then we're also going to be having commissions on all transactions on the platform. All transactions that go through the platform will make a 7.5% commission. And then we're going to be having analytics reports as well, which is going to be given to the vendors on the platform, where they can track the number of buyers they're having. Is it from Asia, from Europe, from Africa? They're going to know that, okay, I'm getting more market from a certain sector of the world. That's what the platform is also going to do for them. Then we're going to be having advertisements on the platform, which is also going to generate income. And then we're going to be having hosted trainings. Now, we started Agri-Bees Without Borders. We started with trainings. We started with information dissemination, which is core to the company. It's our passion to keep disseminating information in the agri sector. So this platform as well is going to be having hosted trainings. We're going to be partnering with agencies, partnering with the professionals that we've been working with over the years. So this is our track record. We started in 2019. I'm a legal practitioner, and I've been offering legal services to the farmers and agripreneurs, but the agri sector, and reduce the risk to investors, and also help promote promote Nigeria in Africa to the world internationally. So working with me, we have a team. This is a combined 50 years experience. They've been working with me over the years. They're professionals in their right. They have teams working under them. And I believe that with this team, that we can deliver on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the pitching. Do we have anybody who have a question for? There's somebody in front here, one. Any other person again? Two. So let's start with number one here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sam Adewale. Nice pitching, but you didn't tell us exactly what you really want. And secondly, if you tell us what you want in terms of money value, what is the ROI on it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We're asking for $500,000 in exchange for 10% equity. What the $500,000 is for?
Don't go into what it's for. He wants to know the value. He has heard the value, and you are giving 10% equity in your organization. That is the offer. So, number two. Yes.
Thank you very much for that very good presentation. You were to the point, and it's loaded with facts and figures and experience. You did a great job.
Okay, sir.
I have a background in agribusiness as well, and my question is this. I see a lot of products on the roads, on the streets, double-crossing traffic, all over the place. What are you thinking as far as helping to differentiate? Because I'm glad you mentioned something about farmers market. This can actually reduce the number of street traders who are hoarding market products on the street. What are you looking at in terms of solving such a problem under agribusiness? Thank you.
Okay. So one of the areas that Agri-Biz Without Borders focus on is standardization. And I think that was one of the reasons why the Organic and Natural Growers Farmers Market was set up. When we do our trainings, we try to encourage the SMEs to have a form of standardization. Every country has its own standardization. We introduce standardization to them. We link them up with agencies that facilitate standardization in production. Now, for the street market sellers, now I will talk a bit about NAFDAC and producers and SMEs. When you meet the market women, those that are selling by the roadside, and you tell them that for people to be able to take your products, they need to be assured that these products are ethically produced. And they will tell you, they don't have money to pay NAFDAC to get these things done. They don't have money to put down for such. They're just trying to survive. And when people keep telling you they don't have money to do such things, and then you begin to wonder that maybe there needs to come a time that those things, for the safety of everyone in Nigeria, those things need to be made free for certain kind of producers or SMEs. We also have those that they collect these products from people that are producing them. Sometimes, in order to gain profits, they mix other things that are not there. That is why in international standards, they like to have the nutritional facts of every product you're eating, because sometimes people react to certain things. So if the nutritional facts and the contents are not in that product, it's a great challenge. So even for the street sellers, people have started they've stopped buying things from road sellers, believing that those things are cheap. Because in honesty, you really don't know what you're eating. So what we try to do is to educate, and educate. And that's actually the core of our business as well. I don't know if I've answered your questions.
But I don't think the roadside product will be on your platform.
No.
So,
It won't. So
so
I know
that,
that is
that
an
will also
aside
help
question.
allay the fears that those products will be there. So we'll be going with packaged products, with recognized brands, and then with those with traceability and all of that,
Yes.
that will be certified before it gets on the platform. So thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you.
I would like to say at this point we'll be taking a break so that we can prepare for the formal opening ceremony. So I hand over to the MC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. I love how you manage the time exceeding well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. We will now prepare for the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, pitchers, please, ne t'inquiète pas. Don't fret. You are going to pitch. Calm down. Just smile. It's okay. You will pitch. You see, today, we must collect money. Don't worry. We will. You see this money that they brought from the diaspora into our very shores. Show them what you are made of. We will collect it complete. See, if you feel you're not prepared for your pitches, while we're doing opening ceremony, go and find somebody to train you very well so that when you come here, you will be convincing. All right, so don't worry. We're going to continue the pitches once the opening ceremony is over, okay? So calm down, and that would also ensure that all your media is cleared with the technical crew, and we can take you in the order in which you appear on the program. Someone has dropped their wristwatch. Please, if you have, it's gold wristwatch. Pure gold, though. So if you have lost your gold wristwatch, kindly meet me when I'm off the podium. All right. Technical crew, please prepare. We're going to take the... Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Sports Development, Senator John Eno. Please, a round of applause as he approaches with the chief host. You're welcome, sir. Today is a day for the big fishes. We have started. Now they have confirmed that we actually are doing what we came here to do, and they have come to throw in their support. You're welcome, Honorable Minister, sir. The pitches for this summit are in numerous industries and subsectors, and sports is not it's not going to be left out. I do hope there are pitchers here who are prepared to pitch in the field of sports technology and that, besides agro-business that we are taking right now.
5th edition of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit with the theme, Maximizing Investment Opportunities for National Development. According to the Vice President, at the last year's summit, NDIS has grown to be recognized as the surest platform for attracting foreign direct investment. This is very evident in the growing number of participants at NDIS and the returning participants to NDIS, and the large number of success stories that have so far been recorded at the summit. Last year, approximate investment, thereby boosting the economy of the nation.
On behalf of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, I stand here to welcome you to the 5th edition of the Nigerians Diaspora Investment Summit. Our diaspora engagement are not just demographics. They are now an economic factor, and we are translating this into what we call the Diaspora Direct Investment Phenomena, DDI.
We at Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria are very glad to be associated with the Commission and to partner with you in establishing contacts and linkage with our Nigerians in diaspora in order to serve them better in providing housing and food.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony. It's day 2, and here we are at this very, very important, great event where we celebrate Nigeria and investments by Nigerians. I want to request, Excellencies, that before we start, we all rise, please, for the national anthem. All rise. Take verse 2 as prayer. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace is. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is the 6th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, and wow, what a day it's been today, yesterday, as we've had new vistas, new aspirations, new visions, the diaspora and national development. For those of us who have been here and who've heard the pitches, put your hands together for talents in Nigeria. Thank you very much. I want to very specially recognize everyone here, but very specially the honorable ministers who have been able to join us. Some more we're expecting. I want to recognize here with us, please join me to recognize Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Musa Ahmed Dagiwa. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. We also want to recognize a very, very distinguished man. He's been in the National Assembly. He continues to inspire young Nigerians because that's his trademark. A round of applause for the Federal Minister, Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Sports Development, Distinguished Senator John Eno. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And as you can tell, he looks like a young man. He always does. Ever young he is. Thank you for joining us. I want to recognize here with us our dear CEO, the woman who doesn't just get the job done, but stays at the forefront of the job. I love to call her all Nigerian. Enugu State, and you'll be hearing what they're planning to do. Enugu wants to blaze the trail when it comes to this kind of program that the NDIS is doing. Please, a round of applause for the representative of the governor of Enugu State here with us. I'm talking of Dr. Peter Mba, represented by Chizoba Ono, SSA, to the governor. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Also want to very quickly recognize here with us distinguished Nigerians from various walks of life. Notable among them, we're glad to have here with us the Director General, Directorate of Technical Cooperation in Africa, DTCA, always a member of the family, Ambassador Rabiu Degeri MNI. Thank you, sir, for being here. We recognize the Executive Secretary, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Ms. Aisha Rimi, also here with us. Thank you very much. We also recognize here with us Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Wembold Estates Limited, Mr. Oluyemi Ejidiran. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. We appreciate you. I also want to quickly recognize the country manager, Lemonade Finance, Mr. Dolakbo Omotosho. Thank you for being here. We recognize FBN Quest, Mr. Kayode Akingugbe. Thank you for being here. Group Managing Director, CEO, Nuremberg Financial Group, Mr. Tony Ede. Thank you for being here. Africa Senior Vice President, Haifa International, Ms. Adesua Ifedi, Executive Director, Chief Operating Officer, Corona Merchant Bank, also here with us. Thank you very much. We appreciate you for being here. A round of applause for them, please. From Ondo State, the Chairman, House Committee on International Relations and Diaspora Affairs, Honorable Fashono Oluwarotimi, is here with us. Thank you for being here. The Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Regional Integration and Diaspora, Honorable Boye Olugbesi, thank you for being here. The Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Lola Amuda, thank you for being here. Director Diaspora Relations, Mrs. Folake Komolafe, thank you for being here. Director Finance and Administration, Prince S.A. Adekolurejo, thank you for being here. And Information Officer, Ms. Debbie Fumilayo, we appreciate you for being here. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I also want to ensure that you are aware that the Board of Trustees is well represented here. That's the Board of Trustees of the NDIS, and of course, the chairman of the Summit's Board of Trustees is Dr. Ms. Badewa Adejugbe Williams. Thank you very much, Ma. She will be speaking in a short while. This is just to help us know that we will be expecting to join us very distinguished personalities. Hopefully will be joining us soon. The Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Diaspora, Honorable Tanko Adamu. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Diaspora Matters, Senator Victor Ume. We also expect him to join us. Let me take this opportunity to recognize some very distinguished Nigerians in the entertainment sector who are here with us. The CEO, Kenny's Music and Media Group. He is a man also ever young. Please recognize Kenny Ogungbe here with us. Thank you. And can I break the news that we have a legend here with us, one of the Nigerian legends you can be proud of. All over the world, I already feel like singing reggae music. Please welcome the Opuds Wiliki, the man we know as the Chairman, Musical Copyright Society of Nigeria, NCSN. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Also in this room are distinguished Nigerians from various walks of life. I'm talking of Nigerians in the diaspora who have made their way to be here for this great event. We also have the Diaspora focal point officers. They are dotted in parts of this room. Please, Excellencies, focal point officers, rise for recognition wherever you are. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. They are very distinguished. They do a lot of work for NIDCOM indeed. And I want to recognize someone just seated by you. But before I do that, let me recognize the Secretary NIDCOM, Engineer Sule Yakubu Basi. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. There's someone seated right beside you, and I want you to tell the person you are recognized. You can do that better by saying it in your language, welcome. Just say welcome in your language. If you don't understand what's been said, just say same to you in case you are afraid. You know, some languages are so powerful. By the time you hear welcome in some Calabar language, you almost feel like you are going to war. But that's the power of language. A round of applause for yourselves once again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we begin now with the welcome remark. My name is Tokbe Ujeme. It's an honor to be here. If you don't clap for me, you would need to go to court by force. So clap for me so you don't go to court, because I have a lot of people who will stand for me. Please help me welcome, for the welcome remark, Dr. Miss Badewa Adejugbe William. A round of applause for her.
Wow, what an amazing day, amazing 2 days. All protocols duly observed, if you would allow me. Too many dignitaries, executives, honorables here today. If I start listing everybody, I'll be here till another hour. So thank you all for dignifying us with your presence. I welcome you, every single one of you, to the 6th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, which is organized by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, in collaboration with the Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, with the theme, New Vistas, New Aspirations, New Visions, the Diaspora and National Development, which is why we hold NDIS. NDIS, inaugurated in 2018, has been instrumental in harnessing the potential of the Nigerian diaspora community for the economic development of the homeland. In the past 6 years, it has been able to provide a dynamic platform where investors from the diaspora could interact with potential sponsors, partners, business owners and promoters who are looking for investors, collaborators, and government officials for ease of doing business. Fortunately, NDIS has evolved into a catalytic platform that extends beyond dialogue, translating words into actions, driving real change and investment in Nigeria, and yielding significant impact over the years. Yesterday's speeches, I guarantee you, you are on a roll. We've had so many requests already from different investors all over the world asking about contact, connecting, reaching out to some of the pitches that were done yesterday. So already some deals are in the works, so congratulations. The different success stories collated from different participants of the past summits underscores the summit's tangible contribution to business and investment in Nigeria and to the socio-economic development of our people and the infrastructural development of our nation. Some of the success stories among so many include Quebec Foods Processing, Industrial Parks Limited in FCT Abuja. We're very proud of this young man. He's going all over the world. His business has taken off right after NDIS, and he's here as a sponsor of today's event. He signed a partnership agreement for equity financing, demonstrating the summit's impact on investment and collaboration. Also, Bedaco Global Resources Limited in Niger State, a 2020 and 2021 summit attendee, attracted interest from potential investors for their business. The Ginger Growers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria in FCT Abuja, a 2020 summit attendee, started producing more value-added ginger products and initiated a partnership with the University of Abuja for a processing plant in a remarkable development. Haifa International, inspired by its participation in the NDIS of 2 years ago, is engaging in a partnership with us to address issues of sustainability, improved access, and value addition in Nigerian agriculture. As we all know, population of the world is growing, and Nigeria is estimated to probably double by the year 2050. We need to be able to feed ourselves. IFA is primed to help us achieve that objective. This is a clear indication of the real-world impacts that NDIS has been achieving. I think we deserve a round of applause for that. We are proud of what we have achieved so far in driving Nigerian diaspora investment into the country and in achieving real-world impact in the economic space of the country. But we know we can do so much more, and this is what we are set to achieve in this 6th edition of the summit. It promises to be a landmark event, building on the momentum of its predecessors. The summit, as it's customary, will feature government officials and thought leaders who will set the tone for investment in this year's summit. As we all know that the present administration assumed their offices this year, this is a rare and remarkable opportunity for attendees to gain insights and directions from key figures in the Nigerian government, offering unparalleled access to the development, strategies, opportunities of this new administration in the nation's economic landscape. With a rich history of impact, the summit also promises a premier platform for Nigerian businesses seeking investment opportunities to present their ventures to global investors, foreign investors, and a global audience. One of our investors who is here in the room has committed to not only sponsor the two best MSME pitchers, is also committed to sponsoring 2 to 3 to present to a group of global investors in the United States of America, of over 5,000 international investors. He will train them, he will pay for the training, he will make sure they're ready, because that summit has 80% success. So we're already reassured that 2 to 3 pitchers from this hall will be featured in the United States before the end of this year. And we're also confident they'll get investors. All business owners have received training to effectively pitch their businesses in ways that will showcase their value proposition, highlight their growth potential, and connect them with potential investors on a global scale. This is all in a bid to build on the unparalleled exposure that the summit has consistently all through the past 6 years offer businesses, especially local businesses, and to ensure that these businesses attract substantial investment and expand their operations. In addition to showcasing businesses, the summit also provides interested organizations with the opportunity to exhibit their products, their services, and innovations to a diverse and influential audience. It also provides these organizations opportunity to forge valuable connections and partnerships with potential investors, collaborators, and business leaders from Nigeria and around the world. The key feature in this room is the business-to-business networking, so make sure you take full advantage of that. Meet the person next to you. You never can tell. That may be the change maker in your history. The Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit has consistently enjoyed the support of numerous organizations that provide private and public who recognize the profound importance of the summit. Their contributions have been instrumental in making each summit a resounding success. We wish to appreciate the federal government, all the ministries, departments, and agencies of all the sectors covered, especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Trade and Investment, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Sports, the Federal Capital Territory, and all the ministries, and Ministry of Education. They were very impactful yesterday. We also want to recognize our partners, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. They've been with us since day one, always supporting and being there for us. DTCA, another partner. We're very grateful for your support and partnership, sir. All our sponsors, what can we say? Your names have been mentioned. If not for you, we won't be standing here because we need money to make this run. Thank you so much for your support. The press, men, women of the press, we thank you for always promoting NDIS on all your platforms. So I don't want to hold you too long because I can speak forever. So I just want to extend this opportunity to once again welcome everybody to the 6th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit. And before I leave the stage, there is one person who is obviously absent. If she had been here, you would have seen her going up and down, working with the pitchers, making sure they were ready, making sure their pitches were queued and online to go. Communicated with everybody, connecting pitchers with investors, being the middle person for all. And she's no longer with us. So we want to take this moment to honor her memory. Thank you.
Oluchi was a great woman, and as we honor her, this short tribute comes up. Oluchi Ironkwe. She handled the pitchers. She was always there. We now invite the members of the committee to stand right in front as we all rise for a 1 moment silence in respect of this great lady, Oluchi Ironkwe. She's missed. We all do miss her. But she did her bit. She served Nigeria. She served the NDIS. She was very special. And we honor and remember her today. All committee members, please to the podium as we now observe a minute silence. May the soul of Oluchi Ironkwe, Secretariat team member of the NDIS-NG, and the souls of all the faithful departed rest in peace. Amen. Thank you. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. It is the opening ceremony of the NDIS, and like you've heard, if you're just joining us, we have been holding this. This is the 6th edition. We do have some participants physical and others online. For a moment, we recognize our online participants. Thank you very much. There they are. A lot of people online with us from all over the world because NDIS connects the world. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our online participants as well. I'll now take the moment, before we bring up the Chairman Chief Executive of NIDCOM, to please inform you once again that please ensure that you register. And for those who are saying, I wish I pitched, I wish I did, well, you would have the opportunity to do that. All you need to do is go to the website and you would understand what the NDIS is all about, what they are doing, the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, and they've been doing, this is the 6th year in a row. And you'll understand visitors, new aspirations, new visions are very important. Little wonder, the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Peter Mba, has said that they must replicate this in Enugu. And you can tell that it goes round all other states of the Federation and, of course, around the world. Help me give another round of applause to NDIS. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is not in doubt that Nigeria is a great country, a country filled with talents, male, female, and spread all over the world. Talents that make a difference everywhere they find themselves. And I've taken this bit of a time because I'm aware of how much the life of Oluchi touched most people, especially the next speaker. But you would help me now, as I believe she's ready, to welcome the all-Nigerian Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, Officer of the Niger OON. You're welcome, man.
Thank you very much and good morning. Well, most unfair to call me after the very emotional tribute to Oluchi. Just a moment. Maybe Oris Biriki should sing some reggae for us. Oluchi was an amazing young lady. She was a sickler, and she struggled, but she lived a good life, and she made such an impact on this topic. Without her, I'm sure we would have been where we are today. So Oluchi, rest in peace. We miss you, and we love you. Good morning, everyone. Number one, our apologies. We had a bit of a hitch this morning because the doors were locked because of the NLC strike, but here we are, and we're glad we could continue this program this morning. Let me start by, can I have some tissue? Thank you. For everyone who was here yesterday and you went through the pitching session and you loved it and learned, can I have a loud, yeah, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
I did. I learned so much. Let me begin by recognizing our ministers. Honorable Minister of Housing, I told you I'll embarrass you today because, you know, when he was in charge of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, he started the Diaspora Mortgage Program. As MD of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. And then he left. And then we didn't see him again. And then nothing happened. And then he became Minister of Housing. So what it means is that this is very special because today, the program that you started as MD of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is what we'll be launching today, as you are the minister that will be launching. Isn't God just awesome? A fine gentleman, passionate about his work, one of the very best Nigerians that I've ever had cause to work with. We welcome you this morning. And thank you for all the support. As MD Federal Mortgage Bank, he was always with us. We walked through that. It was his idea, not ours. And we worked together and said the diaspora deserves a mortgage. And here we are today, under your leadership. As minister, you are now the one that will now launch this mortgage scheme. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. My brother, Senator John Owa Eno. Well, like they said, very sportish minister. John and I were in parliament together. We were together for 12 years, and then he left for the Senate. John is an outstanding Nigerian. I'm not surprised you are a minister today. And beyond that, he's my neighbor. So, he's my neighbor, and a great neighbor at that. But if another fine gentleman, a great Nigerian, John served passionately and diligence when we were in the House of Representatives, Chairman Appropriation, and later Chairman Finance. John was never found wanting. We have great Nigerians everywhere, and I'm glad, John, that you're a part of this administration. I'm very proud to be your neighbor and your friend. Our other dignitaries will come in. As they come in, we'll recognize them. But you see, our two ministers came right on time for this program. Dr. Basi, you're most welcome. Our Secretary of NIDCOM. Our governors, Governor of Rivers State, who generously supported this program. We thank you very much, and we thank your representative, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you. The governor of Enugu State was in touch yesterday, and he said, I'm going to host a diaspora program in Enugu State in December, and I just want to do what you're doing, and that is why he sent a lovely lady here today to see what we're doing. I said, they're doing this in December in Enugu State. A date is not, I think we said December 20th, whatever you're going to hear, but I want to invite all of you to Enugu State. Our diaspora focal officers, you're most welcome. Again, I say welcome to all of you. I can see FCT, Ondo, all of you are most welcome to this event. DTC, our brother, we've always worked together. It's such a pleasure to work with you all the time. Ambassador, ESNIPC, ESNCC, who also supported us greatly. We welcome you to this event. And of course, our diaspora in the building from all over the world. Canada, NCBN, we've always worked together. Ireland in the building, US, UK, China, Saudi Arabia, and for every one of you on the Zoom, you're most welcome to this very, very important summit. This is our 6th summit, and we're proud that it's growing bigger and better. And let me tell you something, we are creating wealth. The Diaspora Commission, working with NDSI, we have been creating wealth. And what it means is that we have the diaspora who are investing in Nigeria. And we will tell you in Naira and Kobo, in the document that we're compiling, how this has impacted the economy. Investing in healthcare sector, education, ICT, agriculture, housing, and you're going to hear about sports and why sports investment in sports by the diaspora is very, very important. So we're glad that yesterday we heard about Nigerians in the diaspora that are paying Nigerians here in dollars, working with them online. Those are amazing things, and we thank you, Nigerians in the diaspora, for all you've been doing for our country. And why we decided to put this together, in the words of Professor Shibajo, who in the last 4 years always opened this summit for us, he said, the summit is arguably one of the surest means of securing investments for the local economy. And that is why we're putting this together. We are the best in the world. We say so. We are the best in medicine. There's no way. I just came back from Saudi Arabia. It's amazing what Nigerians are doing over there. Even in Saudi Arabia, we have Nigerians that are helping to bring people over, get them employed properly, legitimately, on their own, working with the Saudi government. So we are the best in the world. Medicine, engineering, education, every part of the world, we're excelling. So why can't we translate this back to Nigeria? Because NIDCOM was set up to harness this enormous potentials of Nigerians abroad. So, and I'm glad we have, through this, been able to do our own bit in that regard. So we talk about remittances. I know it's always there, but we can do it a lot more. Imagine the diaspora, 1,000 diaspora, put $1,000 together. That's 1,000, that's a whole lot of money. And Dr. Ali Garba, who worked with us on the Diaspora Investment Trust Fund quietly. We counted on your expertise. We'll be talking to us today about investing in your country, investing in the economy. And Dr. Garba, let me thank you very much. Can we appreciate this fine gentleman? And of course, we've talked about sponsors, Coronation Bank, Wema Board, Lemfi, all of you. We really do appreciate you. So as we move on, our theme, as we have heard for this summit, new vistas, new aspirations, new opportunities, the diaspora and national development. This is very appropriate, particularly with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria is always the beautiful bride. Everywhere the president goes, everybody wants to do business with Nigeria. And that is why we say, so should be Nigerian diaspora. If the Chinese, the Indians are invested in your country, you should invest in your own country. Because we know you have the money. We know you have the resources. We know you are investing in other parts of the world. And that's why we're creating a platform to invest in Nigeria, because we, NIDCOM, are your embassy here in Nigeria. So this is very, very apt and is appropriate because it creates innovative platforms of partnerships between the government and the diaspora in attracting investment into local businesses and thus enhancing diaspora direct investment into the country. Also, facilitating economic transformation through research and the local development of new energy solutions, which is expected to boost cross-sectoral investment opportunities. I'll mention a few of the local firms and companies that have benefited through participating in NDIS. This include nonprofit organizations who benefited from donations from US-based grant maker, Rubber Foundation. This include the Association of Female Agripreneurs, AFA, Royal School of Educational Therapy Foundation, Vantage Point Academy, the 100 Naira a day school. This is the school where all you pay is 100 Naira. And you can imagine what those children are learning, amazing. And the Godwin Uzoma Oronkwe Foundation. Beyond this, NDIS has over the years been expanding its participating network, showcasing their products and doing everything to target quite a number of remittances, quite a lot of number of investments into the country, such as the diaspora investors, sponsors, and government actors. Besides, NDIS has been providing pro bono coaching and mentoring services to pitchers, as we all saw yesterday. Where is Mr. Kazim? Dr. Kazim, are you in the building? Yeah, there's quite a lot of money that he is ready to bring into this economy for local pitchers. Your new deals, how to sell your businesses and attract investments. This goes to show that the summit is not just keen on attracting foreign direct investments and ensure that the capacities of local businesses impact effectively on our great economy. So this is a summit that will grow. This is a summit that will build on. This is a summit that deserves every support. This is a summit that will make a lot of impact in the Nigerian economy. And this is a summit that will not relent in our drive to attract diaspora investment from all over the world. So as we move on in this summit, I will hear from our speakers. I just want to assure you that as Nigerians, we are the best in the world. We have everything. We have the human capital, which is our greatest asset, our greatest resource. We all need to join hands together. We all need to work together to build this great country of ours. We can criticize, no doubt about that. What are you doing to build your country? What am I doing to build my country? If we all work together, Nigerians at home and Nigerians in the diaspora, we have no excuses with poverty. We have no reason to even go over the world and be humiliated in some instances. So as we do this, let's just rest assured that there will be challenges, no doubt about that. And that's why we have our ministers here. There will be challenges, but we have to overcome those challenges. I know that it's not a bed of roses. I know that the complaints that we get in NIDCOM, but we try to work at them, we try to resolve them. But the most important thing is that we have to build this country together. Most importantly, as we heard yesterday, there's a new sheriff in town, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let's work with him to take Nigeria to where Nigeria truly belongs, the top of the mountain. And only we can do this for ourselves. coming back from my trip yesterday, virtually everybody in the plane were not Nigerians. And I was talking to some of them, they were all coming to invest in Nigeria. There's something they are saying that you, the diaspora, should say. And we are making you say it. And we're glad that you're beginning to say it. And I know that you will not regret investing in your country. So let's move on. Let's push on. Ultimately, we will build this country together. I thank you all very much for attending, and I look forward to a great event. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her again. Thank you very much, ma'am. Before we move on to the next session, where we have some goodwill messages, a quick recognition of the Honorable Minister of State of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, represented here, Ms. Fatima Bala Kingibe, and they are, Architect Peter Okwanachi is representing MDFHA. Thank you for being here. Ms. Fatima Bala Kingibe, Assistant General Manager, NAT East Department CAM. I hope I got that correct. We recognize you. Thank you for being here. Let me very quickly also recognize our main sponsors who have continued to keep faith with the NDIS. And that's Coronation, Haifa International Nigeria, and the River State government. Please a round of applause for them. Not forgetting all the other sponsors, we recognize you distinguishedly. I want to now bring up Director General, Directorate of Technical Cooperation in Africa, DTCA. Please help me welcome Ambassador Rabiu Dagiri, MNI, for a very brief goodwill message.
Thank you. Morning. Good morning. Distinguished honorable ministers, the chairman, NITCOM, Dr. Dabri Erewa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am immensely pleased that the Director of Technical Cooperation in Africa has played active role in organizing every edition of the Investment Summit. It is in this regard that I congratulate the co-organizers of this event for the excellent arrangements that have been made to ensure the success of this important international event. I wish to express my thanks and appreciation to the institutions and partners for this 2023 Annual Diaspora Investment Summit, 6th in the series, for their belief in the vision of the initiative. I must here commend the dynamism of the chairman, Dr. Abike Dabri Erewa, and Dr. Sele Yakubu Basi. The Investment Summit is primarily instituted to uncloak the local and offshore investment potentials to Nigerians and the Nigerians in the diaspora community. The objective is to boost economic activities in the Nigerian economic sector by leveraging on the diaspora businesses, diaspora funds, and the expertise for investment opportunities in Nigeria. It is therefore a pleasure for me to be at this remarkable event and deliver this goodwill message. Those who had participated at the previous editions of the Investment Summit would appreciate the fact that a lot had been achieved in terms of the vision and mandate of the Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, NDIS, within the Nigerian economic sector. This could only be attributed to the resilience and purposeful determination of the organizers. This year's theme, New Vista, New Aspiration, New Vision, the diaspora and national development, is apt, and it could not have come at a more auspicious time when the new administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has launched the renewed Hope Agenda. The President's recent policies and pronouncements, already applauded worldwide, have further liberalized the investment climate and removed bottlenecks to investment and capital inflow. The conclusion and ratification of the African Free Trade area, and the centrality of Nigeria to the success of the project is instructive. Nigeria, it must be said, is the biggest economy on the continent, boasting of over 200 million consumers, with a young, vibrant population possessing boundless amount of energy and optimism. We have what it takes to attract any willing and genuine investors, which is why our Nigerians in diaspora must be the first to latch onto huge opportunities that have opened up in the country. Nigerians in diaspora and those at home have a unique opportunity to invest in the country, which in years to come will determine the contours of African trade, serving 1.4 million consumers. Africa has 1.4 million consumers, and Nigeria is the gateway. I think if this doesn't attract you, nothing will. It is often said that if you have not invested in the last 20 years, the best time to do so is now. The opportunities are there, then I think we have to take advantage of them. While we want to flaunt the investment opportunities of Nigeria, we must also be honest enough to highlight some of the challenges in order for concerned agencies of government to do the needful. Here I will quote a statement by a Nigerian of high international repute, the president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, on one of the challenges we face as a country with regards to export of our goods. He said, and I quote, according to the sector operators, the cost of exporting 1,100 tons of cargo in Nigeria is $35,000 compared to only $4,000 in Ghana. Today, the leading ports for West Africa in Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, and Benin Republic. All these countries have modernized their port management systems, leaving Nigeria further behind. On occasions like this, we have to think of innovative ways to deal with such challenges. We must have to be honest with ourselves. We have foreign exchange crisis. The only way we can end foreign exchange is by exporting. And if our ports are so unattractive to exporters, then we are killing ourselves. This is something that we must have to do, to dislodge what is the bureaucratic entrenchment in our ports and make sure that our goods and exporters have easy access to the international markets. Let me now return to my constituency, which is the DTCA, Director of Technical Cooperation in Africa. At the DTCA, we have no doubt that the summit would achieve more and surpass the expectations of the organizers, given the interest shown both internally and externally, and the caliber of people in attendance. The DTCA would continue to engage with Nigerians in diaspora, experts and professionals who are willing to contribute to national development. We will continue to support diaspora programs and events with other agencies and stakeholders for the socio-economic development of the country and Africa at large. Before I end my remark, I would like to invite interested persons to register on our website and upload their CVs at dtca.gov.ng. We do a lot of programs and projects all over Africa, including Nigeria. And we need expertise of our diaspora and Nigerians who are resident in the country to join our team so that whenever we have any programs to do, we would have abundance of CVs and experts to look at. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. Thank you. Once again, some very quick recognitions. Let me very quickly recognize Nigeria Diaspora Direct Investment Summit Group in the UK, led by Chief Bimbo Afolayan. I'm told he's online. Chief Bimbo Afolayan, we'll be glad to see you. He's online, Chief Bimbo Afolayan. If you wave your hand or something, we'll be happy to see you. So it's important, we're recognizing him because he's done a great work. There he is, Bimbo Folayan. Yeah, thank you. Otumba Bimbo Folayan. Thank you very much, sir. we recognize you. He's done a great job of starting this in the UK, and he's supporting Nigerians also. There he is. Thank you. We can see you clearly now. Thank you very much. Otumba Bimbo Folayan, thank you, we appreciate you. Also want to recognize the NCBN, the Canada group. We'll get to hear much later from King Wale Adesonya. He'll be coming up very shortly to speak. But let me right now bring up the podium. Before that, earlier I mentioned Hajia Fatima Kingibe, representing the MD Northeast Development Commission. Hajia, thank you very much for being here. Thank you. We'll be bringing up right now the Executive Secretary, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Ms. Aisha Rimis, ably represented by Hajia Ghana Wakil. Hajia Wakil, please come forward for very brief goodwill message. A round of applause for Hajia. Thank you very much, Hajia.
Thank you. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillah. Aisha Rimi, like the chairman, said she was in Saudi and stopped over in Egypt to continue with the investment promotion. So on behalf of the ESNIPC, who is unavoidably absent, I congratulate the chairman, NIDCOM, and her team in the NDIS for successfully organizing the 6th edition of this event, which has been getting better with every succeeding edition. NIPC is happy to be part of it from inception. This meeting is very special to us at the NIPC, as it will continue to serve as a platform for us to interact with the Nigerian diaspora and target the diaspora community for to attract and channel more of their remittances into direct investment in the critical sectors of the Nigerian economy. The diaspora community is no doubt a key and significant player in the economic development of Nigeria. Let me say here that according to the World Bank and Budget Office of the Federation, Nigerian diaspora remitted $168.33 billion in the past few years into the country. And certainly this has an impact on our foreign exchange and has kept the country's forex reserve afloat. Similarly, in 2022, the World Bank stated that remittances flow to Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, grew by 5.2% to 53 billion, and Nigeria had the largest share of those remittances. Again, in a study on behalf of the federal government by DFID, it was found that the bulk of the remittances were utilized for household consumption. The small fraction that goes into investments are channeled to portfolio investment and real estate, while a negligible percentage goes into direct investment. This low level of diaspora investment into the direct investment, according to the study, is lack of sufficient available capital, lack of awareness of investment opportunities, and difficulty in identifying trustworthy investment opportunities. However, the efforts of NIDCOM and other initiatives that specifically target the diaspora community has succeeded in creating the needed awareness and continue to do so. In recognition of this fact, the NIPC has been working with the NIDCOM to target diaspora community to channel more of the remittances into direct investment in the critical sectors of the Nigerian economy, especially those highlighted by our National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. These are agriculture, renewable energy, technology, health, and education. Many of these sectors already have generous investment incentive packages. Furthermore, the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu recently introduced new economic reforms to stimulate and enhance competitiveness of Nigeria's economy to attract quality foreign direct investment into the critical sectors that have been mentioned. There is no gainsaying. We don't pretend to say that there are no challenges in the economy. but most of these challenges are often exaggerated, and the government efforts to address them and the opportunities available are highly underreported. Though we are not where we ought to be in terms of ease of doing business, we are definitely far from where we needed to be, where we used to be. As Nigeria's foremost agency responsible for promoting, coordinating, and facilitating investment in the country, NIPC is happy to partner with NITCOM in driving some of the very useful recommendations that will come out of this summit in targeting diaspora direct investment. And of course, to facilitate those investments, we have a team of experts here that will assist investors through the regulatory procedures of investment in Nigeria. NIPC will continue to maintain investor support to navigate regulatory and administrative processes through the One-Stop Investment Center. We are equally focusing on more on aftercare, and we are happy that the NITCOM is doing it differently. Instead of the endless talk shops, we have seen pitches here which tangible projects that investors can take advantage of. Finally, I thank you all for the attention.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a few quick speeches, and I want to very quickly welcome, like I told you earlier, we have the team of the Nigerian and Canada Business Network Group, led here by King Wale Adesoya, the national chairman. We'll give him just 2 minutes to speak, and afterwards we'll have the privilege of having the legend and Dr. Kenny Ogungbe here on stage to also speak for 2 minutes. Please welcome King Wale Adesoya.
Thank you for organizing this. I want to basically thank the NITCOM, as the lead organization to put this together. I don't think I've missed any one of these events. Every year we bring a delegation from Canada to Nigeria to look for business opportunity. We come here to shop for partners, and that's the whole essence of these organizations. And every year, it gets better and better and better. So I want to basically give a round of applause to all the organizers and NITCOM. Please help me to give them a round of applause. And also, this year has been very good because I got my new shoes made in Nigeria. So I won't take too much of time. I just want to say we want you to take this opportunity to invite you to Canada because we love what is going on here. We want you guys to come to Canada and show the Canadians what is possible, what Nigeria has to offer Canada. So we have Mr. Adewale here and Dr. Adewale. Just wave, So they are going to be leading, so please talk to them when you have the opportunity. It's going to be in October 8 to 12 next year. We want Nigerians to represent in Canada. Thank you for the opportunity, and Mr. MC, you're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you very much, sir. And when I saw that made in Nigeria shoe, I just said, wow, that's wonderful. That, again, makes us happy because we're seeing Nigeria having great things coming out. One of the made in Nigeria you can never forget is a legend. Otis Williki is here with us. He will be coming up with Kenny Ogungbe, who is CEO Kenny's Music Media Group. We'll give them 2 minutes to just say something about the copyright. Otis is, of course, Williki is chairman, Musical Copyright Society of Nigeria, NTSN. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for this honor. I want to thank the great initiators of this great program, especially my darling sister, Dr. Abike Debri, for putting this kind of huge strategy in place to further make us a greater nation. Thank you. My name is Oris Wiliki. I'm a musician. I also protect people's work. Yes. In the event of what we are talking about now, we are talking about investment, especially to those in the creative space. There will be need for you to understand that you don't create these works and throw them in an open space. Otherwise, people will pick them all up and use with you getting nothing. And to make you understand that you don't have government pension as a creative person. Your pension is your copyright, what you get to protect your works, even when you die, 70 years after you die. And so there will be need as you do all of this, those in the creative space should ensure that their works are duly protected by registering with a company like Musical Copyright Society of Nigeria. That way, people will never try to mess with your jobs. If they do, you sit at home and then we do the job for you. And so we make money from you where you are not expecting. So it is very important for people, to those who do creativity, to ensure that their works are protected. Thank you very much. My sister asked me if I could do just one. Let me just do a piece of song for you, so we'll do it together to lively the whole house. So let's just like this. I see it falling. Yes, the walls of Babylon. I see them falling by the wayside, oh yeah. They came to school us with that brainwash education. They came to teach us their own way that will split us apart. Ooh wee, ooh wee. So, we don't need no Babylon law, for it's man-made. All we know is the 10 Commandments. Yes. The Babylon law could be twisted anyway, but in Jah commandment, you don't have no escape. So black man, are you wanted? Are you wanted? Or do they want you anyway? So black man, are you wanted? Or do they? Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you.
So Uncle Kennis is going to give us some great stats that you've not heard before.
I'm not going to sing. Distinguished ministers, good morning. I just want to say thank you to our Nigerians in diaspora. Nigerian music today is being sold by Nigerians in diaspora. I've recorded over 70 albums in the past 22 years. 70 albums. And selling the music to the USA, that's the #1 country streaming the song right now. #2 is the United Kingdom. #3 is Canada. That's a fact. And who are the people streaming the songs? They are Nigerians. They are their children. And again, it's also good to let them know they are supporting Nigerian creative industry without even knowing it. And again, it's also good to know that the future of Nigerian music is right now. Population of Jamaica is 6 million. 6 million people from Jamaica. Listen to the legend, Oris Wiliki, sang in reggae. Population of Nigeria, 2023, is 200 million. By 2050, Our Lady said it will be doubled to 400 million. The Nigerians that are listening to Nigerian music today, they will be doubled, and investments will be double, and revenue will be triple. So it's good to support Nigerian music. If you don't know, now you know the future of Nigerian music is great. Copyright is important because the MCSN is the one that can protect your work forever. Even when you are dead, they are still maintaining your copyright. to your family, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for him. So while the legend Oris Wiliki gave us that reggae shot, it shot into the room two very distinguished gentlemen. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Diaspora Matters, very distinguished Senator Victor Ume. Thank you very much for being here, sir. A round of applause for you. I felt like distinguished. I felt like you wanted to dance. You just needed to hear the drum beat. Welcome. Also, we have here with us Chairman House Committee, House of Representatives Committee on Diaspora, Honorable Tanko Adamu. Thank you, sir, for being here. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. So very quickly, we'll go through the sponsors' remark. I told you earlier, our main sponsors are very specially recognized. Coronation, of course, the government of Rivers State, and Lamifa, and all the sponsors, main sponsors, we do recognize them. We'll quickly take some special remark, and we'll begin with the Vice Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, represented here today by Mrs. Nina Ukoha, Deputy Director, Public Affairs. Please welcome Ms. Ukoha. She speaks to us just for 2 minutes, very brief. A round of applause for her as she comes.
Honorable ministers here present, heads of MDAs here present, my great sister, Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, Chairman, CEO, NITCOM, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to inform you that Dr. Aminu Meida, the Executive Vice Chairman and CEO of Nigerian Communications Commission, is not here with us, but he sends his regards and love, and he is not here due to exigencies of duties. Please bear with him. He sends a goodwill message, which I'm going to read. The Nigerian Communications Commission is delighted to be part of the 2023 Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, organized in collaboration with NITCOM. Over the years, the NCC has been a strategic partner to the NDIS. It is our pleasure to be partnering to this event, which has continued to provide an avenue to educate our stakeholders about the Commission's activities and mandate. The theme of this year's event, New Vistas, Aspiration, New Visions, the Diaspora National Development, highlights some key components of the strategic plan of the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. It is in this light and keying into the vision of the minister that the NCC is pursuing the target of boosting Nigeria's broadband penetration rates to 70% by the end of 2025, while also targeting that coverage is provided to at least 80% of the country's population, especially the underserved and unserved population, by the end of 2027. Another key aspect of the minister's strategic plan involves training 3 million youths in the area of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, and blockchain. This promises increased digital literacy by the year 2027. The focus of this training is to export talent opportunities for people in the country and in diaspora to explore and tap into the endless benefits in the sector in order to contribute to the country's economy. On that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we wish you well in this auspicious event, and we wish to share in the outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And quickly, we invite the Managing Director, Union Bank PLC, represented by Helen Okeme. Helen Okeme, Union Bank PLC. Please, very quickly, a round of applause for them. 2 minutes. We want to appeal that all our speakers please keep to time, because we have a very short time and we would like to get this over and done with as quickly as possible. Welcome, Helen.
Good afternoon. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, Honorable Ministers of the Federal Cabinet, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor to stand before you today at this event, the 6th edition of the Nigeria's Investment Summit, a gathering of great minds and talents committed to fostering greater engagements and opportunities with the Nigerian diaspora community. This laudable initiative, a brainchild of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, has the potential to drive mutual economic growth and positive change for both Nigeria and its citizens based abroad. Investing in Nigeria is not merely a transaction, it is an investment in our shared future and commonwealth. Nigerians across the globe have proven over time to possess unique insights, skills, and talents that have seen them strive and rise to the peak of their careers. We must leverage on these strengths to fuel innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. It is my sincere belief that we all have a duty to create a conducive environment and welcome and support diaspora investment and ease of doing business. This means a collaboration between the public and private sector to align efforts at eliminating cumbersome bureaucratic processes that discourage diaspora investment in the country. At Union Bank, we are committed to providing a convenient banking and investment solution for Nigerians in diaspora, like our mortgage and asset finance products, which provides finance options for foreign-based Nigerians that are looking to own properties in Nigeria. We have also made provisions for our citizens studying abroad to have access to student loans of up to $100,000. Our services also extend to the potential Nigerian business owners living abroad through our seamless payments and collection solutions that handles tax remittances, salaries, payroll administration, bill payment, vendor management, and workflow automation. I urge all stakeholders, including government and federal, state, and local government levels, private sector, civil societies, to join hands to unlock the full potential of our diaspora's contributions and create a win-win scenario for both investors and Nigeria as a whole. Before I leave, I would like to commend Honorable Dr. Abike Dabire-Rewa, Chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, for her tremendous efforts towards encouraging diaspora investment in Nigeria and for the success of this event today. Lastly, let's remember that borders are not barriers, but a gateway to shared success, and we should ride on this golden opportunity that has presented itself to us. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll be calling up next the Chief Executive Officer of Wemaboard Estates Limited, Mr. Oluyemi Ejidiran. Mr. Ejidiran comes up to speak for 2 minutes. Please, a round of applause for him.
honorable ministers present here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here today. First, I'd like to congratulate the impressionable Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Mrs. Abike Dabiri, for this laudable achievement in the history and annals of the Nigerian economy. I also want to appreciate the role that has been played by Dr. Williams and the likes of King Wale Adesanya in midwifing advocacy platforms for mobilizing investment for diaspora community. I express my heartfelt and sincere appreciation and congratulations on this successful hosting of the Nigerian Annual Diaspora Commission event. This remarkable event serves as a testament to the collective efforts and dedication of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. We, as WEMA board, we've tried our best to be able to also mobilize some investment from the Diaspora Commission. And I do believe that the real estate sector of the economy deserves even more mobilization of investment due to the shortage of housing in the country. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for the role he has played and he still continues to play. Our sector, the real estate sector of the economy, has been badly impacted by the vagaries of the Nigerian economic dynamics. But we are ready to partner with the Honorable Minister of Housing as a WEMA board to be able to deliver a solution. You will agree with me, sir, and this was one of the conversations we had with you when we met about 3 weeks ago, that the economy is being affected by the foreign exchange dynamics, and it has made a whole nonsense of the concept we call affordable home. The reality of the matter is that there is no affordable cement, there is no affordable reinforcement. But what can we do? And we have to provide homes for Nigerians, both local and in diaspora. I can assure you we will do our best humanly possible to deliver solution. WEMA Board is a real estate company, 61-year-old standing, a subsidiary of Odua Group investment company. We've been in this business. We deliver housing solution. We are ready to partner with Nigerians in diaspora. One of the mobilization of investment from diaspora that we had in Canada recently, we made it abundantly clear that our role is to deliver solutions for Nigerians anywhere they may be in the world. The success of this advocacy platform, which I believe is very critical in the annal of Nigerian history, depends on how we are able to harmonize solutions arising from the conversation we're having at this summit. And I do believe that with the role that is being played by the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, success will be for mobilization of investment in the diaspora from the diaspora community. I want to congratulate you on this occasion and wish you well in all your endeavors. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you very much. I want to quickly confirm if we have here one of our sponsors, Country Manager Lemonade Finance, Lemfi, Mr. Dolapo Omotosho. Are you here, sir? Lemonade, are they here? Okay, so we'll just give you a moment. Please come up, Lemonade. Please a round of applause for them. Yeah, so bring it down while she's speaking.
I'm Miss Dolapo Omotosho. Sorry. Let's start this. Good afternoon, honorable ministers. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dolapo Motosho, and I'm very thrilled to be here. I'm currently the country manager for LEMFI, Nigeria. And at LEMFI, we're building a place where Nigerians everywhere get to hold currencies, multi-value currencies, in any currencies that matter to them and resonate with their needs. We currently serve about 600,000 Africans in the diaspora. Our unique offerings to them are we give them the best rates, we send our transactions instantly, and they are able to do it from anywhere. They don't need a third-party interference. We're pushing the needle forward with our sister company, also serving individuals in Nigeria, specifically businesses in Nigeria, send money to their partners from the comfort of their offices. Individuals like, businesses like Travel Start, Petrocam, and Stallion Motors are able to access much needed FX from the comfort of their offices at the best rate with a 0.04% for transaction. At LEMFI, I think one of the great things we do with the diasporan community is we do not charge a transaction fee. I've been very opportune to meet a few people here that use the product and had like very, very interesting insights, and that's why we're here today. We want to hear from our community how to serve them better going forward as ZIDE and as LEMFI. The goal here today is to listen to you, impute these changes, and make sure that we move your currency to where it matters. I feel every African in the diaspora has too many people and too many connections to have only one currency at their disposal. We give people access to multi-currency wallets wherever they are. We're standing here today to listen to you as the diaspora funding partner, and we can't wait to do more. So we have a stand outside. If you want to send money to your business partner, receive money from the diaspora, just come out there, we'll get you started. In less than 10 minutes, you're up and running. So thank you very much,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Want to recognize Nuremberg Financial Group. Thank you very much for your work. They're not here. We'll move on to Heifa. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you permit that you speak a little later, because we're really running out of time. Thank you. Thank you, Nuremberg. You are very well recognized. Nuremberger, that's Berger, right? Nuremberger Financial Group. Mr. Tony Ede, thank you very much. We have Africa's Senior Vice President, Mr. Desua Ifedi of Heifa International, represented by Chuba Ezigwe, Heifa Nigeria Communications Manager. Mr. Chuba will speak very briefly. Mr. Chuba, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. I'd like to express Adesua Ifedi's deepest regrets that she's not made it here. Alongside the country manager, they had to go on a quick business trip. Heifa International is an international agro-focused development organization. We've been around the world for about 80 years, in Africa for about 40 years, and just under 2 years in Nigeria. But we've been partnering with NITCOM for an NDSI for NDIS, and we're happy to be here today. A couple of months ago, the federal government declared state of emergency in the food security sector. So part of why we're here is to inject that consciousness in us that as a nation, we must begin to hold conversations and consider collaborations that will help us feed ourselves. And one of the ways that this will happen is by collaborations with business leaders and government stakeholders in the room. So as an organization, we bring our greetings from our senior leadership. We're here all through the summit. We've got a stand outside, and we look forward to deepened collaborations and initiatives that will help guarantee a food-secure country that feeds itself and exports to support other nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Coronation is up next. Coronation Merchants Executive Director, Chief Operating Officer, Mrs. Funke Feisheton Ladimeji. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Check.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is quite a pleasure to be here today. So, to the Honorable Chairman of NIDCOM, Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa, permit me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to stand on all well-laid and existing protocols. I thank you for this opportunity to address you on behalf of Coronation Group Limited, a proud sponsor of this incredible event that is focused on new vistas, new aspirations, and new opportunities for the Nigerians in the diaspora, as well as for our nation, our national development. So let me first start by congratulating Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa, Chairman of NIDCOM, the entire NIDCOM team, the Nigerians in Diaspora Investment Summit, the Nigerians in Diaspora Investment Trust team. Let me congratulate all of you for this wonderful event. I say it's another well-curated opportunity to connect Nigerians in the diaspora to opportunities and the happenings in Nigeria. The NIDCOM platform, because it is indeed a platform, led by the chairman of NIDCOM and led by her with passion and with excellence, has continued to champion the importance of diasporans to the Nigerian economic growth and development. And so I commend you. I commend the entire NIDCOM team and the sister companies. So I stand before you today as a representative of Coronation Group, a financial player that is deeply committed to facilitating growth and prosperity in our nation. Allow me to briefly introduce Coronation, introduce us, and why we are here today. Coronation Group is not just a financial services player. We are a partner in progress. We are a bridge to connecting aspirations with opportunities. With a rich legacy in the financial industry, Coronation has been at the forefront of innovation and consistently delivering exceptional financial services that stand the test of time. And so to our esteemed diaspora community, Coronation Group understands that your financial needs are unique, and we are here to address them with tailored solutions. Whether you are looking to invest, whether you are looking to bank, whether you are looking to insure, whether you are looking at the private sector or the public sector, well, let me call it private market or the public markets. We recognize the importance of providing services that align your aspirations for a secure investment in Nigeria, for a diversified investment portfolio, and very importantly, for impact. In our pursuit of excellence, we are thrilled today to announce our collaboration with the Nigerians in Diaspora Investment Trust. And this partnership is not just for us a business venture. It goes way beyond that. It is a commitment to fostering economic growth and development in Nigeria. Together, Coronation and the Nigerians in Diaspora Investment Trust, together we aim to create an environment where your financial endeavors can flourish seamlessly. Furthermore, I am pleased to share that Coronation Technologies has designed a portal, which should come on the screen, that is hosted on NIDCOM website, and this portal will provide diasporans with convenient access to a range of financial solutions, with the first phase featuring our asset management for investment solutions. And this initiative is a testament to our commitment to enhancing accessibility and convenience for our valued diaspora community. We look forward to providing a seamless experience to all our stakeholders. Coronation's collaboration with Nigerians in Diaspora Investment Trust is designed to facilitate ease and enhance your ability to invest, to bank, to insure, as well as have meaningful impact without hurdles that often accompany cross-border transactions. We understand that navigating the financial landscape can be indeed daunting, especially when it involves investments. But rest assured, our partnership is geared towards simplifying the process and empowering you, the diasporans, to make informed decisions and with confidence. Coronation Group our commitment to your financial success extends well beyond banking. Our diverse entities, including our asset management entity, has tailored investment solutions for strategic and sustainable wealth growth. Our banking service offers expertise in innovative solutions, both for corporates as well as for personal needs, for businesses and for personal needs. We have a registrar business that is focused on ensuring integrity and efficiency for investments through top-notch registrar services. We have a securities business providing a comprehensive suite of services to meet your diverse investment needs. We have a trusteeship, a private equity business, and a venture capital business. All are opportunities, and collectively they embody our holistic approach to financial services. Together, these entities and more form a one-stop solution catering to all your financial requirements seamlessly, and this is focused on the diasporans. We acknowledge that investing can indeed be accompanied by concerns and some fears, especially when it involves our homeland. However, Coronation is committed to transparency, security, and trust. Through this collaboration, we aim to address and alleviate any concerns, providing you with the assurance that our investments, your investments, are in safe hands. In conclusion, Coronation Group is not just a financial institution. We are dedicated, and we are your dedicated partner in realizing your financial aspirations in Nigeria. Together with the Nigerians in Diaspora Investment Trust, we are paving the way for new vistas, for new aspirations, and for new opportunities. And let us embark on this journey together, hand in hand, towards a future of financial success and national development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Coronation Group. Thank you, we appreciate. And with Coronation Group, we should be ending the sponsors' remark, but we're not going to leave out Lauren Berger, because I did say we would come back to them. Lauren Berger Financial Group, Mr. Tony Ede will now come up to speak. Please welcome him with a round of applause. And just after this, we'll be heading for the other part of the program very shortly.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pabina Yinkere. I'm the business head asset management at Lauren Berger Financial Group. I am here representing our MD, GMD, Tony Ede, who is unavoidably absent, and he's asked that I give this very brief remark. Lauren Berger is excited to partner with the summit as a sponsor. NDIS 2023 holds immense importance and promises as it provides a platform for the diaspora community to contribute to the growth of local businesses and attract foreign direct investments into the country. In 2022, the World Bank statistics indicated that diaspora remittances to Nigeria through official channels stood at over $22 billion. This is a huge inflow into the Nigerian economy that aids the growth and development of our beloved country. Thus, the diaspora community needs the support of both government and businesses to drive its participation in the socio-economic, cultural, and political development of Nigeria. We therefore welcome the pledge by the Central Bank Governor, Mr. Olayemi Kadeso, to look into the high charges of remittances to Nigeria to encourage more inflows from the diaspora. We thank the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, OON, for initiating these conversations in a recent meeting. At Norimberga, we are committed to supporting these initiatives as we provide cutting-edge financial solutions that cater to the diverse needs of our clients. Our Norimberga Dollar Fund, a mutual fund tailored for Nigerians in the diaspora aiming to grow their wealth at home, is one of our primary products and aligns with the objectives of this summit. And if I may add, the fund is currently one of the better performing in its category. In addition, we offer businesses that cover pensions management, insurance, securities trading, development finance, investment banking, fintech, digital banking, and other products that will serve our diaspora community well. We are confident that each of us will look back at this event as a milestone, one that provides great value and sets the tone for major capital inflow into our country. Much like Norimberga's 50th-year anniversary, which was keenly represented by our milestone celebration, where we launched our Norimberga Nigeria Entrepreneurship Fund, we trust that this event would also provide an avenue for people who are enterprising, inspiring, and look to grow Nigeria as a home base. At this summit, we have set up dedicated product knowledge booth outside there. You can find our banners there. Please do stop by and take advantage of it. In concluding, I am excited about this opportunity to engage with fellow professionals, investors, and stakeholders present. I am confident that our collective efforts will contribute to the continued success and growth of the financial landscape in Nigeria. Best wishes for a fruitful and impactful Nigeria Diaspora Summit 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we come to special remarks now as we're hoping to conclude this event in another 20-25 minutes. I want to very, very respectfully invite the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Federal Capital Territory, who is ably represented here by the Director, EPRS FCTA, Mrs. Joy Uzodimma, for a brief special remark. Please welcome her with a round of applause. And while she comes, a picture you see on your screen indicates yesterday, actually the team was with the Minister of Mines and Steel, Mr. Dele Alaki, and there you can see them. And the ministry also gave its own part of ensuring that they support the NDIS. This is indeed national, and it is everywhere. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the team again as we now welcome the FCTA.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the FCT administration. The Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, could not make it, unavoidably absent, and has asked me to read her speech. It is an honor to address you at this auspicious occasion of the 6th edition of Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit with the theme, New Vistas, New Aspirations, New Visions, the Diaspora and National Development. This August gathering is a testament to the importance we place on harnessing the skills, resources, and expertise of our global Nigerian community. As we gather here today, our nation stands at the threshold of unprecedented opportunities. And it is a clear indication that Nigerian government is committed to creating an enabling environment for investment. And we recognize the vital role our diaspora community plays in this endeavor. Nigeria, with its rich cultural diversity and vast economic potential, is ripe for strategic investments. It is heartwarming to note that the incumbent government, led by His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is consolidating on reforms to improve ease of doing business, ensuring a more transparent and investor-friendly climate. I therefore encourage you, the diaspora,
to be active participants in this transformative journey. Ladies and gentlemen, your skills and experiences gained abroad are invaluable assets that can contribute significantly to the growth and development of various sectors in Nigeria, from technology and healthcare to agriculture and renewable energy. The time is now for us to join forces and build a stronger, more prosperous Nigeria together. I acknowledge the challenges that may exist. However, the government is committed to addressing them collaboratively. Your insights and feedbacks are crucial in shaping policies that will facilitate a seamless integration of diaspora investments into our national development, in line with the renewed hope agenda of the present government. Let us form partnerships that transcend borders, creating a synergy that propels Nigeria to new heights. Together, we can unlock the immense potential that lie within our nation, building a brighter future for all Nigerians. In conclusion, as we convene at the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, let us celebrate the enduring spirit of collaboration and innovation that define the relationship between Nigeria and its diaspora. Together, we forge pathways for sustainable investment, driving progress and prosperity for our shared future. On behalf of the FCT administration, I thank you for your dedication, and I look forward to witnessing the positive impact of your investments on the continued development of our beloved Nigeria. Once again, thank you for your kind attention, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, madam. And now we move on to invite the Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Diaspora, Honorable Tanko Adamu, who has patiently waited up until now. He represents the people and he comes to speak for the people. Honorable.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Ministers, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of NETCOM, other critical stakeholders, the service providers in the business of linking up Nigerians in diaspora with their home country, other investors. It is my extreme pleasure to be here and to be part of this very important event, which is the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Initiative, bring together in partnership with NITCOM. There is no question in the fact that most of the problems that Nigeria is facing today can actually be confronted with the support of Nigerians in diaspora. Nigeria is in critical need of capital investment and also in critical need of technology. So we can leverage on our diasporan community to bring in capital and also to bring in technology in critical aspects of the economy. It is very timely and is very crucial to the future of this country, and we have to support it and to be able to do more of it. From our part, on the side of the National Assembly, House of Representatives in particular, we are ever ready to support NITCOM and to support the linking up of Nigerians in diaspora with their home country, with the enabling laws in order to facilitate smooth interaction and for the benefits of our home country. We are ready, particularly there are lots of Nigerians in diaspora that are interested in housing and all of that. So on the part of the National Assembly, under the leadership of our able speaker, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, we are ready to come up with the right legal framework, the right laws, enabling laws, to modernize our laws in order to support investment and in order to support Nigerians to be able to link up with our home country to boost the economy and place Nigeria on the right pedestal of development. So once again, let me use this opportunity to congratulate us all for having this very important event and then express our support and sincere appreciation for the opportunity to be part of it. Thank you. I welcome us all.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And from the Red Chambers, we have a very distinguished Nigerian Senate Committee Chairman on Diaspora Matters. Help me welcome distinguished Senator Victor Ume.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable Minister for Sports Development, distinguished Senator John Eno, my brother, the Minister for Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Dangiwa. I welcome you. Of course, the Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Diaspora Affairs, Honorable Tanko Adamu, my workaholic Chairman of NITCOM, Honorable Abike Dabri Elewa, all the stakeholders invited to this summit, representative of the Minister of State, Federal Capital Territory, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to stand out this afternoon to make just a brief remark on this very important summit, Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, organized by Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. It is a well-established fact that Nigerians are in two categories, those in Nigeria and those abroad. Those of us who are in Nigeria were already at home, working very hard to see how we can drive the much-needed change in Nigeria. The very critical, important component in this effort will be what we'll be able to bring in from Nigerians in the diaspora. The Nigerians in the diaspora are in better economies as things have unfolded. Nigeria has an ailing economy, and it's a collective responsibility for all of us to drive Nigeria to the required place of comfort and development. So this summit, investment summit, is very important because the target will be to bring Nigerians that are doing very well outside Nigeria to come home as Nigerians and partner with the Nigerian government. The government we have in place today is very hungry to bring about the desired change from what we are seeing so far. And therefore, there are no better partners in this effort than Nigerians that are well placed outside Nigeria, who are driving business and very prominent developments globally. In America, we have Nigerians at the top of many corporations, either as vice president, as executive director. We have Nigerians abroad who are making waves in the health sector, in technology, in agriculture, in power generation, so many businesses that are doing well. But these important Nigerians are over there. They are leaving Nigeria to grapple with its own efforts. People come from outside to do business with Nigeria, foreign business organizations. I don't think there's anyone that would be more patriotic than Nigerians that are on top of these businesses abroad. If they can come home and partner with the Nigerian government, they will be given access to all the facets and sectors of our national economy for them to make their own contribution. They should come and do business with us. They're not coming to help us. They should be able to come home and do business with the Nigerian government. And of course, make their own profit, and will take part of the profit because they are Nigerians. They must take care of the home front. So this summit is very important and targeted at having access to Nigerians who can drive big businesses. Let them come home and invest. It's only by so doing that we'll be hoping to catch up with our needs. Many Nigerians in diaspora are calling us that we should do everything now to ensure that Nigerians in diaspora vote during the elections. It's very important, but the most critical thing is for them to help drive the process of development here. That's the most important thing. Because if we are still working on how to count our votes in Nigeria, and by the time we introduce internet voting and all that, maybe our results will not be ready in 2 years. You know. So, but the only way they can help us now is to attract their businesses. Come here. Nigeria is still a virgin ground for so many businesses. Virgin ground. When you go to America and see the conglomerates, even in retail business, you see them replicated in all the cities in the United States. Something like the Amazon, Tesco, and so on and so forth. In Nigeria, we don't have such businesses. So people who are outside should come home. They are also in a better position to have access to investment capital than those of us who are at home. If they can think and look inwards, we shall be helping ourselves. So this summit, this is the 6th in the series from what I have seen. I commend the chairman of NITCOM. We need to also go out to mount this investment summit outside the shores of Nigeria. We should be able to go to America, go to Europe, Canada, everywhere, and put up investment summits for Nigerians in the diaspora so that they will know that they can actually come home and do business. Yes, let them come home and be with us. I've seen the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Because he's an architect, he knows what it is. He's already launching mortgage finance program for those in the diaspora. It's a veritable way of opening up the shores, because housing is a very critical component of national development, and we need to harvest our people all over the world. Everybody should put hands on deck. Let us work together and see what we can do for ourselves in the next 2, 3, 4 years and beyond. But the foundations must be laid now through collaborative efforts. So on this day, I'm here to give you that goodwill message and to also tell you that we support your efforts in NITCOM. In the National Assembly, my younger brother, Tanko Adamu, has said so. We are here to listen to Nigerians and make laws that will lead to good governance in this country, and laws that will aid investment inflows into Nigeria. We must be able to attract investments into Nigeria to be able to support our economy. So we are ready at any time. Any sector can bring their own ideas to us. It's for us to make the enabling laws that will fast-track these visions so that Nigeria will really come up and be counted as a very developed economy. I thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, distinguished. Thank you, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. A quick recognition of the technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Nigeria, SAPZ Coordinator, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Dr. Kabiru Yusuf. I'm told he is in the room. Dr. Kabiru, where are you, sir? Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, Dr. Kabiru Yusuf, for being here. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very brief remark from the Executive Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Similaye Joseph Fubara, represented by Mr. Joe Johnson, Information and Communication Commissioner. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Rivers State, created in 1967, lies on the coastal plain of the Niger Delta region of southern Nigeria and has remained one
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers that are here, present, distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives, our chief host, our dear sister, Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa. My name is Joe Johnson. I'm the Commissioner for Information, Rivers State. And I bring you goodwill message from His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara. His shoe is quite a big one. That's why I have 3 of my other colleagues, my brother Commissioner Victor Key, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and the Special Advisor on Investments. The little clip that was to have been played here is a typology of what Rivers State represents. Rivers State is like a mini state in this country because it has all that you require. You talk about agro-industry, you want to look at forestry, palm oil business, all the palms, Nipa and palm oil. Is a concentration of what you have in all the states in the Niger Delta, even cutting across to the northern states of this country. But the governor of this state, having just spent only 5 months, has tried to see how to cure the one city state that Port Harcourt or Rivers State is noted for. And we have a bill already before the State Assembly to open new towns and modern cities. This will give the opportunity to our brothers who are in the diaspora to come and see how to help us develop those towns. And we have also gone further to set aside a sum of 4 billion naira to aid MSMEs and also empower our youth so that we can take them out of some of those social vices that will increase insecurity. And we have also established a bill which is before the Assembly to generate our own power, because power is key. If you must drive the MSC, then you must be able to do that. We are reaching almost all the other things that any investor would like to come, and we have created a very liberal environment to give investors some level of comfort. Rivers people are noted for being very hospitable. We are rich in our cultures, and I believe strongly that anybody who ventures into Rivers State any moment from now will get more than a triumphant entry, that kind of thing that we enjoyed when Christ came. So on this note, I want to say, the governor says I should say good messages to you, to say that he's ever ready, he's there, and anybody who is willing to do any business is as free as air. I was peeved yesterday when I was told that Rivers State has never participated. This is about the 6th of this seminar, and we've never participated. And that's probably the reason why the governor, aside from sponsoring, being the chief sponsor, has also sent 4 of his functionaries to be able to show commitment. And I want to say that we're ready to do as much as Enugu State Governor wants to do. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner. Thank you very much. So, Enugu, you have a run for your money. All right, well, both Rivers and Enugu are also known for something, and that's football, and they do play good football. It brings us to that point where we welcome the Honorable Minister, because there is engagement for the diaspora in engineering sports for national development. Please help me welcome Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Sports Development, ever young, distinguished Senator John Eno.
Thank you and good afternoon. I recognize the Chairman Senate Committee on Diaspora, the Chairman House Committee, my colleague, the Minister of Housing. I recognize everyone present here, and very particularly I recognize the chairman of NIDCOM, my colleague, my neighbor, my friend. I thank her for the leadership that she's provided and she's continued to provide. The 6th edition of this summit and counting is not a joke. What it means is that this summit has become a brand upon which investors can actually invest. There's consistency, there is seriousness, and there is focus. So I congratulate her for her leadership. The MC talked about Enugu and Rivers as being great football states. And I've always tried to indicate a Minister of Sports Development and not necessarily Minister of Football. We got close to 30 sporting federations, and that is what the Ministry of Sports Development is about. Let me thank the organizers for this summit. It would not have come at a time better than now. And for me in particular, at the time that the leadership of this country, led by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has found it necessary, to entrust upon me the charge to develop sports, and in addition, to lead the charge and to enable a revamp of the sports sector, just so that this sector would, continue to provide a means of livelihood and take millions of Nigerians out of poverty. And speaker after speaker has indicated how much Nigerians in diaspora have continued to matter to the rest of the world. In every thriving country of the world, it is said that if you take Nigerians out of their systems, those systems will almost virtually collapse. And you can go on and on. Take Nigerian medical professionals out of the UK health system, and you won't talk about it, they will talk about it anymore in glowing terms. If you go to the United States, for example, the most educated ethnic nationalities are said to be Nigerians. So you can go on and on. There are countless others from nations around the world. So for me, and being a diaspora event, I don't think I'm going to spend time trying to give you a lecture about who a diasporan is. But suffice it to say that I look at them as the most patriotic set of Nigerians, the most patriotic. I look at them as people that, most of them, very dissatisfied with the way our country is run, because they live in systems and in countries and in climes that have defined institutions. And they can't understand why Nigeria can't have such systems and such institutions. But in spite of how they feel, they haven't decided to reach for his scissors to sever the umbilical cord that ties them to their fatherland. So they're the most patriotic group of Nigerians. They are non-repentant believers in the greatness of our country, and I think I commend them a lot. It is therefore, a very happy stance, and people have, made allusions to this fact, the contributions of the diaspora community to Nigeria's, push for foreign direct investment. And you've heard the figures from the World Bank, from the Budget Office. The figure of 168 billion, 168.33 billion is dollars, not naira. It's a figure of the last 8 years, leading up to 2022. And if you subdivide that by those 8 years, it means that at least every year there's about $21 billion. And then if you cross-check that with the fact that as of April, Nigeria's foreign reserve, just about $34 billion. So that is when you can appreciate the hugeness of these remittances to our country. And I think, so it continues, these remittances continue to assuage, the impact of foreign exchange scarcity and keeping the country's foreign reserve afloat. You can go on and on. And a breakdown of the figures will continue, are most revealing. So imagine, for example, that we didn't have this source. Next to oil, there's no major contributor to our foreign exchange earnings compared to diaspora remittances. So these are the facts, and these facts don't lie. They don't lie at all. And these facts tell both the informed and uninformed that this very important group, I refer to as God's divine gift to Nigeria, has the power to determine our success or failure as a nation. So for me, they continue to hold relevance to the story of nation building. I'm happy, therefore, to stand before you to discuss engaging with the diaspora in engineering sports for national development. Our president got elected on an agenda, renewed hope agenda. And I think that about 5 months, what he has tried to do, and that agenda came with a promise to revamp the economy and a promise, in terms of the social lives of Nigerians. In line with this, Nigerians have begun to see the decoupling of the hydra-headed administrative nomenclatures that have continued to hold us back. And I think I stand here as a ministry that is the beneficiary of that decoupling. We no longer talk about the Ministry of Youth and Sports. We talk about the Ministry of Sports Development. So this redefinition hereby makes it the sole responsibility for a new vision for Nigerian sports, for the drawing of Nigerian sports profile, for an accentuation of the value proposition map, and for a fit into place templates on which the future of sports shall depend. And, a renowned, South African of blessed memory, Nelson Mandela, in 2006, had said, sports has the power to change the world, that it has the power to inspire, that sports has the power to unite more than any other sector, that sports speaks to youths in the language that they understand, that sports has the power to provide hope where there is despair, that sports is more important than government in terms of, a solution to racial discrimination and debacles that exist. So this is the power of sports. Some other theorists, Maguire in 2015 said that sports, perhaps more than anything else, is the most potent instrument of communication that speaks to billions and billions of people. That's the power of this sector. And I dare say, for example, that going on and on. Sports can transform the lives of individuals, and it bolsters physical, psychological, emotional, and social well-being and development. At the same time, sports plays a significant role in cultures and communities around the world. These factors alone justify investment in sports. The power of sports more than justify the investments that are required to make in sports. But there's also a growing understanding that sports programs merit support because they are powerful vehicles for achieving broader goals, particularly in advancing development and peace agendas. The development community has typically marginalized sports, viewing it as a relatively low priority among the host of needs and goals. Recently, however, an international movement has taken root that recognizes that sports does not have to compete with other sectors, that in fact other sectors can be made to achieve without having to invest in sports. The United Nations, the Inter-American Development Bank, government organizations, the Olympic and Paralympic committees, and corporate entities have banded together to think strategically about sports for development and for peace purposes. At the field level, dozens of programs have been harnessing the power of sports for physical education, humanitarian response, reconciliation, and peace building. And therefore, in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Goals, for example, sports in Nigeria can help Nigeria in meeting the following national development goals: SDG 1, poverty reduction; SDG 2, zero hunger; SDG 3, good health and well-being; SDG 5, promotion of gender and equality; SDG 6 or 8, decent work and economic growth; SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure; and then SDG 17, partnership for development. No doubt there are challenges in terms of all of these. The challenges of sports in Nigeria are not insurmountable. It will require the right strategy to set things running right. So many of us would easily say it takes the will of government for anything to happen. But maybe one of the questions I'll ask you is, even though this is true, but not in its entirety, did it require, for example, the will of government to make Nigerians in the diaspora the second biggest economy outside of the oil sector in Nigeria? The answer is no. The diaspora didn't have to wait for government. The diasporans simply did what? They did what they should do. What is simply required at this time is a partnership between the government and the private sector for things to move. This is why we have zeroed in the ministry on the following as a means of reactivating the sports industry under our mandate. The following are focus areas. 1, welfare, activating and enabling a welfare system for both that caters for serving and retired athletes. 2, activation of the sports business industry that will inspire enterprise involvement and also bring about a marriage with entertainment that will see people not only rushing to feel the Trump stars, but also willing to part with little fees to access and enjoy the values and spectacles the athletes create. In fact, we are at the moment implementing the National Sports Industry Policy that tends to promote sports as business and not just limited to recreation and to leisure. And the component of that is to drive sports in terms of the 3 I's of infrastructure, of incentives, and of investment. 3, infrastructure development and redevelopment. 4, funding for sports development. 5, activation and proper coordination of early age and linking this to latent development and management. And 6, reorganizing sports development for impact. Whenever I've looked at the depth of the issues, and I've done so in the last couple of months, 2 months plus that I've sat on this job, I've been encouraged by the huge potentials that I find, by the huge development prospects that exist. And what are these opportunities? The statistics are before us. 1, Nigeria has an estimated population of more than 200 million. That is huge compared to anywhere else. And we have had a forecast of what is going to happen by 2050 that makes Nigeria almost come third to India, China. So that is huge for the sports sector. 2, the population distribution indicates that more than 60% of these numbers are youths. That again is huge. The next is Nigeria's possible population of active and passive interest in various sports is 158 million. And these numbers include fans and supporters of various sports. Across 30 sports federations, active participants were approximately 373,000. These numbers do not capture entry-level participants in primary and secondary school groups or sports. Next, Nigeria primary school enrollment, 25.6 million. Secondary school enrollment, 10.3 million, giving a total of 35.9 million. Activation of grassroots sports development will increase by 5% of this population, and into the national talent development pool that we're going to look at. In the UK and the US, the record access to facility ratios of 1.1 to 50,000 in the UK and 1 to 35,000 respectively. You can't compare that to access to facility in Nigeria that is 1 facility to about 900,000 people. The gap, of course, is obviously huge. Spectator sports contributed $71 billion to the US GDP, while outdoor recreation accounted for $427 billion in 2018. Sports and physical activities contributed £39 billion to the UK GDP and accounted for $82 billion for the UK economy over the same period. What do we have in Nigeria? In Nigeria, spectator sports recorded revenue of 359 million only, naira, 359 million, and contributed a mere 0.6% to our GDP. By 2022 figures indicate 0.33% to our GDP. And we can do better with sports. And we've already started engaging with the National Bureau of Statistics. Most of this is a problem of classification. Before now, sports is classified as leisure and recreation. But if you classify it as business, the contribution on our target is that sports should do much better in terms of our GDP. So the high figures in the UK and US are linked to the availability of facilities, television, and online streaming, marketing and curated programs and competitions. And I'll take that again. Availability of facilities, television, the power of the media, online streaming, all of these have continued to matter a great deal, and I think that we can do much better. Our vision in the Ministry of Sports Development of Sports Development is to establish a thriving sports industry that contributes over 7% to the national GDP with an annual net evaluation of over $3 billion by 2027. I envision the enablement of a multi-trillion naira sports industry that promotes excellence in sports and fosters talent development. I understand that this may seem audacious, $3 billion a year by 2027, a contribution to GDP of about 7% is audacious, I know. But we are in that season where the audacity to dream, the will to walk the talk, and the right relationships and partnerships that will act as ancillary to making this dream possible are required. This is why I'm here, to share with you the opportunities for investment in the sports sector of our economy and why this is the best time to do so. Our ability to go very close to these figures, hit or even surpass them, would mean lifting nearly 35 to 40 million Nigerians dependent on the sporting ecosystem to survival out of poverty. While this shall also be simultaneously solving the problems around physical and mental health, latent or talent identification and development, national identity and pride, economic benefits to Nigeria, international recognition, social inclusion and empowerment, crime reduction, infrastructure development, educational opportunities, promotion of discipline and positive values, and global diplomacy. We can bring that greatness inherent in our youths, working purposefully together to create a future that is hitherto unimagined. And like I said, there are lots and lots of possibilities. And I'm going to close this with a quotation. And what is this quotation? In the past, warfare was fought on the battlegrounds. Nations gained or lost territories for winning or losing. These days, the battle for dominance and control of markets and mind share is fought on the sporting turfs across the world. This is the age of sports diplomacy. It is about reputation. It is about image. It's about national greatness. And I need all of us to succeed in this regard. Nigerians in their millions are speaking to you through me to hit the call and to help to make sports Nigeria's leading employer of labor that it deserves to be. One of the main attractions of this summit is that I look forward to working together with the Diaspora Commission to convene a summit of similar manner for sports with the Ministry of Sports Development. And we got huge numbers of Nigerians that are out there, that are eager to invest, that are eager to come. What has happened to all the various sporting academies? What is the business behind the sporting academies? There is a lot, and there's a lot to do. I haven't found a sector more engaging and more empowering of the Nigerian youth compared to the sports sector. And I invite you all to be part of this journey, to turn our sports sector, to work for our country the way it has worked for other countries. I thank you.
A round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Minister of Sports Development, Distinguished Senator John Eno. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wow. That does not just take the NDIS to states, but now it goes to every sector of the Federation. Another round of applause for the NDIS. While the Honorable Minister spoke, we had joining us the Honorable Minister of Interior. I want to welcome Honorable Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo. Thank you very much for joining us, Honorable Minister. We will now move on to the keynotes, and that's to be given by Dr. Ali Garba on the relevance of SMEs in emerging economies, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Akufai Capital Equities, LLC, came all the way from the United States of America. We know it's a keynote, but I'm sure Dr. Garba sees the roll call, how long it is, and will help us save some time. Please, another round of applause for him. In the meantime, we'll take a group picture quickly. Dr. Garba will join. Yeah, there's a group picture. Dr. Garba will join in the picture. Dr. Badewa join in the group picture. Rivers State Governor Representative, the group picture. We'll take a quick group picture. Group picture. Okay, they'll come up. The photographers prefer you come up the podium. We'll take this group picture quickly, and after that, Dr. Garba will be leading us on the relevance of SMEs in emerging economies. Dr. Badewa will join. Dr. Badewa.
I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Sule Yakubu Basi. Okay, he's there. King Ade, okay, he's here already. Easy. We'll take this quickly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. The paparazzi guys, help us move the podium back quickly, please. Help us move the podium back quickly. Thank you very much. Let's move the podium. Please, please, let's move the podium back.
Don't worry, from what we are speaking,
yeah, I love your speech.
We'll carry this summit to the diaspora.
Yeah, definitely. Your speech was perfect. Yeah. Oh.
All right, thank you very much. A quick recognition of the NTA. They've been doing a live coverage of this, and thank you very much, the NTA, for staying on with us.
Good afternoon. Representative of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Honorable Kashim Shettima, GCFR, honorable members of the President's Cabinet, ministers, Director Generals, heads of parastatals, senators, members of the House, the chairman and CEO of NIDCOM, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabri-Irewa, the chairman and members of the organizing committee of Indies 2023, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand on all other protocols. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today as one of this year's speaker. First, let me take this opportunity to congratulate our new president and his vice for their election into our nation's highest office. Today, I've been asked to speak briefly on the relevance of small and medium enterprises in an emerging economy. It's a very broad topic, but a very important one too. I'll attempt in the 15 or so minutes I've been given to explain why this sector is actually the backbone and the blood of any economy. There's nothing that I'm going to say that others haven't already said it or that many within this audience don't already know. However, I'll try to highlight, to hit on some very important points that I've put in a paper. I've written a detailed paper with references, and it has a very detailed narrative on the vitality of MSMEs in any economy, not just emerging economy. So anyone who's interested in the full paper, for more in-depth analysis, I'm going to make it available through NIDCOM. So let me start by telling you how my presentation is going to go. I'm going to first quickly tell you what constitutes MSMEs, that is micro, small, medium enterprises, and then why they are important to any economy, then what kind of constraints do they face, and then I'll talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and also I'll then touch on a few highlights on what this country has done to support that sector. And then I'll end with conclusions and recommendations. I think this paper, I am more inclined to elaborate more a little bit on the recommendations, because we're talking about foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investments means we want capital to come into the country to stay for a long time, not portfolio investment that can be sold overnight. So with the right environment created, then we're going to see not just only Nigerians coming back to invest here, but the whole world is going to flood to this country. So how are MSMEs defined? MSMEs can be categorized according to the EU categorization. The EU defines them as micro, which is 10 or less employees, small, that would be 11 to 50, and then medium, 51, all the way to 250. And the World Bank defines the same categorizations: micro, less than 50 people, small, 50 employees, and medium, 50 to 200. MSMEs can also be classified according to turnover or the size of their balance sheet, but we're not going to go into that. Our main focus is going to be on the number of employees, because that's what is relevant for us. This country needs a lot of, our unemployed youths, to get work. So that's going to be the one we're going to focus on. MSMEs operate across various sectors of an economy, including manufacturing, services, agriculture, and technology. What makes these enterprises unique is their ability to adapt quickly to market demands, leveraging their local knowledge, and they foster entrepreneurship. Why are they relevant? There are 4 reasons why MSEs are relevant to any economy, not just emerging economies. 1, employment generation. 2, fostering innovation and technological advancement. 3, they foster economic growth and they reduce poverty. And then 4, regional development. So let's talk about employment. These enterprises are the major contributors to job creation in any country, including the United States. According to the World Bank, MSMEs represent 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. Formal MSMEs are responsible for up to 40% of the GDP of emerging economies. And when you add the informal sector, the contribution is even higher. They create 7 out of every 10 jobs. The World Bank projects that about 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to absorb the growing global workforce. In China, for example, as of 2008, MSMEs accounted for 99.7% of the total number of companies operating in the country. These enterprises also accounted for 89% of employment and about 60% of GDP. So that's how powerful that sector is to any economy. Let's talk about innovation and technological advancement. These enterprises often are at the forefront of innovation, driving technological advancement within their respective sectors. As we saw the various pitches, so many ideas presented to us here, the Diaspora for Investment, they are all technology-based, trying to change the way things are done or the way problems are solved. They are the catalyst for progress, challenging established norms. In other words, they change the way things are done. A notable example that all of us know would be the United States, for example, in the US, Silicon Valley. Companies like Apple, Google, Facebook, they all started as small enterprises. So what we saw today, some of the pitches we saw presented to us, those someday could end up becoming very, very large corporations indeed. Let's talk about economic growth. MSMEs play a crucial role in economic growth, obviously, because if they provide the largest proportion of employment and all economic activities, especially in developing economies. They are the engine that drive the progress of a nation, pulling it out, of a developing economy into a developed economy. By creating job opportunities, generating income, and contributing to the GDP, these enterprises can then be said they are the engine which drive a nation's prosperity. Let me quote from the book, a book titled Gambling on Development by Professor Durkin, professor at Oxford. China is no doubt the most striking success story in economic growth and poverty reduction in the last 4 decades. Its turning point was in 1979. Since then, its economy has grown spectacularly, reaching by 2019 a GDP per capita in constant 2010 US dollars 20 times higher than it was in 1979. Its success was especially remarkable because in the 20 years prior to 1979, its per capita income had only grown by 2.8% a year, in contrast to 8.5% a year in the subsequent 40 years. So what can we learn from this? Why am I using this as an example? Well, there's a reason why that happened. China's government had an unwavering commitment to industrialization via economic zones, industrial clusters, sound development policies, creating the rule of law, social safety nets, and providing robust infrastructure, that is roads, rail, ports, waterways, power. And some of the honorable distinguished guests here have mentioned that we need infrastructure. Without that, the economy is still going to languish. So that approach made it possible for all industries in China to mushroom. They gave birth to baby industries. So to be clear, let's also look at China. How did they discover the secret? China itself actually learned from somewhere. They learned from what we call the East Asian model. The East Asian model that was pioneered by Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore, which emphasized the acquisition of technological know-how, industrialization, and focusing on manufacturing for exports. This strategy was effective in reducing the high unemployment in China and decimating its poverty levels. So let's talk about regional development. MSMEs often operate in rural, remote areas, bringing development and prosperity to regions that are otherwise marginalized. By establishing their operations in these areas, SMEs promote inclusive growth and bridge the urban-rural divide. China, again, I will keep using China because that's the model that I have found by far, which has created almost a miraculous economic development. China organized its rural areas into economic zones, targeting strategic economic advantages of each zone. Towns and villages were organized into town and village enterprises and formed into manufacturing clusters, including industrial value chains. The scheme even evolved into some areas as one town, one product, with many MSMEs manufacturing just a component of a single product. The strategy effectively reduced unemployment and poverty, increased productivity, efficiency, and reduced the rural-urban drift. So I'm going to get to the reason why I'm giving these examples, because we need to borrow our own model from somewhere. So let's talk about the constraints that other countries have faced and how they overcame those. The typical constraints are securing loans, limited access to raw materials, access to markets, especially foreign markets, access to technology, poor technical skills, lack of adequate manpower, poor or inadequate infrastructure, which is lack of water, electricity, roads, warehouses, trucking, and so on. Of course, foreign exchange limitations like we're facing today in Nigeria, right? So to create an ecosystem that would give rise to the growth and prosperity of MSMEs, the government's policy ought to focus on those constraints, just as China did, just as the East Asian countries did, and their economies, and now today the leading economies in the world. I'm going to touch on the African Development Bank, the African Free Continental Trade Area. This is going to be one huge opportunity for MSMEs to thrive. Now, Nigeria being the largest country on the continent with a very enterprising and very intelligent, entrepreneurial system, this is a big opportunity for us. The African Continental Trade Area went into effect in 2021, which now has created a single market in Africa and the biggest in the world. It is seen as an accelerant for regional and local value chains, which is going to create new businesses that would offer investors access to a population of 1.7 billion people by 2030. This is a huge opportunity for MSMEs in Nigeria and all across Africa. So let's look at Nigeria. What have we done to date in order for us to position ourselves to take advantage of that opportunity? According to the International Labour Organization, MSMEs contribute 45 to 48% to Nigeria's GDP, and about 96.7% or 36.9 million of all businesses in Nigeria are micro, small, medium enterprises, which provides about 84 to 90% of employment in the country. Out of all these MSMEs, or these small enterprises, 67% of them are youth-owned, and 98.8% of them are classified as micro. So we saw this yesterday and today. The pitches, they are all coming from young people. So this is a trend that has started in Nigeria because of policies already started by this government, or by previous government, and continued by this government. So clearly, MSMEs are the foundation of a strong and prosperous economy. So therefore, reforms should focus on doing all it can in order for this sector to be supported, to grow and thrive. Let's give credit to where credit is due. We've seen about 180 reforms to date implemented. We've seen the expansion of the national gas supply infrastructure, broadband infrastructure, rail transport infrastructure. All these are meant to assist that sector to thrive and grow. Now, let me make my concluding comment and make my recommendations. MSMEs are important and critical for the 4 reasons that I enumerated before: employment generation, innovation and technology, economic growth and poverty alleviation, and bringing development to remote areas of a country. In the case of our country, while appreciable efforts have been made, there is need to do more. Now, what am I recommending or suggesting for the government to do? Because poverty is unevenly distributed, but still big in the country. The largest the largest population of poor people are in the north, about 67 million people, and about 47% in the south, about 47. So how do we tackle this issue? How do we address this problem? Now, my recommendation is, first, let's continue with the policies that have started, employing all the various agencies that the government has set up to try to create a fertile ground for MSMEs to thrive and grow. But we should do more. I am recommending that the government, like China did, we should zone it. The north should be zoned and targeted to facilitate the growth of MSMEs in the agri and agri-allied area. The southeast should concentrate on industrial activities like we see in Aba. Then the south-south should target energy, oil and gas, renewable energy, something of that sort. We should create an ecosystem zoning for that. Sponsor research and development of technology related to those areas. And the southwest, we should target heavy industry, shipping, high-tech, cocoa, and commerce. Now, I am also recommending that technology and innovation incubation centers should be set up accordingly, sponsored by the government. It provides funding for these young people to generate new ideas, and then when the idea has a proven concept, then private investment can go in there. The government should also provide or boost startups grants for promising inventions, as is currently done by countries like the United States. And then I am also encouraging the government to sponsor an annual award. You should give a prestigious annual award awarded during the Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit or some other very relevant national summit, because that is going to encourage young people and anyone else who has an idea how to solve our problems. And that's how you create new industries. Our development strategy should be fashioned after what China and the South Asian countries did. We should focus on exports. We don't have foreign exchange right now. If we import everything we consume without focusing on what can we manufacture that we can export, the things that we used to consume, we should bring those companies should come and manufacture them in Nigeria. You create jobs, you produce enough for local consumption, and then you export across the African continent. Then Just as China and India did, foreign companies who wish to sell in Nigeria, instead of dumping their products, they should come and manufacture it here and provide jobs. They should provide jobs, and also technology will invariably sip down. Young people copy some of those ideas, just like China did, right? So yes, you want to sell us your Indomie, come and manufacture it here. Partner with Nigerians. And I'm also suggesting, second to the last point, government should emphasize STEM education. Our focus away from STEM education, not emphasizing that, is a big mistake. India is deliberately focusing on STEM. We should do the same thing too. I understand the education budget has been raised to 25%. We need to do more and then focus on STEM all across the country. And then finally, in the area of infrastructure, roads, rail to move goods, bulk movement of goods and services. We also need to dredge our inland waterways so that goods can move all across, all the way up. You know, Benue, Niger, that's how you bring down the cost of moving goods and services. And then, finally, power. Without power, you know, you don't have industries. So we need to tackle that beast that has defied all efforts. Your Excellencies, honorable senators, House of Rep members, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please give him another round of applause. Dr. Ali Garba, he is currently the chairman, CEO, Akufai Capital Equity, highly accomplished executive with over 42 years of experience in the financial service industry. It's important you know that up till 2016, Dr. Garba taught for 12 years as an adjunct professor of finance and economics in the Luber School of Business at the University of Wisconsin. And he also taught MBA classes at Concordia University. Thank you very much. He's indeed an authority, and most of the things he said should not be taken for granted. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're coming towards the end of the occasion today, and I'll be bringing up right now for a brief remark, special remark, the Honorable Minister of the Interior. Please help me welcome Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo.
Thank you. My brother, the Minister of Housing, Architect Dakingiwa, my colleague, once a National Assembly member is always a member. My colleague, the chairman of the Committee on Diaspora, I saw that Senator Victor Ume just left a while ago. And of course, my big sister, my big auntie, Auntie Abike, the chairman of NITCOM, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mine is very simple. For me, it's as simple as just giving a remark. I'm so happy that NITCOM is doing this because I sincerely believe that this is important for the next phase of development of Nigeria. I said it when the chairman was in my office. I said there are a lot of potentials and opportunities in the diaspora, and the responsibility of NITCOM is not just to rescue people, it's not just to come through when Nigerians are in distress. The responsibility of NITCOM involves the economic development of Nigeria, how to bring and domesticate some of these resources offshore, down here, is a key responsibility of NITCOM, and I'm happy that this is really happening. For us, as Ministry of Interior, our job is very simple, to make sure that there's internal security, and of course, to make sure that your traveling, entry and exit, becomes as seamless as possible. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And I can tell you, this is the era of renewed hope under the leadership of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. And I can tell you that apart from maybe London and in the US, perhaps maybe Canada, where we are still trying to solve some issues, today, issue of Nigerian passports abroad is quite better than it used to be. And I can give you one promise. We will not rest until it becomes as seamless as possible. By the grace of God, once the passport front offices, which we are starting, kicks off, you can be rest assured that there will be a permanent solution to this problem. And for our people in Canada, I use Canada as an example because Canada is the second largest country on earth by virtue of size after Russia. But for us to have only one passport office in Canada is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. We must decentralize it. We must, as a government, start taking services to the people and not the people running after services of government. We must change the narrative. We can't continue in the same way and expect a different result. By the grace of God, by February, we assure you that it will have been sorted. Also, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came on board, precisely when I was made Minister of Interior, we inherited a passport backlog of 204,332. We made a promise to Nigerians that we were going to sort it in 2 weeks. But unfortunately, it was one of the few promises that was pretty difficult for me to keep. But the good thing, the bad news was that we weren't able to do it in 2 weeks. But the good news was that we sorted it in less than 3 weeks. And also, we're bringing a lot of reforms because this is important because this is diaspora. I know what Nigerians in diaspora go through. I have families, I have friends, and I know the pain. And I say this, being a Nigerian should not be difficult. It should be a thing of joy. And that is it. And that's why we are here. That's why the renewed hope is here. By the grace of God, before the end of December, we are changing the whole dynamics. The only thing when it comes to passport application process, you need to go to any passport office to do, either in Nigeria or in diaspora. It's just only your biometric, that's all. Everything, including uploading of documents, when people will be asking you for, go and bring your mother's birth certificate, go and bring your daddy's wedding certificate, it's over. Because the only way to eradicate corruption in the system is to avoid human contact as much as possible. So we are, by the grace of God, automating all this whole process. And by February, when Nigerians request for passport, when you apply for your passport, you have no business going back to immigration office to get your passport. Your passport must be delivered to your homes and to your offices. It's not rocket science. People go to post offices in the UK and they get their passport. How many people in America go to immigration office? It doesn't happen. We are not saying we should, we are not trying to create the abnormal. We are only saying copy, adapt, and paste. Simple. Copy, adapt, and paste. It's not rocket science. So by the grace of God, these are initiatives we're bringing. And I want to tell you, the best thing is, if you know you don't want to see this surprise, make sure you come to Nigeria before February. Because by February, by the grace of God, when you come in through any of our immigration, any of our international airports, the 5, Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Enugu, and Port Harcourt. When you come in, trust me, you'll be proud carrying a Nigerian passport. And what we are going to do, we are, as a matter of fact, by tomorrow, the team will be leaving for UK to inspect, and within the next 2 weeks, we'll start our installation process of our e-gate project. What that means is that once you are a Nigerian carrying a Nigerian passport, by February, we want to assure you, you have no business meeting an immigration person at your point of entry. When I go to London, I go to Dubai, I stay on the queue. The Emirati or the British, he passes through a smart e-gate. We want to repeat that experience here. And by the grace of God, by February, the project will be delivered in our 5 airports. So once you come with your Nigerian passport, you just scan your passport with your fingerprint. It identifies it's you. Then you go. We give you a seamless experience. I say this, what the president has told us, he told us emphatically, none of us, and I'm happy my brother is here. He told us point blank, I know the problems, so don't come and tell me about problems. I am not here for excuses. I want solution. That's what he has told us, and I want to assure you, for you in the diaspora, we know you have a lot to do with the Nigerian Immigration Service. And I say this, please, and I want to plead with you. Whistleblowing is a patriotic responsibility. I see people complain. People complain, tell us where, tell us who. Please, it's important, because when there are no repercussions for misdeeds, believe me, misdeed will always become a norm. But when there are repercussions, when you know for every action there will be an equal but opposite reaction, people will sit up. Help us to serve you. We want to serve you. We want the renewed hope not to be in words. We want it to be in action. We want it indeed. And we want the next phase of Nigeria that we have just started to be greater than the past. May God bless the president. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
I think he deserves a standing ovation. Talk about young people in leadership. That's clear, exemplary, and it's just, it is what it is. If you know, you know. That was amazing. I heard King Wale ask someone, am I still in Nigeria? Was that a Nigerian minister speaking? Nigeria is not hopeless, it's a hopeful country. Let me very quickly recognize the presence of another distinguished Nigerian, very distinguished Senator Benga Shafat, MD FHA. He's right here in our midst. Another great Nigerian doing great things here in the country. Thank you very much for being here, sir. At this point, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we come to the high point, the concluding point of this opening ceremony. Before the tour of the exhibition booths, which my colleague Jerry Jime will be anchoring very shortly, we'll come to the launching of the Diaspora Housing Mortgage Scheme by Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa. He will be coming up to speak briefly, and then I'll invite Mrs. Fumilayo Braithwaite to coordinate the luncheon proper. Please, another round of applause for the Honorable Minister, sir.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Interiors, our brother, Bai Ojo, the Honorable Minister of Sports that just left, and the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, the Senate Chairman on Diaspora that has just left, Senator John Eno, and our able Chairman of the House Committee on Diaspora, Honorable Tanko Adamu, the Chairman CEO of NITCOM, the heads of processes and the agencies here present, the MD of FHA and the Executive Director, FMBN, representative of NCC, other partners and sponsors of this program, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to begin by appreciating and acknowledging the innovative drive of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission under the chairmanship of Honorable Abike Dabri. We want to thank them for the good work they are doing and actualizing the mandate of the Commission. Over the years, which I've attended at least one or two of these investment forum, we have seen NITCON champion several initiatives and programs that are helping our country leverage on the massive potential of our diaspora for natural development. This 6th edition of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit is only one of such strategic programs that are helping to deepen the engagement and participation of diaspora in Nigeria across several sectors, including housing and real estate sector. I can say that we have over 20 million Nigerians in diaspora, remitting average of over $24 billion per annum. This is equivalent to over 24 trillion naira per annum, which is equivalent to our annual budget. Substantial part of this remittance are invested in real estate. So, Madam Chairman, we commend your leadership, the support of your team and the partners, and pray for more of strength and wisdom to tap this huge investment potential. Today, I'm delighted to be here to speak at this summit under the theme, New Vista, New Vision, New Aspiration, the Diaspora and National Development. This is because I believe it is important to communicate and ensure that diaspora, that Nigeria is open to business in the housing and real estate development space. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has a bold vision for the sector and is committed to backing it up with the necessary potential that will break down all the barriers that discourage investment in the sector. As the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, I have taken Mr. President's vision, as my brother has just said, and I'm determined to actualize it. Our aim at the ministry is to implement the most historic housing and urban sector reforms the country has ever witnessed. We want to drive through the initiatives that will create an enabling environment for easier, safer, and profitable private sector investments in the sector. A notable part of our housing sector reforms that is of particular interest to the diaspora is investing in the housing real estate sector is land reforms. What we envision is a streamlined land administration that cuts through the bureaucratic bottlenecks and systemic barriers or inefficiencies to ensure cost-effective and efficient access to land for both individuals and investors in the country. Currently, we have a situation where the Land Use Act, which was enacted since 1978, has no complementary institution set up alongside it to provide the necessary framework, guidelines, and regulations for operationalizing it. Just like we have a Nigeria Diaspora Act, Nigeria Diaspora Commission is the one actualizing it. The Land Use Act has no such agency that drives its processes. His Excellency, under the Renewed Hope agenda of Mr. President Bola Tinubu, we aim to fix this systemic anomaly. We are working to establish a National Land Commission. Part of their work will be to outline clear implementation guidelines for the Land Use Act to chart a new path for effective land administration in the country. Last week, I met with the leadership of the Presidential Technical Committee that has been established on land reforms. A renowned committed scholar, Professor Peter Wadeni, where I committed to incorporating all the comprehensive work they have done over 14 years in our land reform strategy. As the renowned scholar said, experience shows that a nation never develops if it doesn't conduct land reform. This will be done under the Renewed Hope plan of housing. The second is the nationwide adoption of the model mortgage foreclosure law. The model mortgage foreclosure law provides contemporary provisions on the creation, registration, and enforcement of mortgages, along with remedies like foreclosure and the enforcement of mortgages on real properties and related purposes in Nigeria. As of today, this model mortgage foreclosure law has been passed in only 4 states of Lagos, Kaduna, Ekiti, and Nasarawa states. We aim to drive its passage in all the states of the Federation as part of our efforts to ensure that investment in the housing and the mortgage sector are protected. Under the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, we are also particular about boosting local manufacturing of building materials. Nigeria's shortfall of the supply of quality housing stock presents a good opportunity for investors. To drive this, we aim to establish and create an enabling environment for private sector players to produce building materials locally, to lower costs, create jobs, grow the economy, and also ultimately ensure inclusive growth. To do this, we are planning to establish 6 building material manufacturing hubs, 1 in each of the political zones of the country. The hubs will be provided with relevant facilities, including access to road, electricity, fit-for-purpose housing, and relevant linkages to manufacturers to site their firms and operate. We are also proposing relevant incentives that will make it more profitable and rewarding for the private sector to manufacture building materials locally. I would like to say that personally, I do not worry much about the challenges that we have in our country today. I encourage each one of us, especially the diaspora, to have that mindset. These challenges represent opportunities for us to make a difference and chart a more progressive path forward. And I think that this is the essence of this summit. The good news is that we now have a president who is a visionary, a problem solver, a game changer, with the political will to get the right thing done. And as a ministry, we are willing to support diaspora initiatives in the housing and urban development space, as well as encourage partnership with the diaspora towards making a change in the housing and urban development narrative of our dear country. It's important for me to state that when we think about diaspora, we are not only thinking about them, about their own resources, or them chasing the finance to develop our country, but we also see them as Nigerians who, although they are abroad, or desirous of owning houses here at home. It is in line with the thinking that when I was the MD of Federal Mortgage Loan of Nigeria, I developed the Diaspora Housing Mortgage Loan in collaboration with the Nigeria Diaspora Commission. The Diaspora Housing Mortgage Scheme is designed to enable Nigerians. I'm happy that the MD of the Federal Mortgage Bank has sent his representative, the Executive Director of Loans and Mortgages. He's here with us. This housing mortgage scheme is designed to enable Nigerians living overseas participate in the National Housing Fund scheme so that they can access up to 50 million naira to own their own homes in Nigeria. Participants can access the loan via the National Housing Fund. It's a loan that the mortgage bank gives, or the rent to own, or the individual construction loan, where if you have a land with the title, they can give you the money so that you build that your house by your own incrementally. The terms are affordable and best market rates that you can have. This includes a single-digit interest rate of 9% and a payback period of 10 years. So as part of the initiative, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria will facilitate the construction of affordable housing units in major cities that meet the specification of Nigerians in diaspora. I will say that the FMBA is not the only agency under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. I'm happy that the MD of the Federal Housing Authority, who's an agency under the ministry also, they are delving into catering to the housing needs of diaspora. The FHA is also involved in part of the ministry's sector-wide sector efforts to cater for the diasporans. They have undertaken to develop a diaspora city project under the PPP arrangement, comprising the FHA, the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NITCOM, and the Federal Capital Territory. I'm sure if time permits, the MD may likely present the estate of the diaspora city for you to see. So Nigerian in Diaspora Commission, the Federal Capital Territory, and the private sector, they have to collaborate. The project is situated in Maitama 2 with over 675 hectares of land. The FCT administration has committed to opening the road and providing the relevant infrastructure. The Diaspora City project is designed to have bungalows, semi and duplexes and detached duplexes and mansions to reflect its inclusive essence. Overall goal is to ensure that our brothers and sisters sojourn abroad, they also have a decent shelter over here in Nigeria to call homes. So today I want to say that I'm excited to be the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development to launch the Diaspora Mortgage Scheme, which I initiated as the MD CEO of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria on this auspicious occasion. Indeed, I consider it a positive twist of fate. Yes, and I want to use this opportunity to urge Nigerians in diaspora to seize the opportunity in the scheme, as the scheme affords them to actualize their dreams of owning affordable homes in their country, Nigeria. I'm aware that the mortgage scheme is set to be launched in the United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States soon. And it is my hope that the diaspora community will take full advantage of this opportunity and the massively subscribe to reap its short and long-term benefits. As I conclude my speech, I would like to assure you of the Federal Minister of Housing and Urban Development's commitment in sustaining the necessary collaborations, partnerships, and engagement with the relevant stakeholders in the housing and urban development sector, as we all work together towards ensuring the success of diaspora housing mortgage scheme, provide affordable housing, and ensuring sustainable urban development for Nigerians. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
At this juncture, I hereby formally and officially launch the Diaspora Housing Mortgage Scheme.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
you, Honorable Minister. Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Very shortly, he will be back upstage for the official launch, but I'm going to just invite distinguished Senator Gbenga Ashafa for a very brief speech. He's MDFHA. He will just speak very briefly before we launch. Distinguished Senator Gbenga Ashafa, sir.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister, Housing and Urban Development, the Minister in charge of Interior, the Chairman here present of the House of Representatives and the Senate, Committee on Housing and Diaspora, Executive Directors here present, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister had already said so much, covering what FHA stands to do with NIDCOM. The chairman of NIDCOM for a couple of years have been having in and out exercises and activities bordering on ensuring that the diaspora city, the smart city, becomes reality. And why is this? A lot of the Nigerians who are abroad have had very, very unpalatable experiences at home. Some of them send money home for their relations to build, and at the end of the day, nothing there. Some of them even went through securing loans. There was an arrangement that was piloted by NIDCOM, from what I understand, through the CBN. At the end of the day, nothing came out of it. And the Chairman NIDCOM then approached FHA, and through them and the magnanimity of the Federal Capital Territory minister then, we were allocated close to 700 hectares of land, part of which is to go for the diaspora city. That reality is coming to bear now. And by the time my general manager in charge of partnership mounts this stage to show you the 3D composite of what we are going to enjoy, you will know that we need to really applaud the sagacity and the interest that the current president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has put into ensuring that Nigerians in the diaspora are well catered for as far as having shelter over their head is concerned. Thank you very much. Let us just wait for a few seconds. Architect Okpanachi is here. He will come on board to let us see this. It will not take you more than 7 minutes, but it speaks volume. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, honorable ministers here present, honorable members of the House, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to give a short presentation with regards our dream to make the dreams of our brothers in diaspora a reality. I will please call on the technical team to project our clip.
Let's have the projection on the board quickly. Technical stream. Technical team, please put the projection
While they're trying
up.
to get themselves together, I will just talk briefly on how Nigerians in diaspora can enjoy the product we have. Ladies and gentlemen, the product that Federal Housing Authority brings on board is one that everybody here in this hall needs: shelter. The Federal Housing Authority provides shelter for both, or not just both, for the top.
Was conceived with the intent to surpass the feats as achieved on our pioneer project named Festac Term, which was developed in the 1970s and was then acclaimed at its completion as the best residential estate ever built on the then African continent. However, Federal Housing Authority is determined to surpass such great feats in urban planning and development through the Abuja Diaspora City project, which is intended to house 150,000 people. The Nigerian Diaspora Housing Program, NIDHOP, is therefore designed with the following objectives. 1. Providing secured home ownership solutions to Nigerians in diaspora, thereby shielding them from the hook of fraudsters and housing speculators. 2.
Hello. While the clip is going on, ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Housing Authority is providing opportunity for you in the diaspora to own homes back at home, and not just that, to also invest in housing in Nigeria through one of our models, which is partnership. In this case, we hope to invite those people that are interested in investing in housing to come partner with us. The Federal Housing Authority is interested in bridging the gap that so exists currently in housing in Nigeria. So what we do is to provide you with an enabling environment through the provision of land. All you do is to come with your technical aid, in terms of new technologies and also financing of some of these projects. In our partnership model, we don't need all the money. All we need is a 25% of whatever the total project cost is. We hope to source the other money from other people's money, from off-takers. Ladies and gentlemen, Partner Federal Housing Authority brings about confidence, trust in this investment. You are sure you recoup your money, and you'll be making money in two prongs. One, as an investor. Two, as a developer. And you are sure of getting title to these houses, which you can use later to do other businesses. For want of time, I'll stop here, but should you want more information, please find it very... We do not have a booth here, but our office is very clear. You can come to the office. I will discuss with you further to open up the opportunities in housing to you here in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please do give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. And I invite Mrs. Fumi Braithwaite as we have the lunch. And immediately after that, we're doing a tour of the booths. Please help me welcome Mrs. Fumi Braithwaite. We'll be lunching the Federal Mortgage House. This is imaginary, so just see the house inside the lunch. You know what I mean? See the house inside it. Yeah, so she'll be calling.
Honorable Minister, okay. Dr. Ashafe, Honorable Minister. Dr. Badewa.
You'll notice that the Honorable Minister of Housing has expanded the house. The land was smaller before, he just expanded it. So there's room for more. My colleague Jerry Jime will be leading us on to the booths very shortly.
Honorable Minister, thank you, sir.
The process will now be done. All the speeches of our honorable ministers is requested by the Secretariat for use. Please meet the Secretariat and drop the speeches of the honorable minister, the keynote address, all the speeches, they're required so they can be uploaded. The microphone is with Mrs. Fumi Braithwaite. You have the mic.
Today we are launching the Nigeria Diaspora Mortgage Scheme for Nigerians in diaspora. In the name of God. Amen. Thank you.
And that's it. The lunch is done. The lunch is done. We'll have photograph. We'll have photograph. Let's stay there for photograph quickly. We'll have photograph right now. And members of the committee are invited for photograph. FBN Quest is recognized. FBN Quest. They're recognized. They have a booth here. And we'll also be able to engage them. Jerry.
Hello, committee members, please come on stage. NDIS committee members, please come on stage.
After this, we'll quickly take the national anthem. We'll take the national anthem. We'll take the national anthem now because of the broadcast, and then photograph. The national anthem.
Rise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have photograph now, and afterwards we move on to the tour of the exhibition booth. Jerry.
Yeah, sure. And
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's come up to the time, just as Dr. Ojeme has said earlier, for the tour of exhibition booths. And of course, the exhibition will be led by no other than the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. And she is no other than Honorable Dr. Abike Dabrierewa, AON, who will lead Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Senators, House of Reps members, captains of industry, as well as every other distinguished personality here present on the tour, just out the door there. So please, we want to crave your indulgence to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My colleague Omelogo and Jerry will be leading us through the next sip, and then afterwards we're coming back for the pitch, right?
Yes, we would continue the pitching session. The agro-business special pitching session will continue right after. Tea break and lunch together, wahoo!
And then right afterwards we'll have the panel discussion also coming up. So we move the microphone to the booth now. Jerry will be doing that.
All right, moving over to the booth. We hope that we are ready over there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's carry this out in an orderly fashion. Yeah. Coming through, coming through, coming through. Hello. Coming through, please.
They have only gone to the booth. No, what I'm saying, you can photographers. I already left here. Thank you. Thank you.
It is very pertinent that this microphone gets to the chairman, please.
No, it's for that NTA man. Idea already.
All right, we are now at the River State booth. Oh dear.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Badewa.
Mr. Man. Okay, NTA.
DLI school is a DLI school. That's we are registered. Yes.
Thank you so much. You're making us proud. All right, next, right here, we have Gatol Finance Company. Please tell us what you do.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Patrick Obiakachak, CEO and founder of Gadol Finance Company. We are a finance house licensed by the Central Bank to do the following services: fund management, loans and advances, and financial advisory services. So we have supported SMEs in the last 9 years to the tune of about 10 billion naira. Okay.
Excellent. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we start. Sorry about that. We start in 5 minutes. Please settle down. Please, ladies and gentlemen, do settle down. A quick rundown of what we're going to do. Yes. If you look at your program, we're going to start from the special session on agribusiness. Now, this special session has some remarks and a presentation on agro-industrial processing zones, SABs, and the keynote address. And right after that, we have a panel discussion. Now, I would crave your indulgence to get settled so that we can commence and do it vit. That's rapidly and end in good time. Time check is 3:53. If we start now, if we're lucky, we'll end at 6. Otherwise, maybe we would do 7 p.m.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to crave your indulgence to please get settled so we can go into the next session. Please, if you don't mind. Please, if you don't mind, may we get seated so we can go into the next session. This will help us so much. So we'll be able to finish here in record time. Please.
Okay, but Jerry, I'm the one who is popular here. You are not. Please, can you tell them who you are? Because I don't think anybody knows you. Please, does anybody know this man? I don't think anyone knows you. I'm the one who is popular. In fact, I'm the village champion here. Who are you? Okay, introduce yourself.
All right. My name is Jeremiah Jime, Radio Nigeria Network News. And, of course, I'm aspiring to be a local champion here, too. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Jerry. Thank you. Mr. Jerry is going to be with me till the end of today's session and perhaps also tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jerry. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
To get started, please, do we have Hafer International Country Office, Country Director, I beg your pardon, Interim Country Director for Hafer? Please, we would want you upstage in a bit. We also would have the presentation on special agro-industrial zone SAPs. Please, that will be given by Dr. Kabir Yusuf. Dr. Kabir Yusuf, please, are you here? An indication of your presence by a hand in the air. Okay. If I were allowed to vote, I would do you remember Mr. Tope earlier in the day when there were lots of remarks to be given and he would call someone and say they are not here and he will move to the next person immediately even though the person is on their way to upstage? If I were left to vote, I would do that. If I were left to vote, I would go straight to Peaches. Peaches, please, are you here? Agro-business Peaches, are you here? If you are, I would still want you to one side of the hall. I want you all together. It's easier to have you coming from one side. And please also ensure, earlier this morning, you were all seated to my left. Please do so still today. And also, please kindly ensure that your media is ready with the technical crew and that you have the right media with them, the current media, the updated version, so that once you're up, your presentation will be quick, will be fast. Right now, we're way into the afternoon, and we may not spend a lot of time giving you having you present your pitches. So please ensure that your media is ready.
We have to do everything we can to manage time, so we'll be able to you know, finish in record time. We believe that so many of us here may want to finish up here and perhaps go about other activities later on. And so it will be nice if we do everything we can to manage time, just as I said earlier. Please, we did mention or call out some names here earlier.
So we're starting from the beginning of the agreement.
You can see we have more people, more dignitaries walking back into this arena. So we'd like to know if you are here. The Haifa International Nigeria, that's the interim country director, Haifa International Nigeria Country Office, Dr. Lekan Toby, and of course Dr. Kabir Yusuf of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Please, if you're here, or if you've been presented, we'd like to have you. I saw a hand up there, I don't know. Ooh. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mrs. Stella Onyekachi to give us the remarks on behalf of the interim country director of Haifa International Nigeria. Please.
Let's put our hands together for her.
No, here. This stairway.
Once again, I want to appreciate the organizers of this program, especially NDSI as well as NIDCOM. All protocol duly observed. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to Haifa International to partner with NDSI and those in diaspora to making sure that we achieve a great nation. Haifa International was established over 80 years ago, and we have our headquarters in Arkansas, the United States. However, the Nigeria Country Program was established in 2021 through its signature program for Nigeria, Naija Unlock. Haifa International Nigeria aims to unlock the potential in Nigeria's agricultural sector as well as the agribusiness sector to achieve food self-sufficiency by working with smallholder farmers and local value chain actors to increase their productivity such that they can meet local demand for food while closing the living income gap for families in the rice, tomato, and poultry value chains. We are hoping to expand to cover other value chains, which we call our secondary value chains, such as our works that we hope to pursue in the ruminant sector, majorly the cattle, goats, and sheep sector. Our aim and objectives are centered around 3 major areas, which is to improve livelihoods, increase awareness and access to agricultural innovations and technology, such that more youths are attracted into this very, very viable sector. As well, our objectives are aimed at increasing access to inputs, access to markets, innovative finance, and other services that improve farmers' net income and productivity. We also hope to address issues of climate change, mitigations, and adaptation. We are working in 5 major states in Nigeria, including Lagos, Ogun, Edo, Benue, and Nasarawa states. And we are pursuing expansion with our private sector, public sector partners across Nigeria. We are hoping that as those that are in the diaspora partner with our smallholder farmers, that we'll be able to bring over 2 million smallholder farmers out of poverty by the year 2030. We invite you to join us as we work towards these our very, very major objectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Let's put our hands together once again for her.
I'd like to remind you once again that Haifa International is one of our main sponsors for this event. And listening to her speech, I realized why they found it pertinent to be a sponsor of this summit. Okay, so the next thing we take right now, I'd like to invite to the podium Mrs. Folusho Olaniyo for the keynote address. Oh, well done. Welcome, ma'am. Good afternoon. Madam, can you hear us from there? Hello, ma'am. Please, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
It's good morning here.
Fantastic. Please, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. I recognize the presence before of the honorable ministers of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Sports Development, and the Ministers of Interior. Most especially, I recognize Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa, OON, the CEO of NIDCOM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted today to be speaking on exploiting opportunities in the agricultural value chains for sustainable development. Speaking to you now from the United States, I am a proud Nigerian citizen and an agribusiness practitioner and a representative of valuable lessons learned through my experience as an independent director of Udua Investment Company Limited. Also as the chairman of Sultry International Company and the chairman of the Agriculture and Agro-Allied Committee of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. With this background, I'm honored to address this esteemed gathering on the topic of viable agribusiness value chain opportunities and partnerships that can improve food security and forex revenue in our great nation. Over the years, the agricultural sector has been a double-digit contributor to Nigeria's GDP. And the sector contributed 21% in Q2 of 2023, while crop production accounted for 19%. The synergy between the agricultural sector and the fast-moving consumer goods sector is a symbiotic relationship. As agribusinesses serve as the primary source of raw materials for many fast-moving consumer group products in Nigeria. With its abundant resources, it holds tremendous potential within the agricultural sector. However, we have encountered significant challenges that have hindered our progress. These challenges include inadequate infrastructure that negatively affects agricultural logistics, limited access to capital, insufficient agricultural mechanization, which still makes a large percentage of farmers, especially in the hinterland, reliant on outdated farming techniques. Insecurity and power are also huge challenges. I believe we can overcome these obstacles by exploring the untapped potentials within the agribusiness value chain and fostering strategic partnerships. One crucial lesson I've learned is the importance of optimizing each stage of the agribusiness value chain to enhance food security. By investing in agribusiness value chains and the opportunities, we can actually improve the efficiency of our food production and distribution systems, reducing post-harvest losses and ensuring an adequate food supply for our citizens. Through my role as the chairman of Sultry International Company, a leading agro-processing firm, and the first in Africa to produce sorbitol from cassava, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of processing agricultural commodities locally. By adding value through processing, we not only create employment opportunities, but also reduce post-harvest losses. We increase shelf life and we enhance the quality of our products. Therefore, I recommend the establishment and expansion of agro-processing industries across the country to drive economic growth, to create jobs, and also to boost our foreign exchange earnings. Furthermore, my experience as an independent director of Udua Investment Company with the oversight responsibility for the Southwest Agricultural Company of Nigeria has underscored the importance of public-private partnerships in driving agricultural transformation. Collaboration between the public and private sectors is essential to attract investments, to leverage expertise, and facilitate the development of critical infrastructure. By fostering these partnerships, we can unlock the full potential of our agricultural sector, driving innovation and achieving sustainable growth. I also acknowledge the crucial role played by small and medium-sized enterprises in the agribusiness sector. SMEs are the backbone of our economy, and their inclusion in the value chain is vital for equitable growth and development. As the chairman of Agriculture and the Agro-Allied Committee of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria, I have advocated for policies and initiatives that promote the growth of SMEs in agriculture by providing them with access to finance, technology, and markets. We can empower these three enterprises to contribute significantly to our food security and forex revenue. Education and training are paramount in equipping farmers and agribusiness professionals with the necessary skills to excel in the modern agricultural landscape. I've championed these programs that prioritize capacity building and knowledge transfer. By investing in vocational training centers, agricultural extension services, and partnerships with educational institutions, we can actually ensure that our agricultural workforce is equipped with the latest techniques and technologies. This will improve productivity, efficiency, and ultimately our global competitiveness. Lessons learned from my experiences have also emphasized the importance of leveraging international collaborations. I've witnessed the value of strategic partnerships with international organizations, neighboring countries, and foreign investors. These collaborations offer opportunities for knowledge exchange, technology transfer, and access to international markets. And as such, these partnerships should be pursued vigorously for us to move the agri sector forward. It's difficult to do it alone without collaboration. And by strengthening these relationships, we can promote greater investment in our agribusiness sector, enhance our exports, and increase our forex revenue. Again, I keep saying forex. Forex is so important, especially considering what's happening to our Naira. So it is crucial that we prioritize infrastructural development. Inadequate transportation networks, storage facilities, and processing plants have been major bottlenecks in our agri value chain. By investing in modern infrastructure, including roads, railways, as actually mentioned by the person that gave the initial keynote, we can reduce post-harvest losses and ensure timely delivery of agri products to both domestic and international markets. In addition to infrastructure, we can also look inwards to look for partnerships with the young organizations, with promoters of youth empowerment to see how they can come in and give us their own ideas on how to move things forward. Because the young people, the young population, they're very dynamic and innovative because of their exposure to the social media. We can learn a lot from them. So collaborations with them should be sought vigorously so that we are not old-fashioned in the way we move things forward. And we should also enhance the competitiveness of agricultural products in the global market. We must prioritize quality standards because without meeting those standards, our products will not be accepted outside the country. I've emphasized the importance of adhering to quality standards to meet demands of international buyers. By investing in research and development, quality control systems, and value addition processes, we can ensure that Nigerian prices and increasing our foreign exchange revenue. Another valuable learned from my experience is the significance of data-driven decision-making in the agri sector. In today's digital age, harnessing the power of data analytics, remote sensing technologies, and precision agriculture can revolutionize our farming and supply chain management. By collecting and analyzing data on weather patterns, soil quality, market trends, and consumer preferences, we can make informed decisions, optimize resource allocation, and improve productivity throughout the agribusiness value chain. To ensure the sustainability and inclusivity of agri sector, we must prioritize environmental stewardship and the adoption of climate-smart agri practices. Climate change poses significant challenges to agriculture, with increasing temperature, unpredictable rainfall, conservation, agriculture patterns, and emerging pests and diseases. We have to promote sustainable farming methods like conservation agriculture to mitigate those challenges. And we can mitigate the environmental impact of agri activities, enhance soil fertility, and safeguard the health of our ecosystems for future generations. Permit me to use the cassava value chain in Nigeria as a case study. Cassava is a suitable climate-smart crop, and here are 10 reasons why stakeholders should pay attention to its production, especially in Africa, and most especially in Nigeria, where land is available and climatic conditions are favorable. 1, cassava is drought and pest resistant and can tolerate relatively acidic soils compared to other crops such as maize, wheat, and rice. 2, cassava has high caloric and fiber content, as well as vitamin C compared to its counterparts, and it is cheaper to grow, hence more affordable overall. 3, cassava can be processed to higher value products, such as ethanol biofuels, sweeteners, starches, sorbitol, that can fetch 10 times more than raw cassava in international markets. With the rise of consumer awareness and demand for organic healthy products, cassava flour is being used as a versatile sugar gluten-free superfood, while its sweetener is great for people who don't take sugar, such as diabetics. 5, cassava flour can be processed to other high-value products, such as noodles, bread, and pastries, thus increasing options to that sector. 6, sorbitol, a product from cassava, is being used by companies for the production of products like toothpaste. And then 7, the peels from cassava can actually be used as animal feeds. We use them for animal feeds. And marketing creates employment for millions of people. Cassava allows communities to endure farming and can be intercropped with legumes for proper land use. And finally, some trendy drinks as tapioca bubble tea require cassava sweetness, and we can only anticipate demand to grow. Nigeria is the leading global producer of cassava, producing up to 63 million metric tons, yet it ranks 59th in the export market. This is food for thought and a clarion call to the government and other stakeholders in the agri sector of our great country, Nigeria. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, the potential of Nigeria's agribusiness sector is immense. By exploring viable value chain opportunities and fostering strategic partnerships, we can enhance food security for our citizens and increase our forex revenue. Leveraging lessons learned from our experiences, I urge the government to prioritize infrastructure development, access to finance, and capacity building. International collaborations and data-driven decision-making too will be something the government has to pursue. Let us seize this moment to unlock the full potential of our agricultural sector, transforming Nigeria into a global agribusiness powerhouse. Together with visionary leadership, strategic partnerships, and the collective efforts of all stakeholders, we can pave the way for a prosperous future, ensuring food security, creating jobs, and driving sustainable economic growth. Thank you, and may Nigeria's agricultural sector thrive for the benefit of all its citizens. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Madam. More time. That was Mrs. Folusho Olaniyo, the Independent Director of Odua Investment Company Limited. Madam, if you can still hear us, please kindly do send us your presentation. Participants here are asking, so if you can send it to the guys on Zoom so that they can pass it over. Thank you so much for that presentation. I do hope that the relevant persons here have taken note of all the suggestions you made and the pointers. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Do have yourself an amazing day. All right. Moving on to the next technical team, please, do you have ready the video for the presentation on special agro-industrial processing zones? If you do, please cue. Thank you very much. While we have that video
Continent of unmatched beauty and wealth. A consumer market of 1.2 billion people. 65% of the world's arable land. And an agribusiness sector expected to reach $1 trillion by 2030. If this vast potential is not fully tapped, Africa's food import bill will hit an unsustainable $100 billion by 2025. In Nigeria, Africa's largest economy, agricultural development trails behind population growth, rapid urbanization, and shifting consumer tastes. As a result, Nigeria heavily depends on imported food commodities, including wheat, vegetable oils, sugar, fish, and dairy products, all of which can be produced locally. While crude oil exports contribute nearly 80% of Nigeria's total export revenues, agriculture contributes less than 2%. If Africa is to revitalize and reinvigorate its agricultural sector, Nigeria must lead the way by raising its food production, eliminating the import of commodities it has the capacity to produce on its own, protect its foreign exchange earnings, create jobs, generate revenues, and build a healthier nation. It's Nigeria's time.
We are strongly supporting Nigeria. This will further help Nigeria to diversify its economy and, of course, boost jobs.
The special agro-industrial processing zones will support inclusive and sustainable agro-industrial development and promote select value chains to unlock the competitiveness of the agriculture sector in Nigeria. The program complements existing or completed projects financed by the bank, including power, transport, water, and agriculture sectors. All 36 states in Nigeria and the Federal Capital Territory are eligible to participate in the SAPZ program. The Federal Capital Territory, Kaduna, Kano, Kwara, Imo, Cross River, Ogun, and Oyo will participate in Phase 1 of the SAPZs, funded by the African Development Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, and the Islamic Development Bank.
The people of Boki are mainly farmers, and our product mainly is yams and other crops that we have seen. So we value it so much.
If this particular type of project is done in that area, it will be well developed because investors, Kwara State government is already putting things in place that will encourage investors to come in. So that when they were there, the road that is a problem will be fixed.
Together with its partners, the African Development Bank is promoting increased productivity, value addition, market access, and private sector investment in select agricultural value chain commodities.
The potential is to really bring everything that investors need to one place. We go to a place that has high potential, where we're working with farmers to increase their production, make sure they have the right inputs.
Phase 1 of the special agro-industrial processing zones will create 1.5 million jobs, create secondary cities, and trigger new, vibrant, and dynamic agricultural green revolution. With enabling public-private partnership policies and strict quality control, Nigeria's SAPZs are expected to create exponential agro-processing growth and an unprecedented market supply of food products for local and global markets. With strong domestic manufacturing and increased value addition, Nigeria will transform the production and export of processed cocoa beans, cashew nuts, ginger, cotton, cassava, sesame, and several other commodities for which Nigeria has a comparative advantage. Together, we can guarantee Nigeria's food security, transform rural areas, and create jobs for millions of young people. Nigeria has the land, the technology, power, and capacity to lead the way for Africa's green revolution. Together, we are making a difference.
Please, a round
Africa.
of applause for that. One thing I find interesting is this. Nigeria is blessed. We have a lot. And so much can go good for Nigeria. I don't want to sound the trumpet, the record, the broken record of we having bad leaders. Because guess what? Each and every one of us can be a leader in our own little space. If something isn't working, rather than complain and do nothing, do something, no matter how little. And if each and every one of us would do little pockets of things that would favor Nigeria, when you put it together, that is what you call an atomic avalanche. Little pockets of great things that can progress us. Why am I saying this? There are about, I do not remember all the states that were mentioned, but I remember Kano, Imo, or your FCT. There are some other states that are in this the agro-industrial processing zones. It means that there is already the effort to bring what you call integration in business, where you don't have to do everything by yourself. You have a service, someone else has a service, another person has a service, and these are aggregated into a spot so that there will be a long chain of production and productivity and innovation. If you are here pitching in the agro-business sector, it would be good if you can really think about this. There is already a place where you can get the support that you might need, especially those in manufacturing and such stuff. Look into this and see how what is already existing can help you progress, can help you do your business better. There is support from IFAD, there is support from AFDB and others. These are big names, and these are places where you also can get the support that you need. Thank you so much. I wish the person who put this together is here to receive my thanks. Dr. Kabir Yusuf, wherever you are, thank you so much for putting this together and reminding us once again. Now we're going to move on to the panel discussion. And for that, the panel discussion is going to be moderated by Mrs. Stella Onyekachi. Please, I would have you give a round of applause as she comes up stage. I will hand over to her, and she would introduce her panelists, and they can have a discussion. We should have had 30 minutes, but no, we're going to have less. So what I would suggest is, for each panelist, you're probably going to allocate about 3 minutes to speak. I don't know how you want to do it, and then we can do question and answers. And you will sit, yes, and they would sit too. Thank you. Technical crew, please. I want their mics to be working. Thank you very much.
Hello. All right. I think I'll just...
Yeah, but you will need this. Please use this. Please get these working. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator, MC. Once again, I want to appreciate the organizers. All protocol duly observed. So without wasting too much time, I will just call up our panelists. First on my list, I have the head of partnerships, Samira Bello of Thrive Agric. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up. We can do better, please. Can we do better? Samira Bello. Also, we have representing the Group Managing Director of Amo Farm Sebera Hatchery Limited is Mr. Alaba Yunusa, the head of Agribusiness Intelligence Unit. A round of applause as he comes forward. Please, can we do better? As well as one of the panelists, we have the head of agricultural sector, Leadway Assurance, Mr. Ayola Fatuna. Can we put our hands together as he comes forward? Thank you so much. So, do we have the mics working now? I'll take my seat here. As an introduction, I want to give us a little background. Our topic for this panel discussion is unlocking Nigeria's agricultural sector to guarantee food security. We know that agriculture has been identified, even from the video that we just watched on special agro-processing industrial zones, that agriculture has been identified as the main driving force for Africa's development, especially Nigeria's development. This sector has undergone numerous transformations. Achieving food security has become a top agenda of governments in Africa, especially in Nigeria, as this has been linked to the survival of developing nations. To further buttress this, a state of emergency was declared by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in July in the food security sector. There is a transformation going on in the agricultural sector in Africa and Nigeria, and there are several schools of thought on how to effectively and efficiently tackle this very critical agenda on food security, ranging from technology to innovations to improve agricultural techniques, precision farming, regenerative agriculture, climate-smart agriculture, and the likes. However, at the heart of HEFA's mission and vision is to have a world that is free from hunger and poverty through sustainable climate-smart practices that will see farmers enjoying a decent life. This has been informed by HEFA International's drive to be at the forefront of conversations and thought-leading discussions such as these that can cause transformative change in this sector. And therefore, we are having this panel discussion which will focus on how best we can consolidate several solutions to address the problems faced by by agriculture in Nigeria, while creating an environment for smallholder farmers to thrive and guarantee food security for our beloved nation. So I'll quickly go to our panelists, and I'm starting from Ms. Samira with this question. In your experience working with farmers across Nigeria, what are the major challenges that need to be addressed to unlock the agricultural sector in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think the opening speaker for the agri sector talked about it somehow. And one of the things she said was finance, in terms of ensuring the smallholder farmers are able to get financing. But then in the agricultural sector for Nigeria as a whole, there are different players. We have the smallholder farmers, we have the traders, we have the processing companies, infrastructure. So when we're talking about infrastructure, in ensuring that the agricultural sector as a whole is boosted, you are looking at both road infrastructure, building infrastructure for companies to be able to open processing plants and then we have ease of doing business, because most of the time we have in the agricultural sector, especially for smallholder farmers, when you're bringing in new technologies and then bringing in new products and services, it's not easy for startups to do businesses within the space. And so for all these to be unlocked, there needs to be collaboration between the government, the private sector, and the international sector to be able to ensure that finance, infrastructure, and also ensuring smallholder farmers themselves are educated, insurance services are able to be provided.
Thank you so much. So you have told us some of the challenges, and also you have also proffered solutions. Thank you so much for that response. I'll go to Mr. Alaba of Amo Farm. As a major agribusiness organization, what do you think is the role of the private sector, such as those in diaspora, especially in the area of collaborative investments, just like Ms. Samira just mentioned, in supporting smallholder farmers to guarantee food security? I don't know. Do you get me?
Okay, I think
yes.
I get it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We all know the issues that characterize smallholder farmers across Nigeria. So there are people with low resource, and with low resource we mean they do small quantity of different agricultural produce, be it poultry, be it crop. So for them to excel, they need people to partner with them. And one requirement that we all must have in mind whenever we want to partner with these people is that we must first love them. If you don't love them, if you don't have passion for helping them, if you don't have the intent of moving them out of where they are, we can't go anywhere. They don't have the kind of power that your fellow businessmen have. They don't have lawyers. They don't have access to different legal apparatus. So you must you must have the intention of helping before you come into partnership with a smallholder farmer. So with that love, we now need to look at what characterizes these people. The first thing is that they want to work. If you see a smallholder farmer, you know that this person wants to do it right. It doesn't have the how, and it doesn't have the means of doing it. So the first thing is, how do we get finance to these people? So we have several institutions that have been doing so much. I've worked with Tribe Agric in producing finance And I want to use this opportunity to tell people that there are bad people everywhere in Nigeria. There are bad people everywhere. But in my experience, we've worked with institutions that finance farmers. In my experience, the bad people, the number of bad people, they are not up to the good ones we have. And until we begin to promote the result we get from the good ones and begin to speak less of the bad experience we have from bad ones, we will not get out of the problem we have. So financing these people is very important. Some people will want to run away with our investment. It's normal. We've had some percentage of them in our experience working with them. But by the time they see that those people that are honest, they are doing those things repeatedly, there is sustainability. The people that have cheated you in the past, they will come back and come and beg that, I want to pay your money. Let me come back to this scheme. So we must create a system that builds that trust. So apart from finance, these people must be empowered with knowledge. There's something that is very fundamental about the smallholder farmers. They have their way of doing things. They've been doing it like that for the past 30 years. So they are very difficult to convince. So private institutions that are well established need to create a system that partner with these people to train them. In Amo Farm Silverashery Limited, we have presently over 3,000 outgrowers, smallholder outgrowers in poultry, that are servicing our 3 processing plants, one in Ibadan, one in Kaduna, the other one in Uyo. We have another one we're building in Benin City. So, in working with these people, you must have a system, an extension and veterinary services like we do that ensure that these people are shown the right way to do it. And if you are able to provide finance for these people, you are able to create a channel that gives them the good knowledge. And topmost all, you must have their love in mind. You must know that they are not your competitor. And it is not a 50-50. Everything you are developing as a private establishment must be skewed towards these people. I think with that, the country will grow forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is Alaba from Amo Farm giving us real-time knowledge. To Mr. Fatono of Leadway Assurance, I want to quickly ask this question. The realities of climate change have led to increased issues around flooding, drought, and other environmental challenges. So in talking about insurance for farmers, which is very novel, which is a new ideology, and how do we ensure that these farmers have safety nets that will shield them from these shocks, like the ones we experienced in 2021 and even in 2022? Can you help us?
Thank you very much. A little bit of a point of correction there. The agric insurance have been existing in this country for close to 3 decades. It's just that there has not been much enlightenment around it. That is just it. So it's not that it's... and talking about climate change, all over the world, insurance is seen as a mitigant and adaptability measure in order for farmers, especially those that are involved in the production value chain, to build their resilience against the negative impact of climate change. So, and in industry, in the insurance industry in Nigeria, you have so many insurance companies, including Leadway, that develop bespoke solutions to speak to these risks that is climate related. Because for climate risks, it's actually beyond the control of the farmer. It's actually even beyond the control of the investor. You may put all the monies there. Then suddenly you mention flooding. It triggers. The investment is lost. And if there is no fallback mechanism in terms of support, it simply means that that particular investment is down the drain. The farmer himself is disillusioned. He will not have that particular courage to go back to the farm. So at Leadway Assurance Company Limited and in the insurance company in general, people are taking a lot of, they are looking at some of those solutions that speak to these climate-related risks. Trivagrant is one of our partners, even UNAMO. All of them put insurance as part of their template for all these businesses they have, all this relationship with the farmers. And they go ahead and engage the farmers concerning the need for them to have insurance. So it's a knowledge thing. And of course, even these smallholder farmers are now becoming aware that there's a need for them to mitigate climate change. No matter how good they have been, or no matter how expert they have become over the years concerning a particular farming practices, if climate issues comes, it's all over. And they know that particular investment is lost. So insurance becomes like a fallback mechanism for them to recoup those particular losses when it is. And like I said again, I want to repeat for emphasis, the industry is bringing out bespoke solutions. Maybe at a later stage, maybe in the course of this conversation, we'll look at partnership with people that the relationship we have with Trivagrant is in the course of partnership. They are the ones that have this reach to the farmers. Even with AMO, it's partnership. So we just encourage them to build that particular risk management mechanism into their operating business model, so that at the end of the day, they are protecting their own investment and even the farmers' investment in that particular agri-project against the negative impact of climate change. So insurance is a sine qua non, especially when you are at the production value chain. It's very risky for you to go into that particular project without actually having insurance. In fact, it should be the first thing on your budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just before we take the second round of questions, and then we will be expecting 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So quickly, as brief as possible, just in 1 or 2 minutes, to Samira, you see that data from the NBS, that's the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, shows that our population comprises about 70% of youths who do not want to be associated with agriculture as it is right now. So considering the potential of our young workforce in guaranteeing food security, how do we make the sector more attractive to young Nigerians? You also relate it to your work with HEFA and how it has been transformative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think the reason why many young people don't want to relate with agriculture is because whenever you see a farmer, I'm very sure even some of the pictures that were shown, it was someone with homework or class in the field. But agriculture has developed so much that you don't actually, in fact, we have machineries. Like you literally do not have to use hoa cutlass except, because of financing and the rest. But you see that it's the perception of smallholder farmers, the stories, like, yes, everybody wants to be able to develop the world and everything, but when you read and you see problem of agriculture in Nigeria or problem of agriculture in Africa, the first thing you hear is smallholder farmers live in less than $2 per day, this, that. And so when a young person who wants to become a millionaire in 1 month or a millionaire in 2 months and they still live less than $2 per day, they actually don't want to associate with it. So the things that need to be able to change smallholder farmers, to change young people's mindset in the agricultural space is people they need to understand that agriculture is not just the farming. It's a broad sector that has an end-to-end platform. And even if you want to go into the agricultural farming yourself, you actually do not need to, you can employ people, you can have farmers on your field, and you can use infrastructures in terms of machinery, services, and other technology. There's so many technologies you can build in. Talking to our partnership with HEFA, for example, and what Thrive-Agric does, Thrive-Agric works with smaller farmers across, Nigeria and Africa, Ghana and Kenya. And one thing we've been able to do to attract the young people is we're bringing in 3 different services to one. So it's not just the farming, but within the farming, what are the other additionalities you can get in? Trading, technologies, and that's where HEFA comes in. With our work with HEFA, we're bringing in insurance, infrastructure, finance, even opening bank accounts for smallholder farmers in that sense. And then you have young people as agents, extension agents, right? You're very knowledgeable, you needed. So all these services that are needed within the space actually by young people. Most of the work we do with HEFA are like 80% young people that are employed
for that space. And so I think what we need to do to attract more people into the sector is for them to understand that the mindset of the agricultural space is not what they think it used to be, but it's the oil of tomorrow. So if you want to make quick cash, come to agriculture. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Yes. And you are exemplifying that as a young person yourself. Yes. So quickly, in just 1 or 2 minutes as well, when talking about policies of government and how it affects a business such as yours in Amo Farm, what policies will help strengthen agricultural value chains and make the market system approach work better for all players in the sector, especially the smallholder farmers?
Thank you very much, Kachi. I'm very happy. Since morning, we've been talking about bringing investment to Nigeria. Bringing investment to Nigeria, we've been hearing good things. But I'm happy that somebody said that investment is not a gift. It's money some people are bringing for them to get return. So we must be very truthful to the present situation in Nigeria. There is a black hole in Nigeria that drains investment, and that is power. That is power. We are in the poultry sector, and to the glory of God, we process 50,000 birds every day, 50,000 chicken. We produce over 2 million day-old chicks every week. Presently, it's costing us over 30 naira, exactly 32 naira, to on power to hatch a chick. For every 1,000 naira you spend on chicken, 110 naira of it is power. And the power I'm talking about is just to process and keep maintain the cold chain. So if the process, the issues with power, I don't care. I don't care where things go wrong in the value chain of electricity. And they are generating several megawatts of electricity. I want power in my plant. I want to see electricity. Between 2018 and this 2023, the price of diesel has increased by more than 500%. We bought diesel last week before the last at 1,200 and something naira per liter. It's like you are putting money on the floor and you are burning it. So we shouldn't pretend that things are okay. The present government need a concerted effort. And if we look at where things are, the economy, the part of economy that is growing relatively, how our people, how our youth are progressing in technology, because all these sectors are less reliant on power. So somebody can sit down at the back of his house with small solar panel, with his laptop, developing softwares. It's not like that in production sector. People are sweating. So this power is very important. The fiscal policy of the federal government, and I don't like it, the minister has left. They must concentrate on power. If you solve power, you will have solved a significant percentage of the problem we're having in the agri sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I've not finished. You just ask about policy. Please, if I don't say it here, I don't know where we can say it again. This is what we are passing through. Between January this year and August, the price of maize increased by over 130%. And we are producing poultry products. We are producing chicken, we are producing beef, animal protein. We are producing eggs. It fell in the same time when the economic hardship started on Nigerians. We couldn't sell. And while we are doing that, millions of tons of frozen chicken are passing through the Republic of Benin coming to Nigeria. The chicken that are byproduct of what were the things that were produced in South America, they will have used the fillet for something else. They bring the labs to Nigeria. They sell at cheaper rate. So we are sweating here. Some people are busy making money at the border. We need to be serious about this if we want to develop it. We were talking that people should go and cultivate. Are we talking about over 30% of the crop that are lost during post-harvest? For maize, wheat, and soya bean, how many metric tons of storage capacity do we require? To move trucks across Nigeria is trouble. You will see, please bear with us. This road is for federal government. There's improper coordination between the tier of government. There's somebody in Abuja making policy. Somebody is in one state making another policy. You see a road that is good here. There is a small portion within it that is state road. It's not done. Truck cannot move. There's a region of Nigeria presently where you dare not brand any vehicle.
Thank you so much.
Please give me 1 minute. Please give me one more minute, please.
So,
there is over 70 different levies that a truck needs to have. You see those people, giant people, holding nails. You are transporting DOCs from Ibadan to Kano. Somebody stops that, I'm just making an example. Stop that vehicle in Kaduna. Before you know it, DOC, they are dead already. So all these fiscal policies, federal government need to pay attention to it. We need to make the environment, the climate, more conducive for people to do business. And the monetary policy are not favorable as well. You asked me about policy.
Thank you, Mr. Alaba. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
In that same vein, please, I'll just take the last question. I'll take the last response from Leadway Assurance, Mr. Fatuna. So quickly, let's talk about partnerships and addressing limitations and some of these barriers where Heifer comes in engaging with farmers in agricultural activities. How innovative and transformational has your partnership with Heifer International been, and how can such partnerships be also championed to address the pain points of Nigerian farmers, just like what Mr. Alaba has said? Quickly, in the next 2 minutes.
Well, from the risk management side, I think the partnership with EFA that we had at Leadway Assurance Company Limited has been one of the best moments in my career. You know what they did when they came
A round of applause for EFA, please.
Yes. When they came on board, they were actually looking for an insurance solution for the farmers. And one of the major challenges that we observe in selling insurance to farmers is that they are usually financially constrained. And it is difficult for them to pay for insurance at the beginning of a particular farming season. What is on their mind at that particular period in time, which of course we are trying to now reorientate them, is how do I get inputs, how do I get fertilizer, how do I get labor? All these costs aggregated together is already a burden. And when you are selling a promise like insurance, they just feel that at that particular period in time, they don't need it. So we now came up with a model. EFA said they have the resources. They now decided to go ahead and pre-finance the premiums for the farmers at the inception of a particular farming season. That was awesome. So what EFA did was that EFA went ahead and paid the premium for the farmers on fund, while at the same time setting up another fund. And this is how the model works. At the end of the harvest season, when the farmers have sold their crop, they are made to pay the premium that was pre-financed up front by them and by EFA. Secondly, if there is a claim, and Leadway is expected to pay them a claim, the same premium is now being deducted from that particular claim amount and kept in a revolving fund. So that was how EFA was able to assist over 40,000 smallholder farmers to have access to insurance. And at the end of the day, Leadway on his own were able to pay almost close to 400,000 naira. 400 million naira in compensation to farmers who suffer losses.
Beautiful.
So that is the result of partnership. If we have not IDFA, we might not be able to reach over 40,000 farmers who have access to insurance and who are happy. But when we are paying them the compensation, what Ulidwe did, they equally did something that was not meant. On the payout ceremony day, we now decided to now broadcast the claims payment of the farmers directly. So as they were coming to the payout center, they were receiving a lot on their phone. Some of them were surprised. It's insurance money, compensation money, so that they can see the value in insurance. So by and large, that will equally increase insurance penetration and uptake. So it's all about partnership. Partnership works, even in the agri sector. Madam Samira was, you see again, agri now is no longer about production. There are so many aspects of the value chain that is becoming more attractive, even to the youths. And of course, with the technology now being involved, you see a lot of them trying to come into that particular business to do a lot of other transactions, to make, which has become far more attractive to them than it was. It's no longer about all and cross classes. There are so many aspects of the value chain where you can make so much money, provided you get it right. Thank you. So partnership is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So quickly, I don't know if we have any questions, one or two questions, just one or two questions from the audience. So I have one in front here, and then I have one behind. Quickly, please can our IT can just help them with a mic? Quickly.
Please, who's taking the first question? All right.
Thank you very much. Mr. What's your name again? Calm down. We'll be okay in Nigeria. I can assure you that Mr. Odunton, who is your founder and MD, is my friend. Tell him you met me here. We know how much we have helped him in Atlanta, how much resources and money we have given him to create leverage here. He knows what we have done together in the past 10 years to develop those resources. We will get there. It's a step. The thing I wanted to comment is that we're talking about food security. And again, I cannot say that the government is doing the right thing. We need to force. If you listen to the president, every speech he has said since he became president did not miss out food security. It's not only about food security alone. A lot of things goes into it. Finance go into it. Food hubs, which is what most of us and IFA people are talking about, goes into it. And also, we need to focus on large-scale farming, period. If we do all those things, with all of the things we are saying, we will get there in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Yes, so please, the next person.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the discussions. They were very interesting. Mr. Fatula, yes? Your comments about the problems with power. There's a potential solution in the form of a new technology. So obviously we know of solar. Solar panels can give us power throughout the day very efficiently nowadays, but of course they don't work at night. So when it comes to storing the electricity overnight, there are these new flow batteries, they're called, flow. The cheapest one can sustain 14 kilowatts, and the best thing about them is that they never degrade. They're liquid batteries, so you can use them forever. But the investment for the cheapest one is between $2,000 to $3,000. So it's something that maybe our pitchers can factor into their what they're asking for. And with solar panels and flow batteries, you never have to worry about producing power again, ever. Because 14 kilowatts can last several days. So even if sun doesn't shine for 5 days, you will have power. And of course, sun doesn't shine for 5 days in Nigeria. So it's one solution. It's one-time investment, large investment, but you never ever have to pay for power again. So that's one suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause once again for our panelists as well as the audience. Thank you so much for listening to us. But before they take their seats, I just want to reiterate once again that the agricultural sector holds the key to addressing and guaranteeing food security for Nigeria's 200+ million people. And as we have heard this afternoon or evening, with the right enabling environment, smart policies, key partnerships, and climate-smart agri-tech innovations, we can address the myriad of challenges and systemic constraints affecting the sector. I will leave us with this. It is important that we leave here today with actionable points and not just talk the talk, but walk the talk. And so, we hope that those in diaspora will support our innovations and our drive to addressing and guaranteeing food security at HEFA International as we partner with the private sector as well as the public sector. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening, and God bless you. Please, our panelists, we appreciate you. Please take your seats.
Thank you so much for that really robust and riveting panel. I know that if we had more time, we would not have left today, because the issues brought up are really at the heart of the matter. And if we want to develop this sector, a lot of these issues would need to be addressed, and addressed now. Thank you so much. This is the point where the pitchers, are you ready? There is money to be taken. Pitchers, did you listen? Did you hear about that $2,000 wanting that you will never go out of? Do you want to go and edit your media now so that you can include that aspect and up your money? Think about it. So at this point, for the pitchers, please, I have an important information. Quebec Foods Processing. Can I see you? Quebec Foods. Where? No, that's you. You haven't presented. Hold on a second. I need to get the moderator up here, and when the moderator comes up, he would call you. He has good news. I don't know, he will give us himself. Please, Mr. Moderator, the rapporteurs for this session, this pitching session, please, Mr. Chidi Gozie and Gunap Retsat Beduna. Moderator, Mr. Bernard Shiwoku, we would like to have you back on stage. Sir, you're shaking your head. I've murdered your name. I have murdered you. Tell me.
Thank you very much. I think we're back again.
Technical crew. Okay, this is back. Please, I understand that I should have my interventionists up stage. So I would like to call up. I need to clear. I would like to call up to the stage to be here seated alongside you, Mr. Moderator, please. The co-founder, Thrive Agric, Mr. Ayo Arikwe. Please, a round of applause for him. Mr. Ayo Arikwe, are you here? we would like to have you upstage. Are you here? Okay. What about the program coordinator? Dr. Alaba Yunusa, who is head of business, Amo Farm Sedera Hatching Limited. We'd like to have you upstage. You are one of our interventionists for this session. And last but not the least, the program coordinator, Haifa Nigeria, Mr. Theophilus Raymond. Please, we would like to have you on stage. Is any of our interventionists here? So it's good to have you back on stage. You're welcome, sir. Okay, so for Thrive Agric, we would like to have Mr. Suleiman upstage, please. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome upstage. I do not have to give you your. I know you know what to do, sir. I hand over this to you at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're welcome back to the concluding part of the agribusiness pitching session. And I think we'll be starting straight away with Quebec Fruit Processing Industrial Park Limited. You have 3 minutes to pitch and then 2 minutes for questions.
Good evening, everyone. I want to stand on existing protocol. My name is Onakmoma Martins, the founder and president of Quebec Food Processing Industrial Parks Limited, the president of Quebec Agricultural and Food Processing Cooperative Society, and we are the promoters of the program Make We Go Farm, that is aired on Nigeria Armed Forces Radio weekly from 2:05 to 3 p.m. Please, is my slide up? Next slide. Quebec Food is a registered company which we have done the registration 2 years back, and we focus on food crops, fruits, vegetables, and livestock. And we're on a mission. We're on a mission to raise transformative capital for agriculture by converting, return the slide, by converting, return the slide, please. By converting uncultivated farmlands in rural communities into farm estate and setting up a processing plant to open up alternative income. We have so many lands across these countries that are not being used. That's the target to go. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. What are we requesting for? We're seeking for strategic partners and investors to raise 31 billion. Looks very big. Investors as lenders on senior debt financing structure who can give it to us on 12 months moratorium and 7 years repayment plan. We're offering 9% for the low tenor. Equity finance, we're ready to give out a 20% stake. Next slide. The purpose of the fund, 8 billion is required to build Quebec Agriculture City and Farm Estate project, which we have talked all over the years with other infrastructure, world-class cassava processing, starch plants, and all that. 1 billion is required to revive existing integrated farms. What we do in Quebec, we have been able to figure out existing integrated farms, estate, processing mills that are financed by Bank of Industry that are lie down because of no provision for refinancing for them to restart. Then 22 billion is required for farming, for food crop across 5 zones in this country. Next slide. What's the problem? We all know food problem. Everybody's crying for food. Price of food are going up and all that. Next slide. So because of that, we feel farming is very key, and that's why we initiated the program after last year, NDIS, giving us a platform that was wanted us to talk to Nigerians in diaspora. That led to what we call the Make We Go Farm program. Tell your neighbor, make we go farm. Next slide, please. It's a program to sensitize Nigerians to go back to farming. We have a lot of you sitting here this afternoon listening to me. You have vast family lands that are nothing to do about. A few years back, I asked people in Ohajegbema local government in Imo State who turned us to ATM machine for 6 years. ATM machine for 6 years, holding their lands and all that. And I asked them for this year, were you able to save 20,000 naira? The answer is no. For Ghana, people don't sell their land to foreign investors. They go into strategic partnership for years. What they do, there's a certain percentage they give to you, certain amount they give to you yearly. When they start producing, then you earn 30% on what the entire facility generates. So secondly is to also connect civil servants to ensure that they come together, cooperatives and all that, because there are a lot of funds by cooperatives on the civil servants end. There are a lot of farmland, real estate land purchase that nothing is being done, and years to come, people are just there, nothing is happening. Let's convert them to farm estates. This will lead to 60 million Nigerian youths to be engaged in agriculture, and I'll tell you why. What's our strategy? What will it contribute? The strategy is to increase food production. We want to introduce what we call health insurance scheme for farmers, which we already have 2 insurance companies that are fighting to get that contract and get it done. So the target is to have 200,000 farmers' household to cultivate 200,000 hectares of farmland, translating to 1.2 million Nigerian youths as a pilot phase. Next slide, please. These the same farmers will also contribute to national housing funds and all that and become taxpayers to federal government. Technology transfer will be done to ensure that all our food science, technology students now begin to have ideology on what to do, not to work on e-trees and banks anymore. Next slide. Strategy is simple. We have already sent letter to the presidency, sent to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to see that the condemned Ministry of Agriculture can come into this scheme and work very well. Secondly, to promote financial inclusion and access to finance by farmers to ensure that through Quebec Cooperative will work with Bank of Agriculture and other financial institutions. Already Bank of Agriculture has given us a letter to invite us for collaboration on this. Now we work with NIPCOM, Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, and all government agencies to make sure that this work. This is a typical design. This design you see is a typical farm estate that will come up in Ebonyi State, fully registered by the Ministry of Land and Survey. Nobody can come there and drag that land. We have done all that. These are the exportable products we want to produce. We talked about cassava last year, but here in NDIS, you have palm oil and rice that you can purchase, and I can tell you, you can't contest that oil and rice in anywhere. What you see in Nigeria today is rebag. Secondly, you have rice seedlings that have been recycled, and people just eat whatever they like. But NAFDAC is telling you, what you eat is capable of what saving your life. What you eat is capable of killing you as well. Next slide. This is our team. Next slide. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Onokoma.
Thank you, sir.
Your enterprise will be located where?
Here in Abuja.
Here in Abuja. Okay. Is there anyone who has any question for him? I'm taking 1, 2, 3, and 4. Quickly. Can we have the second mic? We still have about 8 more pictures, so time is of essence.
I'm interested in the name, Quebec.
Thank you, sir.
Is that from Canada?
It's from Nigeria, but we're already working ties to see that we have our presence in UAE and Canada.
Oh no, because you said Quebec. We have a province,
Yeah.
you know, but
Those discussions are ongoing. And
okay.
we trust God before second quarter of next year, it will be live.
Okay, well then we talk about, you know, how Canada can be involved in your project.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, he answered it. He asked the same question I was going to ask.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So we go to the madam in front of you. Please take the mic to the gentleman in suit there. That'll be the next person.
I've listened keenly since yesterday. Nobody's really talking of food storage. That is where I'm coming in. What plans do you have for food storage? Like my brother who is steady have talked about corn going up every day. If we have talked of food storage, warehouses where we can store this thing, by the time they come out, the new foods are coming. You purchase them and store them. When they are going up, then you can bring them out. You don't need to spend more money. For example, since September, we started doing food storage. Then sometime in April, May, June, you can start bringing, depending on how the money is going up. When you decide to sell, you sell. So as we're also talking about agriculture, let's also look into food storage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I take that?
Okay. No, hold on. Okay. You take them together.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omonigo from Fupre in Efro. I quite like the idea of bringing in civil servants. In fact, that was one of the questions I had for the previous session. in Fupri, we have people there, and Federal University. And then again, in your pitch, if you are able to put in things like power and food are national security issues, that could strengthen your pitch. And then, Madam talked about food storage. That was number one here. Market information systems. What do you have in place to integrate production, processing, storage, and access to market? Thank you.
You have it noted.
Okay.
No? Yeah. Okay. So you go on.
Let me take from Adam. Storage. This project is like a support to the Special Agro Processing Zone project. Because the Agro Processing project is to focus on processing, storage, and all that. But where there's a missing link, how to get Nigeria's back on track. We were part of those who tender for the feasibility studies of the Special Agro Processing Zone. We have a technical team within and outside the country. So Quebec Agri-Tech City model covers storage facilities and all that. Time could not allow me to do that. If you give me the whole time, we won't live here. That's the gospel truth. And I want to thank my boss, Mr. Fatino from Leadway. Thank you for joining us this year.
Okay, good. What about
then the second one? Power is part of it. That's why we are raising 8 billion for that. Already, without power, we cannot achieve anything as far as agriculture is concerned. Secondly, we are focusing in rural communities. I want to let you know, it might only take time for Nigerians to believe in what Quebec is trying to do. Every community, as far as this country is concerned, will be designed to have a standard farm estate project with mini processing plant and storage facility. People don't store seed, harvested products anymore. Technology has taken place. Before now, you know, they store yams, the better parts of yam. But there are seeds that are there now you can bleed and replant and all that. So we want to help those communities, and I can assure you, Nigerians are ready to farm. Just continue to follow us live on radio, on our social media platform, and see how we are going to grow Make We Go Farm initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the questions have been answered. So Quebec Farms, you can, food processing, you can take your leave. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator, please do allow me to interrupt you just for a minute, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you have had it distributed to you just a few minutes ago our summit evaluation forms. Those little forms you have with you are for you to give us feedback on what what you can say about the summit, how well we have done, what you want improved, what you're angry about. Did we give you good food? Please do tell us. I want you to fill these forms right now and put your hand up so that the ushers can come round to pick them up, please. Don't drop them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. So we call on Edizemi Onilenla of Chairman Sen Synergy Limited. Chairman Sen Synergy Limited. Are they here? Is it mansion? Okay, C Mansions. Okay. Please, a round of applause for her as she steps up. For those of you who don't understand Yoruba, Onilinla means the owner of a big house or mansion. So you're welcome. All the way from Ireland? Interesting. Easy. So you have 3 minutes for the pitching.
Okay.
And 2 minutes for questions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. All other protocol duly observed. My name is Edizemi Onilenla, aka Mama Shi, and I have my colleague here who is going to introduce herself too shortly. We are both from the Republic of Ireland, Dublin to be precise. I live in Ireland and I am a food producer, and I have been able to bring our kilishi into the Irish food industry, rice, whatever rice you can think of. And today, we have 95% of my customers who are Irish people looking and calling kilishi by its name. So, but we are here today to promote our a conference, which is going to be happening in April. And my colleague is going to talk about that. And just to let you know that the Irish people For those of you that were here on the first day, the ambassador was here promoting this program. So the Irish people are interested in investing in Nigeria. We'll need you to come over and pitch Nigeria to them. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Evelyn Nomayo. I am a senior software engineer. I love Nigeria. I am equally an entrepreneur, just like herself. So our focus today is just to give you a glimpse of what to expect in the conference taking place in Ireland. Right, so the basic mission of our conference is just to enhance economic synergy between both countries. And we're not doing this alone, we're doing it with the Irish government as well. Now, so how do we intend to do this? We usually would have what we call business networking, trade missions, market research, collaboration platform, event and conference, which is, of course, that's what we're doing now. That's what we're planning to do in April. Workshop and training, investment promotion, and sustainable development. So these are the things that we do. Just to bring you up to speed with Ireland, I don't know if you all know that Ireland is the Silicon Valley of Europe. I know a lot of people have been talking about UK, Canada, but they don't mention Ireland. I think there's a missing piece. There's some sort of information that's missing that Nigerians are not capitalizing on. Yes, in terms of technology, almost all the top technology companies in the world, they have their head office in Ireland. And one good thing about Ireland as well is that we are the only English-speaking country in Europe. So it's a very good place to come as well. Now, in terms of ranking as well, economically, we are ranked number 2 in Europe. So partnership is what we're here for. And it has been so helpful and we're so happy that our ambassador has not just been relaxing, he's been going to knock on doors. I'm sure some of you would have heard last week, His Excellency Wiki actually had this conversation with our ambassador that they're going to be partnering in agriculture, actually educating people in agriculture. There'll be some partnership between Ireland and FCC. So yes, we are on the road to get things done. All right, so I'm sure some facts about Ireland. I don't know if you guys know. The average Irishman drinks about 100 liters of beer a year. And guess what? This is because Guinness is made in Ireland. That is, it was originated from Ireland. Now, our agenda will include a couple of stuff. I'm just going to fly through them. We're going to be exploring trade opportunities, empowering women in business. We're not just doing it with Nigerians. We have a powerhouse back in Ireland with the Irish community that we'll be exchanging information with. And one of the things we are passionate about is education and cultural exchange. We're going to have a superpower sessions on that as well. Roundtable discussions like this, and technology innovation showcase, and building sustainable products. We'll have workshops. I'm gonna skip that. It's just on the PowerPoint there. And benefits for Nigerian participants. I do not have to say it. I mean, it goes through all the benefits. You all know that the idea behind this is to link you up with investors in Ireland. Right. So here are some key dignitaries to expect. Of course, the chief host is our ambassador. He was here yesterday. He's the chief host of the event. And he actually visited Olu of Warri about 3 weeks ago. He's one of our special guests of honor as well. So, and the Prime Minister of Ireland is one of our special guests of honor. Then, of course, we have several ministers that will be there. So we are really hoping to get equal ministers here to rub mind and mind with these people there. And these are the team that we have been having sleepless nights trying to put this together. That's herself here, and that's me at the middle, and Lai is the third person there. So, I think that's we done. Any question?
Thank you very much for that presentation. I know there are some of us already considering to be part of this. It's a laudable thing because it will give you opportunity for networking, for also getting some new business ideas that you can bring back, also to establish. So if there are any questions or any comments or contributions, I think the Canadians are also looking at Ireland for a visit. So please look closer so that you can see a way of also getting from Canada to Ireland for this, and also see how you can make the pile bigger coming back to Nigeria. Yes, I see one hand up there, and the second one.
Thank you for a very powerful presentation. Do you have any dates in mind as far as the upcoming summit in Ireland?
Apologies, we didn't mention that. It's actually April 25th to 27th. It's a 3-day event.
Okay, thank you very much.
27th of
April 25th to 27th.
Yeah.
20.
Next year. Oh yeah, it's next year. We just have to do it way beforehand. Yeah.
Please, can the mic come this way? I think also in concluding, you might need to also tell some people the support in terms of travel support you'll be given so that they know how to go about this, because this also can be a bottleneck in getting this sorted out. So, is the mic working now?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bukola Oparemi. I'm the founder CEO of Smith International Limited. So my question is, what category of businesses are you looking to come to pitch, and how do people get to contact you to get further information? Thank you.
I'll answer that question. We have...
we need to use the mic.
Okay, sorry. I thought my voice was loud enough. Okay, so we have some thematic areas. So we're looking at the area of agriculture, aviation, education, resilient infrastructure, and cultural tourism. So when we talk about aviation, for example, aviation, in Ireland, we have a population of, we have a huge population of Nigerians there who are doing businesses and who are traveling a lot. And apart from that, we have other connections to which, if we have a direct flight from Nigeria to Ireland or Ireland to Nigeria, is going to save us a lot of the bottlenecks that we are currently going through. So having negotiation, but bringing somebody from the aviation industry and partnering with an Irish company who is in the aviation sector or an airline, and networking together. So our own business is to bring all these giant people together. Let us network, and let there be consolidation. And this is not just a once-off conference. No, this is an action conference. We've done a lot of talking. We've done a lot of, oh, this needs to happen. No, this is not a jamboree. It is not about people going on holiday. This is about, bringing true investment. And like the other man said here who was talking about power, telling the Irish people who wants to come to Nigeria to invest, the real situation, and our businesses here or government agencies coming to pitch and tell them that Nigeria is ready and have the enabling environment for people to invest, and their investment will be guaranteed. So, and then in terms of how to make contact with us, we are we have a website, INGA, www.inga.ie, and then we have a contact at inga.ie. We have an exhibition out there, and we have flyers out there with regards to the event. The event with regards to visa. Now, we are working directly with the Irish ambassador. So for every serious businesses and participant, you will be guaranteed visa. And I say every serious businesses, CEOs, government parastatals, everybody, you will be guaranteed a visa for this event because it is an event that is in partnership with the Irish embassy and the ambassador.
Thank you very much for that. So I think
it is not free also, sorry. It is not free also. The event is not free. For basic participants, it's going to cost 2,000 euros, and then we have sponsors. But again, just come to us before we go, and we tell you all the nitty-gritty and the details of what this conference is going to, involve. This is our kilishi. It is not called Chili Baito. It is called kilishi in the Republic of Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So quickly, without wasting time, we want to call on Gain Business Incubator Limited. Are they here now? Gain? Okay. Please a round of applause for him while he comes up. That's Okoyemi Ade Yonju. Okay. Please, you have 3 minutes to pitch and 2 minutes for questions.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. My name is Okoyemi Adeyanju, the CEO of Game Business Incubator Limited. Game Business Incubator Limited is an agro-tech firm that help individuals like you to become a farmer, own a farmland, but doesn't need to actively involve in the farming. We focus on crop farming, farm estate management, food trading, and smallholder farmer empowerment. Research as, well, before I go into that, I'm actually here this evening to ask for a $500,000 US in exchange for a 15% equity of our company's share. Research has shown that over 35 million Nigerians still goes to bed hungry every night. And this is due to the fact that very few number of people engage in farming. Yeah. So research has shown that 35 million Nigerians still goes to bed hungry every night. This is due to the fact that very few numbers of people engage in farming at commercial level because of the huge capital involved and the challenges experienced in this industry. We have created a solution by kickstarting, we kickstarted a farm estate at Ogun State, Nigeria, with 200 hectares of land, and we allow individuals like you to own a parcel of this farmland while we cultivate and manage the farm on your behalf. And I can tell you that 80% of those who have owned a farmland within these are farm estates in Ogun State and Nigeria in diaspora, and they have never been disappointed. We focus on maize cropping because our farm estate is located at the center of our poultry farm hub in Ogun State. So we don't have problem with market for our maize because we can't even satisfy the market in where our farm estate is located. And we also involve in smallholder farmers to do other cultivation of other crops while we offtake from them. So we train them, we empower them, we give them the resources and the inputs needed to do this farming, while at harvest we offtake from them, give them access to market. That has enhanced our food trading. So we reduce the wastage of food in the rural area and increase the standard of their living. I'm actually here today to request for 500,000, like I said earlier, US dollar, to help us increase our farm estate from 200 hectares in which we started from with to 500 hectares of land, and also increase the numbers of smallholder farmers we have in our community right now, which is 500 to 5,000 in the next 3 to 5 years. And also help us to get the necessary equipment that is needed to to mechanize our farm fully, irrigate it for us to be able to do all year-round farming. Also expand our food hub in the city to give this smallholder farmer more access to the market, and launch our online app. We have an online presence with our website and store where people shop from, but we want to also get an app and with other machineries. So these are the things we want to use this money for. We have done a lot of other social impact projects to improve the standard of living of smallholder farmers in their rural community and also impact their life. So we have a very wonderful team that we are currently working with, headed by myself, and we are looking forward to partner with you to join us in this rate, to invest with us, or to get a farmland within our farm estate while we do the cultivation for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I hope you're also looking at a drying facility, because most of the time the maize which you're working on is sold fresh, and those who need to process for feed and for other things need it dry. I hope you're considering that too.
Yes, currently we focus more on dry maize. We
Dry
do more
maize
of dry maize.
cannot
That's
be
why
all year
our
round.
market is more of the poultry farmers.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is you're saying you want to have all year round production. So if you're having all year round production, it means at one point you'll be having fresh maize that you need to dry. So there has to be a drying facility. That's exactly what I'm calling your attention to.
Yes, that's part of the equipment and machinery we want.
So is there anybody who has a question for Okpeyemi? No one. Thank you very much. You can please step down while we take the next one. Please, a round of applause to encourage him. Usmania, pepper, and tomatoes. Are you here? Please come forward quickly. You have 3 minutes to pitch, and 3 minutes to preach and 2 minutes for the questions. Sorry, we are moving at this pace because of time. We still have about 4 more or so. That's why we need to really be brisk with this. So please, go on.
Hi, my name is Usman Taiwo Hassan from Ilorin, Kwara State, Nigeria. I'm here to present to you our poultry, our big bull chicken. We are into broilers chicken production and processing. We deal on health chicken broiler because every kitchen deserves a healthy chicken. So problems and solution to chicken production, number one major part of it is lack of technical knowledge. We have ensured that we have trained our farmers and individuals who operate in our farms as to know all they need to know to produce a healthy chicken. Another part of it is high cost of feed. We all know what increments in the prices of things have cost to production, but however, we have ensured that we study commercial feed, that we can feed our chicken that will give us better return. Our business model, we produce healthy chicken for mass consumption. We invest much of our time and money in production of healthy broiler chicken for food industry and chicken process company that outsource our healthy and quality broiler chicken for their production. We consult for farmers and aggregate their products. We started in 2019, but despite the COVID-19 in year 2020, we were able to generate revenue of 10 million naira, of which our production was 0. Our aggregation was 100% and consultation was 0. So all the money we made in 2020 was from aggregation. In 2021, our revenue was 51 million naira, of which 30% of it was from our production, 60% was from our aggregation, and 10% was from consultation. And in 2022, we made revenue of 76 million naira, of which 50% of it was from our production, and then aggregation 30% and consultation 20%. Projected financials. In 2023, we project to do 100 million plus. In 2024, we project to do 250 million. And in 2025, we project to do 500 million. Customer profile. Our customer profile, our customers are open market, fresh meat lovers, hotel and restaurants, suya and chicken barbecue joint. Our competitors in Ilorin, where I came from, are Mount Olive chicken and Valentine's chicken. Our productions and accessibility, processor labor, blasting and freezing. Traction, we produce 1,000 bed running to 3 tons weekly. We are building our solar-powered blasting machine for our excess preservations. We have successfully channeled our poultry waste to manure for growing pure organic vegetables. We are working on building world-class integrated farming. Trainers, partners, mentors, and sponsors. We have been trained by Lagos Business School. We have been trained by Sami Poultry. We have been trained by Valentine's Chicken in Ilorin. We have been trained by Docklands Feed. We have been trained by Surf Africa. And we have been sponsored by Bank of Industry, Stanbic IBTC, and we do our insurance with No Takafu Insurance. Market size. Since there are no religious, cultural, or demographic barrier on the consumption of chicken in Nigeria, our customers are open market, restaurants, and grocery shops. It will interest you to know that the former governor of Central Bank says that poultry subsector is the most commercialized of all Nigerian agricultural subsector with a current net worth of 1.6 trillion. Demanding situation is estimated at over 200 million birds, while the demand for eggs and meat are about 79 metric tons. Demand gap is 1,500,000 metric tons, leaving a huge demand gap, which unfortunately is met through smuggling. He said it was estimated that over 1.2 million metric tons of poultry meat is smuggled into Nigeria from Benin Republic, as earlier said by my brother here. So we are looking into this, and we are seeking for $150,000 for 10% equity in our company. 50,000 will be put into broiler chicken production. By this, we project to be producing 1,000 birds on on 2 days consecutively, and $100,000 will be put into construction of 4 controlled pen house, and cooling van, a 10 tons capacity blasting room, and a 20 ton solar powered cold room. This is our team. I, my co-founder, the production manager, and sales manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Well, I'd like to start by saying your name was quite misleading. I was expecting to hear vegetable, pepper and tomatoes discussion.
Yes.
All of a sudden, I'm hearing poultry.
There is a mix-up in the name.
Oh, there's a mix-up?
Yes.
So what's the name?
Big Bro Chicken.
Big Bro.
Oh, yes.
Big Bro Chicken.
Yes.
So where did Usmania people? And
I think it is technical issue from there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So any question for Usman Hassan? Yes, please. From MDCO Gado Finance Limited. I think they're about giving you the money, so don't worry.
So good afternoon, everyone. Let me commend you for a very awesome presentation. I love the fact that you have a track record, and I would like to have a conversation with you after your presentation. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much.
You see, I'm a spiritual man. I saw it coming, so you should be happy. So you can take a bow and then go and start the discussion before he changes his mind. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Quickly, we call on to the stage Victor Oyedeji, Inani Trading Limited. Right? Online. Okay. So please, can we get him? Okay, Victor, can you hear us? Unmute your mic.
Hello.
Okay, good. So you have 3 minutes to make your presentation, and then we have 2 minutes for questions. So your start time, you can start now.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So I need to be allowed to share my screen, please. I would like to share my pitch. Okay. All right, thank you. Right, so my name is Victor Yedeji again, and I'm representing Inani Trading Limited. And I'm here to present our growth financing proposal to you, investors here. And I'll get to it quickly. We are seeking $300,000 in investment in 3 milestones of tranches of $100,000 each. And the first tranche for us is going to be going into operational expenses. 50% of it is going into commodity procurement, and 30%, that's $30,000 of that going into infrastructure upgrades. And so that brings me to what we do. We're hoping to take in the financing in forms of equity or debt. And in terms of that, we have the options of a term loan, a safe, or a convertible note. The options and the further details on that are open to conversations and negotiations. Inani is an agricultural commodity processing, storage, and trading business. And as we've been speaking about that and showing that around all day at this event, we've seen a major challenge with post-harvest losses. As the interventionist spoke about earlier, he said, when you get your maize wet, how do you get it to the processors when you did dry? Recently, I've got calls from some of our customers, Kama Feeds, Animal Care, who've been complaining about the moisture content of maize that was supplied to them from other suppliers. And where the difference for us is the fact that we have a grain dryer that allows us to dry maize, soybeans, and cassava pews to the right moisture content levels that we now sell to these customers of ours. We have contracts with them. And so that brings me to the story of Inani in terms of our attraction. We started out in 2022, but we were based out of our experience in the region for over since 2017. And so far, we've reached 150 smallholder farmers. We've reached 15 plus large scale and medium scale field meals as customers, processed and sold over 600 metric tons, raised $200,000 in founders equity and direct financing. And we've invested over 100,000 of that into storage and processing, and over $120,000 of commodity have been traded to date. But with this investment we are asking for, we are expecting to increase with the first tranche of 100,000 to increase our turnover to upwards of $280,000, process over 1,000 tons, and reach over 300 farmers more. So what do? We make commodities more durable, and with that, we are seeing the opportunity to unlock a trade opportunity of over $10 million in the next 10 years. So as I said earlier, we do maize, raw cashew nuts, soybeans, and we are currently able to do about 3,000 to 3,000 tons annually, but we've only able to do about 20% of that due to working capital constraints, and hence the reason for this financing. So we have a scalable business with opportunity for growth, and we're seeking financing to be able to maximize these capacities. And the core of our business and the unique selling point there is our grain dryer. Now, our grain dryer enables us to efficiently dry grains from high moisture content levels to low moisture content. And what offers this is the fact that it is modular, which means we can scale it down and take it on field to ensure that drying can be done on the farmer's field. And it's giving us about 80% in cost savings, because a typical traditional drying requires you to take it into the sun while it is raining, cover up the taps, bring it back in and out. But this is weatherproof, sits in our factory, and we can dry 24 hours a day. And that has helped us save over 80% in cost. At the same time, in one pass from the heat from the dryer, we're also killing and reducing the pest population, allowing the commodities to be more durable for longer logistics and storage times. It also enables, as the interventionist also mentioned earlier, farmers that we buy from, because we buy from them when other aggregators are not going to buy, because it's still wet. We are able to buy for them earlier and dry, and then they are able to quickly go back and plant, a second time, allowing them to plant on year round. And that has really endeared farmers to us in our region, because we currently operate out of the Okiogun region of Oyo State, which is the food basket of the nation and also the window to bordering nations. So far, we have a value chain approach to our business. In the production side, we had smallholder farmers local buying agents that ensure that constant supply to us. We sit at the primary processing and storage part of it. Then we have the logistics arrangement with partners like Cluster Line Transport Limited that ensure that we have a first priority service, for logistics for our goods. Then in terms of the market access, the vendors, we have vendor arrangements, contracts with Bridgewell, Olam Agri, and Saed. That's Bridgewell Feeds. Then that's giving us unfettered market access. And for all our assets, they are protected with insurance policies. We have goods in transit for every goods that we move. And then we have a comprehensive insurance for our facility and commodities that are stored in our warehouses. Inani from inception has been a very impact-focused business, and we are consistently always paying attention to that and measuring our impact. We currently focus our impact actions on farmers, the rural community, the environment, and the society. And there is our scoreboard. The farmers, we've reached over 150 farmers, 10 communities have been empowered, and we've successfully, contributed our quota to reducing 20% of the produce that we have captured, to reduce wastage in that case, because we are removing the dilemma for you to have to either leave the crop on the field to dry and then risk it to being lost to pest, or harvesting it while it is wet and risk it being lost to spoilage. And over 600 tons of local commodities have been processed, ensuring that local production is supported and that there is a national food stability and security that is within. It's also been a rewarding venture for all our stakeholders and investors so far. And these are our metrics. We currently measure with the SDGs, and we're looking at the goals 1, 2, 5, 8, 12, 13, and 15. Yeah, there's no business without a great team. We're currently supported by a great team of experienced individuals, myself as the managing director, with years of experience in the livestock industry and the agribusiness and tech, which has enabled us to couple all these together. We are also not working alone. We have Cluster Line Transport. We have Nova Technologies that builds grain dryer for us. We have Finaseed that provides some sort of microfinancing for inputs for our farmers, once in a while. And then we have a relationship with SWACO that enables us to access their storage facilities across the country, Ekiti and Ogun State being the biggest ones, offering us opportunities to store upwards of 50,000 metric tons annually. We also have some arrangements with NESAL to provide some sort of credit risk guarantee when needed for our investors. These are pictures from our business, and we want your investments to count, and we want you to join us as we transform Africa's commodities together. At this time, I will say thank you and like to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyedeji, for that presentation. Any question?
Thank you so much.
Any question for Mr. Oyedeji? Yes.
Details.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could put up his.
Please, can we have the last page of his presentation for the contact detail of Mr. Victor Oyedeji for future networking? Thank you very much. I think you can now enjoy and expect some emails and some phone calls, because I think some people here are taking your details to contact you. Thank you. So we quickly call on Goodness, Jennifer, Enya, our community, Alex, Odion. Oh, okay. Alex, masculine. Paul, masculine. Odion, twin. Am I lost?
No, don't worry, I'll correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Enger, and this is my partner, Alex Paul Odion, and we are the founders of our community. And today, we are here to invite you to invest in growing your food at home. Please indulge us as I speak. Please watch him. He's going to do a little bit of a demonstration for us. Okay, so I know that we already know the global food crisis. And for that, I will not bore us with a lot of details. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you our solution with our perspective. According to the words of Dr. Kazim Bello, he said that we should go into large-scale farming. And please, what is more larger than growing your food at home? every single person growing their food at home. Okay. For the past few months, our community have been able to clear up the false confusion about the complexity of growing food at home. And we've been able to do this using our social media handles. That's our community on Facebook. You can check out our community on Facebook. Please, you can put that up. Yes, you can check out our community on Facebook to find out exactly how we've been doing this. It's all there. Now, to the ask, what do we want from you? We want you to participate. We want you to invest in our cause. Why should you do this? This idea puts us in an excellent position to pioneer and to explore the many opportunities that this idea brings, our solution brings. And what are these many business opportunities? Well, we have certain revenue streams. I'm going to explain this to you. We have product sales. You can invest in our product sales. You can invest with us through subscription-based services. You can also invest with partnership. Due to time, I'm going to quickly explain this so we can understand. For product sales, we have a project. We have certain projects, actually. You can invest in our seed banks. If you check our community on Facebook, you will discover that a lot of people right now need seeds, and it will shock you that it's actually really, really easy to get this. But since we are the pioneers, it will be very, very easy for us to create these seed banks. You can also invest in our recycling plants. The most amazing thing about growing your food at home is the fact that you are going to be recycling every single thing. You're going to change the way you actually arrange your dustbin at home. It's going to amaze you what farming at home can do for you. And then the last part is we are currently on we are building an app right now, a farming app. It's a live app. We're going to explain this more to whoever is willing to invest in us. Now, for the second part, that's subscription-based services. You can invest to gain access to a red-hot market where you can push your brand and business. And then for the last part, which is partnership, we have 3 stages. We have the awareness stage, which is what we're currently on. We have the engagement stage, and we also have the monetization stage. As I said, if you want to invest in us, we're going to break this down for you. As my partner is showing you here, it is this easy to plant your food at home. It is therapeutic. It is amazing. It is not as hard as it seems. Check out our community. You understand what we're trying to say. It will benefit every single Nigerian for us to grow our food at home. Trust me. If you invest in us, you are not just investing in a business, you are investing in the future of food. Thank you so much for listening. And before you ask me any question, I have one question to ask. Would you be interested in growing your food at home? Thank you. Please ask the questions now.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Is there any question for our community? Gado, and then okay, there's somebody there too. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon once more.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to know that we can grow our food at home. But I'm sure that most of us, or let me talk for myself, we don't have the land space at home. In Abuja here, the land is very, very scarce. So you just buy 400 square meters and just build a building, and you don't have room to be able to move around. So if we have that issue, how do we grow our food at home?
And that's the thing, you can actually maximize space. This is one of the ways you can grow. If you check our community, you would see that we're able to maximize very little space. We use our fence actually, and we are growing yams in bags. Using 1 tuber of yam, using the minister technique, we're able to plant 30 bags of yam, and we connected it to our fence. That's why I wish we can play our community, the Facebook page, so you can understand what we're trying to say. So space, the reason we are talking about this is because of space, to maximize space. That's the aim. We need everybody to start taking control of their survival, and it is not as hard as it looks. So if you follow us on our community on Facebook, you would see how this is done. If you want more information, we can give it to you if you come directly to us. Thank you.
Thank you. So, madam.
Yeah, so lovely presentation here. That's me here.
Yeah.
Let me stand up. All right, so I was just wondering your business model. Yeah, is it that you encourage people to plant their stuff at home, then you help them to sell them on your platform? Is that your
No,
business? What
no,
exactly?
no. We are going.
Where do you come in? What's your own in it?
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that question, Ma. Okay, so that's what we talked about. We intend to make farming a lifestyle. And in doing this, what happens is we are now the ones to pioneer certain things that are needed, like seeds. We are currently in fact, there's so many people asking us for seeds right now. So many people. There's so many. I don't even know how to. It's overflowing. We are looking for how to partner with other seed companies right now to help out, and that is where our seed company comes in. I talked about recycling. Now, you can use your rubbers, normal rubbers. I discovered that in Nigeria, these companies come in and they create plastics that they don't call back. So there is a lot of waste. There's a lot of pollution. But you can utilize all these plastics. So imagine where we have a recycling plant, we partner with these guys, and then we can collect this plastic from the public. We collect it, and we pay them. Then we recycle it, and we sell it back. Imagine that. And there are so many other things we can do like that, not just plastics. So that is where we come in. We are here to help with farm produce. If you check our Facebook page, you will discover that we'll be able to create structures to help. We have an irrigation system where we will be the one creating these farm materials ourselves because it's our ideas, and then we'll be able to sell this out to make it easy. Just as he was talking about the issue of space, yes. So imagine we can create these tools that will make this easy for you. So that's where we come in, Ma. I hope that answers your question.
That answers the question, but I think she's still bothered about. So, if I am getting seeds from you, that's all. You don't need money from me. Or do you really need any money for support?
You are going to...
I buy all the seed. For instance, now what you are telling us now is that your business model is about providing seed, knowledge for people to acquire and then patronize you. Then that is all you need from us. Or are you asking for some funding support? Or what other support are you asking for? And what will that be used for? Or what returns are you giving to whoever supports you?
You're talking about the investors, sir.
Yes. What are they investing in?
Okay. Thank you so much for the question, sir. Our community is at a stage of awareness, okay? So we have 3 levels to it. We have the awareness stage, which we are at right now. We have the engagement, and we have the monetization. Now, when it comes to the farm materials, when it comes to like maybe seeds, garden soil, we intend to pioneer that, have our seed banks, right? That is where the investors come in. So if you want more information about that, we will provide it to those who are interested in partnering with us or investing in our seed bank. But at the moment, we are at the awareness stage where we want people to understand that you can grow your food at home.
I think the awareness...
Okay, so you are just giving us...
I think the awareness is done, and if you need more information, just contact them, and I think we are done with this group for now. The community is waiting for us at the back of the hall, where we can be part of the community by joining them at the back. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, one last thing. We would like to present this to NDIS because we believe in what they are doing. We believe in new vistas and new inspiration and new vision. So we'd like to present this to them. Thank you so much.
What is planted there? Is it ugu or?
No. It's a hybrid habanero pepper, sir.
Habanero pepper. So NDIS staff will start plucking pepper home. It's okay. Please, a round of applause for them while they step down. We quickly call on Adenike Akpeji of Rene Golden Multi Ventures Limited. minutes to present and 2 minutes for questions.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adenike Akpeji. I'm popularly called Iyakuli Kuli. To Google and research about my journey, please type Iyakuli Kuli in your Google and you'll be able to read more about that. So I'll tell you a bit about the journey, but before I do that, I would like to show you what we're asking for today. We're looking for a $400,000 investment, which we're asking for 270,000 naira in long debt for machineries, equipment, and facility. And we're also looking for $120,000 in revolving credit, which we're going to be using for working capital, raw material purchase, and $40,000 grant. This is to develop a mobile app that will help us to synchronize all our data with our farmers that we're working with. This will increase 50% of productivity and economic strength of over 1,000 farmers. In percentage rating, this is how it looks. So capital infrastructure, 63%, 28% for the working capital, and 9% for technology. I would like to tell you a short story about my journey. 20 years ago, I was in a village called Kutigi, Niger State, as a copper. And I met a young girl called Amina. Amina on a daily basis will come to my doorstep with a snack called kuli kuli. And that kuli kuli, over the years, she kept coming with it. And I was inquisitive about the snack. And I began to research about it. 20 years down the line, I was able to identify problems that would not allow the snack to stand on your Walmart store or your ShopRite shop or any other store where it will be acceptable. And so these are the likable problems that we found. There was an healthy production process. Many of us loved kuli kuli as children, but it was not hygienically processed. We also had issues of raw material, and these raw materials were not accessible. Major problem was that the processing line of the groundnuts, if you remember vividly, our groundnut pyramid, why did it disappear? Part of the problems was the processing line of our groundnuts. So the farmers had that issue. We also had issues of land access to technology. Some of the farmers don't know their land measurement and they are not able to know. So Rennie Golden Multiventures decided to take a bold step, and we provided some solutions. What are the things that we looked at? We looked at the value chain process of the groundnut as a raw material. You will agree with me that before you can come even to exportable values of our groundnut, there are major challenges that come with it. Labor, how is it accessible? There's also the aflatoxins that disturb the groundnut, and other things. So we looked at this and were able to touch on SDG goals while we're solving those problems. Now, my organization is an impact-driven organization. And what was our concentration? How do we get the farmers to increase in capacity of production for our raw materials to be available? How do we increase the distribution channels for the kuli kuli to increase our impact level on people like Aminat? And so we designed this model that has that impact. For every person who distributes our products, and this is a sample size that I'm showing you. Jane was a widow, and she distributes our products. And in 1 year, that's what she has produced and sold, over $6,000. And our margin on it is about 18.9%. We also have a conglomerate of farmers, smallholder farmers in Niger State and Kwara State. We have worked with 19 communities in training, financial inclusion, and also giving them extension agents to help them improve their farming process, whereby our groundnuts will be exportable and they will be well used. So this is in Muwo, Niger State. Now, what's our business model? Very simple. We integrate with our farmers, smallholder farmers. We help them in the processing line, and then we get all these processes shelled, stored, and ready for production line for as much as 12 to 24 months. So we don't have issues with raw material sourcing. While we source from our farmers, beyond our capacity of production, we still have raw materials to distribute to other production capacity within our lines. I would say to you that the increase of, how many of us have seen increase of peanut burgers in the market? We used to bring in peanut burgers from Ghana and from other offshores, but we have more companies producing peanut burgers who do not even have access to groundnut in our local society, and they have to import. So while we produce and harvest from our from our farmers, we also sell. So we have a model there that sells to other people. And then we have our storage facility, and then we have our processing plant that processes to kuli and other snacks. All right. So this is our processing line. The processing line that we are trying to set up will help from helping the farmers to also using the shell of the groundnuts to produce briquettes, and we are able to use it to power our drying machines that can dry up to 10 tons per day. For our kuli production, this production line will be able to produce more than 10 tons per day, and we'll be able to make it available. We have a good problem. You will agree with me, many people want kuli outside, but it's finished. So the market is there, but we need to increase our production capacity. We already have existing customers who take up this product. These are customers that even gave us LPOs this year and we could not service because we don't have enough raw materials. These are our products. In our financials, we see that you have financial projections from 2021 to 2025. In 2021, we were able to raise up to 13.2 million naira. And we are also looking at the total number that we are going to be able to sell. Let me project to the nearest future. By 2025, with this new facility, we would have been able to sell up to 1.967 million units of these products. Our margins are between 26.7%, 36.4%, and 38.3% with our oil. These are teams of advisory. We believe so much in guidance, and we want to always get it right. So our advisory boards are effectively here with us, and they have wealth of experience to guide us. But before I drop the mic and I ask you to ask a question, I have a video to show you to say something spectacular that I desire for us to do. Technical?
One of the most successful businessmen supplying the British Royal Niger Company with most of its groundnut needs. Dantata's company kept their groundnuts at a facility in Kofa, Nasarawa, within the ancient city of Kano, and they stacked them in bags in the shape of pyramids before they were shipped. From the 1910s, pyramid-like structures made from groundnut sacks were built in settlements like Kano, Malam Madori, and Bebeji. From the late 1950s, these places experienced a boom in groundnut production, which eventually became the country's most valuable single export crop.
Because of my time, I would like to stop here. That was the history of Nigeria before now. There was an oil boom before we found oil. Can we restore the agriculture to give us this oil boom and restore the feeding of our nation? Thank you.
For your presentation. Are there questions? Okay. 1 and 2.
Okay, number 1. Well done, madam. Very good presentation. I just want to ask, you gave an example of some of the products that you could do. Did you consider creating peanut butter?
Okay, so the thing is that we have a research and development unit within my organization that work with nutritionists, food scientists, and we are fleshing out the whole groundnut value chain. We're even coming to animals, which is the groundnut cake, but we need to first of all solve basic problems because we are concentrating even on export. We want to be able to bring kuli to Ireland. We want to be able to bring, so the basic challenges that we're facing, we need to take it one step at a time. And first and foremost of it is the aflatoxins. We need to bring it down and make them edible, and then we're able to flesh out on every other. If you don't take the production line one at a time, you might have it cumbersome.
All right, cool. So one last question.
Yes,
do you have can you track from production from the plant where you?
Absolutely.
Exactly. Can you track it? So because most buyers from abroad, especially these big companies, they want to make sure that you're ethically okay before they do business with you.
Okay, so
if you're not doing that at the moment, I would suggest you start doing that because your product will be very good for the Irish market.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma.
Traceability is what she's talking about.
Yes, so I wanted to give her a bit of the traceability that we've been working out over the 6 years. We're a member of the AGOA training process that is US enabled. We just returned from an exhibition from US, and we're on FDA license registration already. So all those has to be traced to raw material sourcing. That's why you see me talk about the smallholder farmers who we now work with and train and equip on how to get the standard that fits the export market.
So they're on the track. Chief.
It's obvious you've been on this for quite a while.
Yes, absolutely.
As our people would say, an old woman does not grow old. In the dance, she knows how to dance. 20 years is not one day.
Not at all.
What I'm attracted to, I'm a he for she. And I work with SDG 5. I like what you're doing with women. And I would only beg you, your business is not in these peanuts.
Yes, sir.
You need to commit class suicide. Come down from your educational standard to the level of these women, over 65% of our population in Bauchi. It's called Mejeda in Plateau State. I served in Doma 32 years ago, 1991. I know what I saw in Doma. It's not only in Niger State. I don't know how you're surviving with the security, but the Lord is keeping you. So I beg you, please let's do more enlightenment. Work with National Council for Women's Societies. Work with NEPC that you went to Houston with. You just came back from America. You and I have been on online for a while. We only met yesterday.
Yes.
I wish you the very best. You have our backing.
Thank you very much, sir, for that comment. Actually, what drove us to this solution was what I saw in Niger State in 2004, 2003, the lifestyles of the women and how they can be empowered. So I can tell you that all the millions that we have driven to Niger State were women empowering driven, and we are very, very specific on them. You see that we concentrated on the value chain. If you go to the groundnut system, the value chain is where you find the women. You see them, if you go back to my picture, you see them where they grind.
Women
what actually goes into kulikuli production is too ethical to be minorized. So thank you very much, sir. We'll keep working for women.
Thank you. So you can take your leave now. Okay, and then you can walk with those who... No, don't say one more thing. You don't have that time. We don't even have that time.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
I'd like to call on the next speaker. Martha Iyo, Association of Female Entrepreneurs, AFA. Is Martha around?
In the heart of Nigeria lies a sector of immense potential, yet plagued by challenges. The Nigerian agricultural sector, a cornerstone of the nation's economy, contributes 20 to 25% of Nigeria's annual GDP, providing livelihoods for 65% of the population. However, beneath this surface lies a harsh reality. Rural exclusion, low literacy, and trust, coupled with poor infrastructure and technology, have stifled growth. As a result, poverty looms large, hitting rural communities the hardest. And at the epicenter of this struggle are the resilient women who bear the weight of this hardship. Introducing the Association of Female Agripreneurs, a beacon of hope, a source of inspiration, and a catalyst for change. We stand united to empower Nigerian women in agribusiness, offering them the tools they need to thrive. We've already made a difference. With over 10,000 women registered in over 6 states, our impact is significant. Together, we've supported and empowered countless women in agribusiness, helping them break free from the shackles of poverty. Their stories inspire us, and their success fuels our determination to do more.
So you have 1 more minute to round up.
Oh, okay. Okay, actually the video explains it all. So I was going to just say a few words and ask if you have questions. My name is Martha Iyo. and I'm the coordinator for Association of Female Agripreneurs. And it's actually an NGO, so, but the thing is, all we do, and it's a women-driven organization. We actually go all out to the villages, the peasants, farmers, the women, and then we bring them into cooperatives and empower them. All we'll do is empower, sometimes by way of seedlings. We give them seedlings, like by our data, we carried out a survey, and we found out that, okay, some of these women, when we asked them, how many bags do you plant? Some say mudus. Those are those peasant farmers. Mudus, 2 mudus of, I plant 2 mudus of beans, and I get so number of bags, and then we ask, if we give you a bag, how many will you produce? And then they say, okay, if you give us a bag, this is how many. And then we are able to give them one bag. But right now we're doing it 1 woman per time, 1 woman at a time, just in tens. We have not been able to do in thousands. That's what we're calling on someone out there in the way of CSR or grants, that please, you come join us, let's empower more women. Because by the time we give them this 1 bag, they return 3 bags, we are able to give more women. That's what we do. And then apart from the seedlings, we right now we plan to train, to help them with the training tractor. We are partnering with Mr. Tractor to train women, female tractor operators, because it has always been an issue. Sometimes these women want to farm, the rains are coming, but no tractor operator. So like we want to take it per hamlet or per community, maybe 100 women. Imagine that we have Abuja here, and in Buhari we have 100 women tractor operators. We are able, that will help to cushion a whole lot of man labor thing with the women. So we are actually calling on partners to join us to empower more women, help them, give them more seedlings, help them, train them to stand up themselves, and then be tractor operators. By that way, on daily for tractor operators, you make 10,000 naira. So if a tractor man comes here and says, oh, I'm dropping this tractor, and have the women go and do, you know, they will be empowered by that way too. And then we stand as middlemen between the women and the markets out there, because in the villages there, they don't have access to all the markets. So we are like, we get to help get them off takers, and they come take off from us, and then we sell at a better and a higher price for them. Thank you. And if there are any questions, we'll welcome them.
Thank you very much, Martha, for that presentation. So exactly what are you looking for? In clear terms.
Yes.
You want
the
support.
The video actually said it all from the, we are asking for 100 million naira to be able to do more. So far, we have just 6 states that we have women in. We want to spread more to other states. We want to do more.
And the 100 million is to come as grants?
As grants or corporate service responsibility or partnership, yeah. Yeah, that's grants, yeah.
Yes, CSR too is grants. So, Association of Female Entrepreneurs is soliciting for support to be able to touch the lives of more women. Which can be considered as corporate social responsibility from organization. As your way of giving back. As individuals, this has stopped working.
Don't let it stop working.
So please, let us consider some level of support for the Association of Female Entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. Any question? Is that a question or contribution? Question. She needs the mic.
We all know that it said that if you empower one woman, you empower the whole nation or a nation. So
Hello, everybody. Well, AFA is us.
Yeah.
This came out of NDIS 2018 when we saw the agri pictures, and there were like maybe just one or two women, and we felt really bad. It's like, where are the women? These are the people working in the farms, you know, raising the households. And we reached out, and Martha, being very resourceful, went into the community to start asking questions. Why are you not taking advantage of this opportunity? So they gave us some of their challenges, and we said, okay, we have a mission now. We need to empower these women. So it's an NGO. We're supporting women farmers. I'm not an agriculturist, but I'm a socialpreneur. So that's why we do this. The best we can do is to empower the women because they're the head of households, really. Thank you.
I actually have a master's in food and agricultural law. And so I studied the food supply chain, and I realized that women are the highest number of those that work in the farms. But unfortunately, they are the ones that have the like literally zero opportunity to have money to do the work that they're doing. So, like she said, it came out of 2018. We had like a room filled with men in a supply chain that is literally, you know, filled with women as peasants, and then women that are head of households. So it was really based out of that. So AFA is an NDIS baby. And so far, we have done this out of our pockets. We got a little grant from, I think it was last year's. So it was both of us and our late sister that we paid tribute to this morning that started this. So we're coming here. We don't want the vision to die because she was the resident partner here and Martha being the field manager. So we're just inviting more people to join hands so we can go around the communities. Thank you. Or the country.
Thank you very much. Okay, IFA is now here to go home with AFA in solidarity. No problem.
All right, so I just wanted to add that we have a target of reaching 50% of women. So that means that of our 200 million smallholder farmers that we expect to reach, 100 million of them ought to be women. As well, we want to tell you that we are in full support of what you are doing, especially in providing tractorization to farmers. Because one of our core technologies that we are deploying to smallholder farmers is tractor. We call it Tractor for Africa. Okay. So it would be good for us to talk after now so that we'll talk about how we can support the women in these value chains. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I
think there's still a lot to be done. We can also still talk about that. There are so many other grants out there too that will also help to empower women. Quickly, before we round up and call the last person.
I would love to just, I want to give you this million, because I applaud what you're doing. Well done. But I just want to quickly ask, what sort of products do they come up with, the women?
Products
or
the seeds?
This
okay, sometimes.
Seed, is it not? Yeah. What do you grow? What do they plant? Okay, like this year, the Buhari women, mostly, the previous years I used to come with the women to stage, but this year, some of them want to be harvesting and they don't have the time. This year we gave rice, bags of rice, So, and they are going to return. Those are the women giving the testimony, but I don't know why it went off at that point, because they explained it, so I was just going to stand here and just say, okay, any question? But that's fine. So we give them bags of rice. We gave them bags of rice. Last year it was groundnuts. We gave them each bag of groundnuts, and they returned three bags of groundnuts after harvesting it. Then this year we gave one bag of rice, but different community. So last year we did Gosa. The other year we did Akwanga. Last year we did Gosa. This year it's Buhari. We gave them each one bag of rice. And this one said they are returning five bags so we can give more women. Okay, so where I can come in, I'm a software engineer. I could develop an application where their products can be sold online and to the international community.
Oh, thank you.
If that can be properly
Yes, ma'am. That's partnership. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the women are moving now.
Well,
Good. Martha is happier now because I saw her face earlier and she wasn't smiling. So I think from here we take the very last one for this evening, which is the Adu Biaro Farms, Afiz Adu Biaro. That's the last pitching for this evening. So you have 3 minutes to present and 2 minutes for questions. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Afiz Adubiaro, the founder and CEO of Adubiaro Farms. Adubiaro Farms was founded in 2014, and among other things, we're into cash crop farm setting up and management. All right. So why cash crop? Why cash crops? Basically, because the risk is very low, the revenue is predictable, and also the value of your investment is stable, and regardless of either the value of our naira fluctuates or not, and also it's easier to manage. All right, so this is one of the reasons why, because it's a cash crop, it's a forex commodity, like it is traded in the international market. So Nigeria is a net importer of palm oil. We import as much as about 30% of palm oil we consume. And in the last 9 months, January to September of 2023, our importation of palm oil has increased by 65.3% from Malaysia alone. This particular report was publicized by several dailies, Nigerian dailies of that particular day. All right, so one of the things that's going to drive up the demand for palm oil globally is that one of the largest producers of palm oil in the world is already looking at some other applications of palm oil, which is they're already blending it with jet fuel. So this would further drive up the demand globally and also increase the price. So why do you, how do you invest in palm oil farming through Adubiaro Farms? We have farm estates that we are selling at 2 million naira per acre. This 2 million naira consists of the cost of your land ownership. You are the owner of the land. You would have deed of assignment of the land. The provisional survey of the land is already included. Then the cost of clearing the land, the cost of the seedlings, and the cost of planting, and all the inputs needed for the first 2 years. So we are going to intercrop with pineapple. We've been doing it. You'll see videos of some of our farm estates. So this particular plan is intercropped with pineapple. Your first earning comes 24 months after investing, and it comes from pineapple. Then subsequent years, oil palm will start fruiting, and you continue to earn for decades. All right, so this is what the projected return looks like. First year, you don't earn anything. The second year, you get the return is between 500,000 and 1 million. Year 3, about 1 million. Year 4, 1 million or more. This is projected and not exact because, like I said, the value of your investment is stable in whatever currency you are investing with. So, you know, the price may change in naira. In the last 5 years, the price of palm oil has more than doubled, right? So if in the next 2 years, the price has doubled again, you know, the figures here will double, all right? So these are pictures from when some of our farm owners visited, you know, they've been visiting, and so we have other pictures to show. These are videos, but I don't know why they are not playing. These are videos of solar panels to pump water for irrigation. All right, so thank you very much. I'll be waiting for your questions. So I would like to add that if you are doing more than 1 acre, 2 acre, yeah, it's allowed. Then if you are doing large scale, we have people who are setting up and managing farms for those who are doing up to 500 acres. All right, so for those class of people, we get land for them, or if they already have land, inherited land or family land or whatever that they want to use, so we partner with them to set up and manage the farm on their land.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
The location for the farm?
So this particular farm is in Iwo in Osun State. All right, so you can check Adubiaro Farms on Google. Just type Adubiaro Farms to Google. You would see amazing things that we've been doing. You can check Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You will see videos, pictures, and everything we've been doing before.
Okay, let me just give you one immediate client and a good network.
Yeah.
I think he's the one raising up his hand there. Oh, Mr. Adubiaro,
All right.
you've given us so many things, but you didn't say what the investment is. How much do I invest?
Okay.
Initial investment, you didn't say anything.
You said 2 million per acre.
2 million naira per acre
Oh,
of
thank
palm
you.
oil farm.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. The return on this investment is?
Yeah, so after 24 months, the first return is between 500,000 and 1 million naira. Second year is about 1 million naira. Third year is about 1 million naira.
So you have that projection going on.
Yes.
And how do you now make your money?
Okay, so we have the management fee is 30%. So those projected figures are after the management fee has been deducted.
Okay. Okay. Good. That's clear for everyone. Okay, quickly. Because I've just been told now that there was an omission on the list. We have the last picture. So can you quickly just take your question now so that we can go to the last one?
Thank you. I want to say that there's a client in Delta State. We have over 130 acres, and he would want to partner with you. Let's talk.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir.
So that's already one link now. So thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome, sir.
And I wish you the very best. So last for this evening, we call on Bosk Agro and Rice Limited, Alhaji Buka Ali. I don't know whether it was because you were putting on a black suit. That was why your name was missed out. And it's evening. To see you is becoming difficult. But no problem. Just come and make your presentation. So while he's coming on the stage, I want to ask the eventionists to please prepare. You have 2 minutes to give your own remark on all the presentation. So get yourself prepared. Your minute time starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alhaji Bukar Ali, and I am from Yobe State, Northeast. Our company is Bukam Agro and Rice Investment. I'm actually the founder and CEO. So Bukam Agro and Rice Investment Limited is an agricultural company. We are actually into farming of rice, trade of agro produces products, system supply, paddy rice supply, etc. We have a vision. The vision is to provide an acceptable source of farm productions and agriculture, to provide a standard digital trade for income, and to digitize agriculture trades and supply. From the company was incorporated in 2020, and before I incorporated the company, I'm into farming for over 4 years of experience. For 1 hectare, it will cost me for each hectare in farming rice, in irrigation system, 100,000 naira. And when I invest 100,000 naira, I've been able to get 100% of what I've invested. That means I'm getting 200,000 naira from farming rice. That's paddy rice. I keep on getting this for 3 consecutive years. That's from 2020 to 2023. So our challenges is we don't have the enough capital that we can roll on all this. What's the problem?
Technical people, please.
Yeah. Okay. So the company is seeking for funding, and what we do is the farming of rice, the supply of the paddy rice available in market, and our company is trying to adopt digital agriculture because we have a platform that we provide a space for investors, because we are dealing with investors, customers, which we provide them their information of their investment in our platform. And what we need to do to have here is that We also have a plan to increase our supply of the system we are into, because it's a very profitable business, and we also wanted to boost the company's growth revenue. Okay, so we are looking for 130 million naira to roll over on the projects we have on ground, and with 20% equity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Buka Ali, for that presentation. Buka Farms is soliciting for 130 million for their 3 projects of rice, sesame, and poultry, for 20% equity in their organization. Any question for Bukam Agro and Rice Limited? None. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
And I believe that the network continues from here. So, at this point, I want to hand over the microphone to the interventionists, and they're going to be taking it one after the other to give us an overview of what they have listened to and what they think should be done. I would like to say here that immediately after this session, the lunch will be served, and so there's food for everyone. So, double portion for that matter. So, try as much as possible not to miss out in this particular one. Thank you very much. Let me just give you the mic from here.
Good evening, and thank you so much. Congratulations to all the teachers. All the ideas were wonderful, very innovative. Just a concern is the need for us to think about sustainability and commerciality of those innovations. So that's on the general perspective. Specifically to the last presenter, he needs to fine-tune his business model and be specific about what he wants to do. That's one. Then to the AFA, there's the need to commercialize your model. There will be no free lunch. All the corporate social responsibility may come, but may not be enough. So you need to think about sustainability. I'm glad my colleague has already identified. We'll be happy at HEPA Nigeria to strengthen the organization and provide linkages. We have some grants, but they are very competitive, and the need for them to be more strong. Then going to Rene, who's into kulikuli. This is a processing business, and I'm glad you are able to identify some of the pinpoint of the innovations which center around input, that supply chain. You're talking about granite, and granite productions are done seasonally. But I'm glad you are able to identify a mitigation by aggregating during the peak season. But the key challenge that you need to handle is post-harvest. You are very prone to experience aflatoxin. So you need to invest in post-harvest training to your farmers. Then as a byproduct, somebody talks about traceability. So you need to also invest around certification and standardizations of your product. To what extent are they certified? How often do you update your certification? And what are the minimum standards for your product, especially for international market? Those are all the key points that you need to take note and invest more in that. The business is already a woman, is a pro-woman, so congratulations for that. Going to the goodness solution, you talk about enabling people to farm in their house, but the question is, what's the sustainability? What are the strongholds for sustainability and taking those innovations to scale? Somebody made mention about issue of space within our household, and if we are to talk about food security, we must be thinking about going beyond subsistence farming to full-scale commercial farming. And you cannot do that beyond within your backyard. So you need to think about this business model if you need to take it to a scale. Goodness solution. Okay, yeah, I spoke about goodness solution. Then who is Inani Trading Limited? He also thinks about the scalability of your innovation. What's the percentage of people and smallholder farmers assessing those innovations? Can they afford it? And even if they can, to what extent can you scale it so that it can be large? It can be adopted in a large-scale perspective. So those are my concern around that. Big Bro Chicken Pig. Although at the beginning he was silent about his ask, but towards the end he was able to provide that. But he also needs to think about value for money. You cannot talk about over $400 just to work with 1,000 farmers. So you need to think about value you tend to bring to the community and also to your investors. Talking about chicken, some of the key concerns around chicken were silence issue around feed within the value chain. I believe my colleague will speak more around that. Feed is a great challenge if you go into poultry. And then the other thing he was silent, vaccination. And then these are people's money, so he was silent about insurance. Anything can happen to those birds. Towards the end of production, a disease can happen. And without insurance, how do you intend to safeguard the investors' money? So those are critical things you need to think about to strengthen this business model: feed, vaccination, and insurance. To gain business incubators, their model also was around contract farming. So my recommendation to them, they need to think about their pricing mechanisms, because in contract farming, the key issue is pricing. And when their pricing is not competitive, they are bound to experience side selling. And they will have issues with their investors. Farmers will take it to any other place where they are getting value to sell. And they may not be able to recover investors' money. So I think then G-Mansion providing platform to business. They were speaking about multi-sector, so I wouldn't talk more because it's just a platform like this. Then lastly, but not the least, of course, the first presenter who spoke about Quebec. I think he need to narrow his scope. He was talking about farm estate and was a bit dabbling into real estate. We have provided those feedback for him during the coaching, but they're still bringing it. This is a different ball game, so he needs to be specific and be focused on what to do in order to safeguard people's investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please will appeal that we should not be a petition, just additional, so that we can see time.
So, thank you very much. I will start my contribution from Quebec. I'm very glad to see that this thing look-wise, the 31 billion being requested for is mentioned in Naira and is a credit facility. So the man will not be worrying about the exchange rate, because some people that have borrowed money in dollars, they are now in trouble. But the major thing I see here is the 7% return is offering. So when you are lending in an inflation economy at around 25%, and you are giving your people the people that lent money to you at 7%. So you need to consider that very well, so that people can come to you. So otherwise, you might look at a kind of investment rather than seeking for credit. This return is too low. So on the C Mansion Onilinla, so I want to advise, because this conference, the way it's presented, is too wide. We may need to look at specific industries in Nigeria and match it with specific industry in the Ireland, so that the people that are meeting themselves, they already know that people from this industry are meeting with people with the same industry, so that we can get results rather than living it. Even if we say like we are picking 5 to 6 industries. We'll be specific rather than leaving it open and people will spend money, go there, and they will not come back. They will come back with less results. So, our advice, we are specific. So, the Game Business Integrator Limited, so which is requesting 500,000 USD for 15%. So I will advise the person to be very conscious on because I heard planting all year round, so it's very sweet to hear. But what I saw is planting maize during dry season. So with the money the person will be investing in irrigation, and somebody that is using irrigated farm to cultivate maize, I wouldn't want that person to be competing in the same market with the person that has used rain-fed agriculture. It will not be economically wise. So I will advise that person to look at the kind of crop you are going to use your irrigation to cultivate. Look more into spices, look more into vegetables, look more into things that command high economic value during that dry season. We are going to use irrigation to do maize, but it's not your own money that will do that. Government will do it. So your money should be channeled to where you are going to get better return. So on Big Bro Chicken, so I see the Big Bro Chicken as a business that is coming in the middle of a very strict value chain. The business model is good, but you have to be very conscious because your profitability depends on so many people. People that are going to be giving you day chicks, people that are going to be selling feed to you in particular. So you cannot, with your capacity, you cannot go into those business, but you need to have good agreement with an archery that will be giving you day chicks at a fixed rate throughout the whole year. So you are going to have that negotiation, because if you are buying day chicks a month ago at 700 naira, I don't know how much you are going to sell your chicken when it comes out. So that thing you need to consider it very well. And your market, I will advise you, choose a particular area and concentrate your sales in that area. Don't invest your money, much of your money in CapEx. Allow your money to remain in working capital. Your investment in frozen van, this thing, I want you to think more about it. Look at, if you are selling very well in Ilorin, dominate Ilorin very well. Sell most of your chicken there. Let your money remain in working capital. And I know what I'm saying. Every time you move chicken, wherever you move it to, you have to invest in power, again, where you are getting to. So it's very complicated. So where you are producing, make sure you are selling there. So growing food at home, I will advise the concept is good, but the business model is still looks like it's yet to be well thought through. So the revenue streams where money will be coming to you need to be well identified. You need to look at it. So Renee Golden Multiventures, I'm very happy to hear this. And if we look at, the woman has deep experience. She showed a very good knowledge of what she's doing. So soybean and groundnut, what you get from an hectare of groundnut, you will not get half of it as soybean. And if you look at the oil that is coming from those two sides, the value of it in the market are very close. So groundnut is an efficient way of producing those oil. But why have we not been using it? Why has everybody been insisting on groundnut? So I want them to invest the R&D, invest more in tackling that aflatoxin he mentioned. We use groundnut cake. So that's the major problem we have with groundnut cake. And that's why most of us will opt for soya cake. So Association of Female Entrepreneurs, I see that they are helping people very well, but they still need to look more into sustainability of that model. So people are interested in helping. The people who will help this year, they will not help next year. They will not help continuously. So we should design a system that is sustainable, that makes that money people are giving as grant that make it increase within your system. So, at DBRO Farms, I'm happy to be here. The person is from Iwo. I know the farm. I'm from Iliobo, so I know the farm very well. So the only thing I want you to look at very deeply is what you are promising your investors. It's very good for people not to be overpromised. So all those returns, you need to look at it very well so that they don't put money. The major thing is that somebody that put money into you, by the time that person is seeing return, is motivated to encourage others to come. An hectare of land, you have an average of about between 60 to 70 oil palms on that 1 acre. So if you are promising 1 million, 1.5 million, how much liter of this thing? So you need to be reconsider that very well. So what else? Bookcamp projects. So I will advise Bookcamp to remove poultry and concentrate on sesame and all other crop and the rice. Borno State, this is people's money. You don't want to gamble with it. Borno State is very hot. And Yobe also is very hot. So if it's your money, you will know the kind of technology you need to invest in to make it weather cool. Even from Kaduna State, we are producing broilers in Kaduna from between January to May. So we harvest at 1.5 kg. We can't produce up to 6 kg. The birds will be dying of heat stress. So don't do that with people money as at now. Concentrate on rice and sesame. So when you now make enough money to invest in the kind of technology required, then you can go into poultry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's been quite a day, and I think my fellow panelists have done quite a lot. So I'll just add a few to what's been said. It's good to see interesting applications into agriculture from presenters. So just for a few of them, I think the likes of Bookcamp Farms, the likes of Joe, the cassava, 3-month cassava technology planter. It's good to also, leverage the application of, technology to drive awareness. It was pretty evident in how you presented that you weren't, it wasn't exactly matching, what you say. Yes, you have great products, you have great initiatives, but you're not being exemplary around how you're digitizing processes. And these are things that will, enable or even allow you achieve economies of scale. I'd also like to point out the need for collaboration, leveraging partners. When you try to do it all by yourself, you don't get to go far. But when you do it with domain experts, you get to achieve more. Amongst presenters, we can see people who are in the pre-production stage, people who are actually in the production stage, and people who are in the post-production stage, who can leverage capacities within each other. That's where you get to save yourself stress. You get to securitize what you're having to deal with. You have less risk to cover for. And lastly, I'd also like to mention that there's this very big mention around financial need, financial collaboration, but beyond that, you can always look at value beyond finances. The likes of NIDCOM, right? Seeking, I think there's a lot of leveraging you could get from partners. I think she mentioned something around needing tractors for the women they've been working with. Yeah, organizations like Hello Tractor, organizations like HEFA International are people you can leverage and work with. They would gladly want to be a part of this as CSR. And it keys right into what you do. So for instance, at Tribal Greek, we've over the couple years, done about over $100 million in credit financing, rather input financing, to smallholder farmers. So it doesn't mean we give money to farmers. It means, we work with partners, people who have inputs, providers, fertilizers, seeds. We provide this to farmers. So, but there's a whole value and impact that drives. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, everyone, and it's been a great day.
Thank you very much, the interventionists, for all your comments. And I believe that those concerned must have taken note of all of this. I just quickly want to conclude this session by saying that let's not be misled thinking that smallholder farmers are not knowledgeable. Let us also realize that some smallholder farmers are retired civil servants who know these things, and we should not just look at them as poor, wretched people in the farms. No. Again, I also want us to also consider the issues, because earlier somebody was talking about the challenges in the sector and was only talking about finance. Finance is not the only major challenge. We also have insecurity as a major challenge. We also have input adulteration, where agrochemicals that are sold in the open markets are adulterated and farmers buy them and they don't get the desired result. It's also a serious problem that farmers are facing. We also have the high cost of feed, like he's saying. So going into poultry is like doing novena, for those of us who know what novena is, in order to break even. At this point, only God knows how much a healthy broiler will be sold in December. Only God knows how much. But we are looking at a neighborhood of 12,000, 15,000 per broiler. And how many families will be able to afford that? So, because of the high cost of feed, not any other thing. So, storage and aflatoxin is also a critical thing for maize and groundnut. It's affecting a lot of sector. And that's where we have a lot of imported maize coming in because of all of this. If we can get this right, I believe we can move forward. So on that note, I want to thank everybody for your time and patience, and I wish us a wonderful evening. Thank you very much, sir. Ask me a question. I'll come to you, sir. I'll answer all the questions.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, interventionists. For those who are still here, you are the real MVPs. Thank you so much. It's time to say goodbye tonight, and please, we'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Please be on time. And NLC will not be here. The gates will be open. We'll come in on time, and we'll start on time. All right? See you all tomorrow. Please enjoy the gala night. See you there too. And then see you again tomorrow. Lunch is served at dinner time. Yes, that's what I'm told. Lunch is served at dinner time. Please take advantage of what we have before you go off. Thank you very much.